Huh? Here. Christopher Eaglebear. Todd Bearshill. Cowboy Wright.
Here.
Stanley Woodenknife Jr.
Oh.
Michelle Hollenberg. Here. William Yellowhawk.
Oh.
Robert Radley.
Oh.
Charles DeBay Jr. Bill Marshall.
Here.
William Frederick. Emily Boyd Belandra. Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Here.
Jerry Wright Plank. Here. Tamalon Wilcox. Here. Violet Fildensight. Michael Bolt Sr.
Here.
William Kendall. Ben Blackford III.
Oh.
Marion Little Thunder.
Thank you, council. We have a quorum. Russell, would you like to say a prayer?
Yes.
This morning, juhatajan petjytäklo. Ja vuosi, aika ihanaka, tesi vainkaupungina. Tähän akia, tosti pokatakia, vajati pitkiä vasti, kaamani pitää. Just a few words of encouragement to the Tribal Council. We are facing difficult times, but we people can work through those difficulties and protect our people in a good way. That's kind of my advice to you today.
Oh.
I also wanted to share a few words with you. One is, our tribal president, she's experiencing some medical issues. And I just wanted to relay that to you. She's going to be taking some tests today to kind of determine what kind of medicine to take in the future. And we also walking on the spirit camp. And tomorrow we are going to have a gathering of people here talk about spirit camp. Spirit camp is really important because we were fighting the Keystone XL project 11 years ago. And we worked prior to that, we worked several years to block anything that was coming. And we established the spirit camp 11 years now. Every year, as a matter of fact, there's a tribal protection and at that time, proclamation was made by our tribal president, who was Willie Kendall at the time, to honor the spirit camp. And they call it a day of remembrance of what we're trying to do. And they have tribal employees do not have to work. So that's in place right now. So tomorrow we will gather here. With whoever comes. But I want to tell you, even though at that time we had over 1,000 employees here within the tribe, but when we take on a big responsibility, it's only a handful that show up and do the work. So I always question maybe, but I think we need to keep it going because just recently, Trump got elected. One of the things he opened up was that opportunity for Keystone to come back through. So you may have a fight on your hands here in the future as a body. And so just keep that in mind. We got to protect our land base. We got to protect our treaty boundary area. We got to protect our aboriginal boundary area.
Oh.
So it's really important. To me, it's important. Maybe to you not, but it is to our people. If we believe in our treaty, if we want to do something to protect our land, we have many resolutions that were passed to stop these kind of things. There's another issue coming up in the Black Hills. That law needs to be protected. And so we're working on those now. So I know we don't hear too much on it, but we need to get ourselves ready for that, be ready for that. The other thing I wanted to talk to you about is there's many of our people are leaving to go to the spirit world. And we need a lot of prayer. Most of you pray. We need to pray for while so that things can settle down a little bit. It's been really busy. For me anyway, but we need to pray about it. We do have a lot of spiritual leaders within our Sioux nation. I think it's time for them to come together and pray with. That's my personal feeling. They need to show themselves now. If they claim to say who they are. So those are things that we need to pray about. So I just wanted to, those are going to be my prayers. Hopefully you pray in the same way too. And help us, you know, we need all the help we can get, especially when it comes to prayer. Accomplish me. Volta ku macha te ampi competuma. Osia need for kamohina. When you can baku wachuna pitong olel wichasha. And we are we tagla. When you can not baku togata kia pitong and not baku waste when you come. Lehan lila wayo shite uchoni ota eki na ni chetka uchanka wa ngai you can na palehan using a walk while people before no ya te ka kisha New York shit chap you war chitfanka uchak no wonshla uchak people before na ya lehan makot kile taku Opta hip on hena het na sukata ya pale ham yuzayo oekra. Oyate ki nipik te het hui nicha. Na beto ki let ona wachinya piko hena uchapik si apo na naicha po. Hekta ke wai te wate kupo. Na leham uchacha. Ya wia ya hijran wote ke nicha kapi na. Naitrakabo, no white, it was still trackable. Now, I'm better to the glue topic to the oil like a witch, we are killing you know, we told. Oh, the won't chill, we track. Home that weird way. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr.
Next is being a powerful song. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. have Todd Bershow that requested to be excused. Any excuse, anyone to be excused or to leave early?
Yeah, leave about 2 o'clock.
Charles,
Yeah, leave about 3:30.
anyone else?
Me too, I have to leave early.
A motion to accept the excuses. Motion by Bill. Seconded by Toltz. By Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
0-1. Opposed? 0 not voting.
What?
Any additions to the agenda before we approve it? Tammy, then Sherry. Emily, did you have one?
If possible, I would like to move the personnel issue and attorney general to the top.
The top?
Yeah.
Can we listen to the BIA first and then we'll.
Yeah, we should, that they sit here.
Yeah.
Okay.
They can go.
Attorney General personnel
Yeah.
and Sherry, then Emily.
So, thank you. Good morning, council. I would like to add cemeteries to the agenda again. And I want to just make note that I've added this to the agenda about 9 times and we never get to it. So I want to make it a priority today, especially after yesterday with our THPO office coming down and talking about rights of ways and burial sites and things like that. And I know in my own community here, we have people driving over bodies that are buried at the Spotted Tail Cemetery. And we have no room in other cemeteries in Michigan. So I really want to make this a priority today to get to this. So I want to add that to the agenda. Also, I want to add reparation of historical and sacred items. And I also want to add ordinance 8613, section B9.
Budget amendment,
No, it's the council rules of order.
8613.
Yeah, it's section B, number 9A. In March, we're supposed to have quarterly reportings from the credit committee, the election board, ethics commission, the liquor commission, the tax commission, tree commission, veterans affairs, and TLE. Those aren't on the agenda today, so I'm not sure if those need to be added or if we're going to discuss waiving that and moving them to report next month. Thank you.
Under that ordinance, does it have our agenda?
Yes.
We may have to amend it and add them on there.
Oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't. In the ordinance, it does say that on section 9A, quarterly reporting, March, June, September, and December will be those committees that I named.
Okay. 369. Emily, then Lila.
Thank you. Good morning. I just have a small issue that I need guidance from council on, but it will require us going off air.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Lila.
I have a few, social service, resolutions for the elderly nutrition that we need to get to. If we can move those up.
For elderly under social services.
Yeah. Social services.
Okay, they're on our list. I think we have how many resolutions today? $16 resolutions today. Do you have any?
I have about 6.
What? We have 22 resolutions. Toltz.
Good morning, everyone, and to the listeners, to the Oyate. You know, we talked about the dog issue yesterday. Needs to be a priority. Whoever's setting it up, it needs to get going because we just had a 3-year-old bit also. And his stomach was ripped open. So we need to get on it. And you know, this body, we make motions and we do recommendations because we do it for the people. And if anybody's concerned about it, they should be attending these meetings. Because some of us haven't been here for months. We have people asking questions about where certain ones are. We're voted in for a reason, and if we can't do our jobs, then maybe we shouldn't even be here. Thank you.
Any other agenda additions? Motion to approve? Motion by Mike, seconded by Tammy, question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
0. Okay, we'll start off with BIA. You wanna go first, Jolene, or do you wanna go?
I'll go first. Sorry.
I wanna see you guys spell my
Do
shit.
you see how fast we jumped up?
She has a long fingernails.
Yeah.
So-
I don't have any, so.
Oh, I need my glasses.
You bring us a check?
Good morning, council and administration. Nice to be here with you this morning. This morning for BTFA's March report, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe general account, we have $487,350.35 in there. For our TLE certificate account, we have $5,356,308.87. The Indian Land Consolidation Recoup account, you have $9,964,868.16. For the Black Hills property, the land, $1,376,215,204.61. And that is amongst the Assiniboine Sioux tribes, Cheyenne River, Flandreau, Lower Brule, Oglala Sioux tribe, Rosebud Sioux tribe, Santee Sioux tribe of Nebraska, and Standing Rock Sioux tribe collectively. For the Black Hills, the non-Black Hills land, you have $190 million, or $1,000, sorry, $715,488.31. And that's amongst the same tribes, the Assiniboine Sioux, Cheyenne River, Flandreau, Lower Brule, Oglala, Rosebud, Santee, and Standing Rock. Our whereabouts unknown accounts, we're still hovering above the 2000s. We got $2,463. That fluctuates from month to month.
Yep.
I know we get a lot of people that contact our office and want to update their address, but once they realize they have a minimal amount in their account, they don't follow through in submitting their documents to update their accounts. So that's kind of a consistency that we're finding. We had our will clinic earlier this month and it was a success. We had 33 participants. Keep in mind,
How many?
33.
Oh, wow.
And keep in mind, this was our last outreach regarding estate planning, financial literacy, and for the will clinic, because of this new, with Doge and everything that they want us to streamline, we're kind of giving up in-person outreach events so that our staff can focus on just the management of our trust assets. But we can still do Zoom trainings online. We haven't done that for this tribe yet, but it's worked for some of our other tribes where we just have people call in on their phones or dial in on Zoom and we go over estate planning that way. But that's all I have for this month. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions for Jolene?
Got a couple.
Yes.
Morning, Jolene.
Joanne, when you have a chance, I'm not sure if you or your boss can, but before the last administration left, we had a request in to get reimbursed some lands that we purchased with TLE funds for fractionated interest
Yeah,
by the ILCA money.
yeah.
I know before he left, the last assistant secretary, Brian Newland, he approved of that and he sent that forward to the solicitor's office. So TLA had to send in a huge file of all the detailed land that we purchased. Can you check and see if the Department of Justice has okayed that in the
It's
future?
still sitting at the solicitor's office. We just followed up on that yesterday and they haven't reached out to my, superiors on where they're at on reviewing that list that PLE supplied.
Mhm.
But it's still at the solicitor's office.
Yeah.
That's where I'm on that.
Okay, and no indication of if they have problems or anything?
No, she hasn't had any questions so far. So hopefully, if she has any questions, she'll reach out to my supervisor, Fiona Bordeaux, and then we'll follow up with TLE. Any issues she has, but we haven't received them yet.
And a while back, the Oglalas received a FOIA request from CNN on our Black Hills money, and they answered that. Has your office or any other tribes received such a FOIA request?
No, not for any of the tribes I oversee, and nothing for Rosebud, so.
Okay.
That's where, yeah, we haven't received any FOIA requests regarding Black Hills.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Jolene?
I have just a recommendation for the council. It was recommended to me by one of our elders that whenever we talk about the Black Hills land, that we go off the air. So I just want to share that with you for the next report that we do that. Thank you.
Anything else for Jolene? Move to approve her. Oh, Emily. Motion by Emily to approve Jolene's report, seconded by Totes. Question by Michelle, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Thank you,
Thank you,
everybody. Yeah, thank you so much.
What were we?
I know.
It didn't sleep last night.
Thank you.
These are plugged in, huh? Is it working? You're out. She just listened.
So I got our copies of the report if anybody.
Get you.
Okay, you'll be up there too.
It's supposed to be green now. Yeah.
We need help. Are we not charging over here?
Yeah. It's on
You're
this.
all connected,
So,
plugged in,
yeah.
something must be
Chris is not
wrong.
getting charged either.
Are we all plugged in?
Yeah, so you plug it in.
Looks like it's kind of out a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
It's my day today.
You're trying to save electricity.
I think I got mine in my email. Oh, I get somebody else. Thank you.
Save the day.
Yeah.
What date was it?
I don't know. I think it's in here.
I found hers.
Oh, sorry. Ray, you send out your,
Bill, do you need a copy?
Yeah.
mail?
Cheryl LaPointe.
Thank you, I didn't even know it was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Should be March 12th. March 13th. It's 12th.
I'll be in, just council, just for some information, I'll be in DC next week. Jolene's gonna give me some information on the solicitor to see if I can try to get a meeting in with them.
Thank you.
She can bring back a check.
Good morning, council administration.
Good morning.
Not going to be much changes from last month's report. You know, usually these are pretty much the same with the exception of like maybe the burial program, which, I know we did have a Teams meeting with the RST Tribal President's Office. It's in the self-determination to, the President's Office requested, TA on the HIP program, so that seemed to be a good meeting from last month. As far as the HIP program, you know, we, talking to our self-determination staff, and we had a meeting earlier this week, and we need to get moving on the HIP program is my recommendation, and from the self-determination staff. It's been stagnant ever since we started these meetings, and we just need to get moving on the HIP program. And right now it's construction season, so we need to get out and start doing these projects.
Oh, Mike, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so what is the status of the HIP program, construction activities that were planned, I guess?
So the president's office,
Whatever the current plan is.
okay, the president's office took from 22, I believe, from 22 to for the past 10 years. And there's carryover money, like right now we're at 2.1 million, I believe. And they need to get an MOU in place with the different accounts that are there from the 10 years that they took over on it. So there's an MOU that needs to be completed. And I don't know, Russell could probably give a better report than I would.
Do you want to, Russell, want to give an update on that, or?
Yeah.
I don't know if Jeremy's in.
Yeah, we took over the program back in September through council action. Simply because the housing authority or SWA were backlogged in completing their projects. And now I'm beginning to understand why, but you know, the money built up, and so we want, and I don't know how many times we told the story about Pharaoh taking the money away and then giving it to another tribe. We are in a process, but there is a lengthy process with your bureau applications, and they gave us some timelines. And you know, we had to do an extension because of the weather and some other things. Mm-hmm. But we finally got it organized enough to submit applicants. I think we submitted over 160 applications. Out of that, they denied over 80 of them because of income guidelines. And we had a discussion on that income guidelines earlier, and we thought that should be reduced, but it never happened. Now they tell us you have to follow that guideline, so we are. So that means out of that applications we submitted, maybe less than half will be eligible to receive services here in Rosebud. Money is there. We have a list right now that came to us from the Bureau that are qualified. So we're in the process of hiring a coordinator. We already have an intake specialist on board, and we're moving to get this coordinator probably in a week or so. get them on board and start the process of construction. Now, what we told the Bureau is this is money that was backed up. It was told they didn't initiate the project in a full-blown manner. So what we're doing is, once we get the coordinator on board, we're hiring somebody that specializes in housing. And the important thing is inspector level, certified inspector. Because once we initiate the project, we're gonna hire contractors and they're gonna come in and take on these houses individually. And once they complete, we're gonna send this housing inspector, our own coordinator, to inspect all the work that's done. And then once the work is complete, then we pay the contractor. That's the way the system's gonna work because, we wanna be able to, and we only have, I can't remember, 30 applicants right now that are eligible. So I think once we complete that project, we wanna keep moving and try to help as many people as we can. You know, that money is already obligated. Once we do the paperwork, we'll get the funding. And so we want to keep it moving. It may take us maybe a year or so, maybe a little more than a year to expend that money that was allocated. You know, we're not going to sit on it for 10 years or 11 years, however many years. So we are moving along. But still we have to work at the Bureau. We're not the ones to sit there and approve these applications. We process them, complete applications, and then we give them to the Bureau. They take it and they determine who's qualified. So that takes the process too. So I know we've been moving along a little bit slower than what we thought originally. So, but we still have to work through the process to make sure that we complete the work that we say we're going to do, and the Bureau will get all the reports.
And like I said too.
So,
Okay.
Michelle has a question.
Good morning, Russell.
Oh.
Thank you for the update. I'm just wondering, because you said that there was 80 applicants that got denied.
Right.
Did you guys send notice out to them to let them know that?
Not yet.
Okay.
Because, yeah, we're still trying to work out, like, we're still trying to work it out. I can explain to you.
Okay. Is there a timeline when you'll let them know? Because I know there's a lot of people
Oh,
that
yeah,
are
we
looking
will.
forward to that, so.
Well, I'll be upfront with you. What we're trying to do is refer these to our ARPA program. If we can work out an agreement with them, and if they can take them on, then I know you guys allocated a certain dollar amount, again, that's kind of sitting in escrow. So we're thinking that we can still help those people. I mean, they got great applications, the need is there. We just gotta find a way to.
They're probably on that ARPA list too anyway.
Yeah,
Some of
I'm
them are probably
hoping,
still waiting for-
and I'm hoping that they can cover that. So we're still working, and we'll be working with ARPA on it.
Okay, good news. Thank you.
Totes and then Alvin. Oh.
Quality applications selected, selected by income or the need. You know, because there's 5 or 6 out there in unlivable conditions, they're living in these houses.
I tell you, I've been out.
Who selects those? Whose decision is it?
It's the Bureau.
Yeah, there's some criteria they have to meet, and one of them is income based. And if they're over that income, and then they don't qualify to be what they call HIP approved.
Talking about, you know, they're on fixed income.
Yeah, but with the ones on fixed income, they should qualify.
They do.
Yeah.
The majority of them have, they're on fixed income and have health problems.
Sure.
Now, you know, I've been inquiring about this since I became on the council. And everybody just listens to it, and that's it, you know? But
I know Russell and them are trying to work through some of the issues that are coming up, and they're doing a good job in making sure they get it done, but there's the people that did qualify and with the money there, they're gonna be helped.
You know, when this money became available, this is exactly what our tribal president said. I'm the one that got our tribe this money. We're 7 months into it, and I'd like to see her plan by noon today, because we should have already had a plan, and we should have already all seen it. Because we don't even have a coordinator hired. These guys have a timeline too, they're waiting for us. And Michelle brought out something, you know, were those 80 people informed? They should have been informed immediately, so that way they can be thinking of another option to get their house fixed. Now, our listeners just heard that the ones that weren't chosen are those 80 that they're gonna refer them to ARPA. So now we're gonna start getting calls. How much money does ARPA have? How come they haven't fixed our home? That's what's coming through right now. So we really need to communicate, and we really need to plan together, you guys, because we're dropping the ball again. You know, once we get something in place, we should have a timeline, and we should sit at the table and we should say, hey, within this week, this is what we're gonna get done, and we're gonna have this plan done, and we're gonna pursue this, and we're gonna get it done. So we need to see that plan so we can see, because we're gonna start getting calls here in text. We already are, but we gotta let the people know we have to. Thank you.
Ben, Tammy, then Chris.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Good morning, council. I'm just kind of shocked. I mean, I know when we put this up in last fall was that we got this extra money we went to use, and they call it IHIP now, or IHIP. And so I was under the impression that we're helping ARPA alleviate some of that construction for them. But I guess for me, this is another thing that I thought with ARPA, with them trying to build houses, you know, SWA is in that program to build houses also. So to learn from them, to get the idea from them. But now, I guess with IHIP, SWA had the same program. Are they running through the same problems, which is, you know, getting this process and then moving through and then having to wait for you guys to approve them so they can start on it. So that's, I guess, was kind of, I guess we should have probably went to that source first to say it has to go through BIA to get approved first before we can actually start utilizing the funds and the construction part of it. So now this is going to take an extensive amount of time also. So I think with the listeners, that's what's going to probably have to happen. We're going to have to let them know that it's going to take longer than what we expected, because we're thinking we're going to come down and get this money and then start utilizing it with construction. But now we have to wait because BIA has to get the final approval. So I'm just kind of shocked right now. And I know it's been sitting there for 10 years, but to utilize it, I guess that's what I guess we should have been looking at too, was how SWA is using their funds and how they're able to get that money drawn down so we can actually start processing it right away. So those are just my concerns, that we should have looked into it right away before we said, oh, we're going to do this right away. We're going to start next week. We're going to start fixing houses, you know, but we don't even have that funding for it yet, nor do we even have the approval. And we didn't know we had to go through the approval process before these guys got their application in to the president's office. So I guess I'm just a little frustrated that we haven't prepared. We weren't prepared for that. And I could probably point the fingers, but we do need to make sure that our people are aware of that you know, it's going to take some time, I guess. So that's just my take on it right now. But
that's, you know, every year that there's a deadline for that. It's called a tapper. They put it into the system, and every year there's a deadline. So you know, there's a cycle every year that this is due. And we gave, what was it, a week deadline or extension? I mean,
yeah.
And usually it's in the beginning of January is the deadline for that tapper to be entered into and then sent to the regional housing director at the regional office.
Yeah, I mean, my take on this is that we should have been already planned, you know, put this in place and understanding before we start moving forward with this. So again, it's really hard to try to start saying we're going to put all these people, what's wrong with your house, bring it in here to application, and then, oh, wait a minute, we got to wait for you to get approval from the BIA first or another source before we can actually start working on your house. A little frustrating, you know. I mean, again, the money was been sitting there for 10 years, and when the president came in, she said 10 years, you know, it's been sitting there, I'm gonna start working on it. Okay, but it's really hard right now because people are waiting now. And I was like, yeah, we're putting it out there. All our communities are getting these, you know, this application process. So that's just, I guess I'm a little frustrated with it, but that's just what I want to put my concern out there, that to let the people know that it's gonna take longer than anticipated right now. So that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Tammy.
I just want to say good morning, council, good morning, public. But this is a lack of information provided not only to us, but to the people. And for some people who do not understand how this HIP work is, you know, it goes BIA, SWA, and then approval, and then the people. And that's the same process that it is here for us as well. However, the income guidelines, and I will point that finger, it came from our president for lack of communication, not only to us, but, you know, to the people. The income guidelines should have been publicized, because for anything like that, there is an income guideline. We have to adhere to that. On the other hand, ARPA has a list. Let's let them do their list and move forward, because there's people that have been on that list for years since it came out that have not gotten the help that they needed. You know, their applications probably haven't even been recognized. And, you know, and we all know the reasons why. I won't reiterate on that. It's always going to be an issue until we decide to resolve it or address it. But with this IHIP, it would be nice to get out to the public what the income qualifications are for this specific grant, because that was one of the first things that should have been put out there, that along with the deadlines, but it was not. And then another question I have is, was there a position that was created to do this?
I think Jeremy was hired. I don't know what your, Josh, I'm sorry.
If I may, morning, council. Joshua Jordan, Indian Housing Improvement Intake Specialist. Currently tasked with processing or the intake process for Indian Housing Improvement. Since I started on February, we had to review the application process, BIA Form 6407. Now, the application that SWA was using identified some needs of their corporation, which weren't necessary for a program under the president's office. So with that, I'm going on the BIA website, reviewing the legitimate BIA 6407. This is the application here. This is the one that's been generated to the public. This application entails general instructions, first 3 pages, secondary page for individual Indian monies account information to request their information at land. Other 3 pages are applicant information, spouse information, income, the needs of their home, whether it's category A, safety and sanitation, category B, full renovations or home repairs, category C1 or C2, which is replacement home or new home, category D, down payment assistance. Now, those categories are not a checkbox or identified in the application. It's determined based on the need they identify in the description section of housing information. So now moving forward in the application, I provided and made public the income guidelines, which are 2 pages. Home improvement eligibility selection criteria. Family size up to 12. Family size 1, maximum income $22,591 or higher is ineligible for 1 person in a household. 12 people in a household, $111,361 or higher determines ineligibility. Now there's 2 pages to this. One is for the lower 48, the other is for Alaska. Alaska's numbers are higher in their qualifying guidelines because of the cost of living in that state. Now, all of this information was tailored into our tribal website. The application, the Indian Affairs Manual, the instructions to completing the applications, and the income guidelines are all on our tribal website. That there, including in a mass email, also, requested from the president to make it easier for our tribal members to mail in their applications, given they submit or sign a written consent for release of information. So that way our tribal members who aren't able to make it to our office gives me the permission to get their documents for them. And I correspond with them regularly via email or phone to ensure that I'm receiving the right income, the right land description, the right lease information, the correct bill of sale, going through the process of ensuring that if they're if they're an executor of an estate, that I'm in compliant with that with them. It's a whole working process. Everything is in motion. I've also generated and developed a list of 81 applicants who are deemed ineligible due to income guidelines. Now, majority of those applicants who are ineligible requested Category B assistance, full renovation or home repairs. Now, with that, I believe we're waiting to distribute letters of denial pending resolve on if we can find an alternative route for assistance for our applicants or members who are deemed ineligible. Now, there is a letter that was distributed from the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I have it here. Came from Washington, regional directors. This letter states, in response to multiple waiver requests from the Alaska tribe seeking to waive the following requirements to the Housing Program Regulation 25 CFR Part 256, cost limits for emergency repair, Category A, repair renovations, Category B, and to waive income limits eligibility criteria for Category D down payment assistance. Those numbers went from, if income is 150% or less of the Department of Health and Human Services poverty income guidelines for Category D, 25 CFR Part 256.A, Category A, cost limits up to $7,500 in safety or sanitation repairs to the house in which you live, and 25 CFR Part 256.9 Category B, cost limits up to $60,000 in renovation. Now they changed it from $7,500 to $20,000 for Category A cost limits. They also changed Category B cost limits from $60,000 to $120,000 for individual homes, given they qualify income guidelines and dependents in the household. Now with this entire process, there's a secondary list of awardees for home repairs that SWA generated and distributed to the President's office. Now the question is, which list are we going to honor first? That's what we're trying to determine. Now, if individuals on the SWA list are already aware that they're getting home repairs, well then let's go with that. Then the list of awardees that was provided yesterday from BIA, well let's build next year's project plan. Then we can get back on track. I understand that we have a lot of tribal members' homes who are in need of urgent repair. They're dilapidated, they're living in conditions that they shouldn't be living in. However, income guidelines set by the Department of the Interior, BIA, priority ranking points. These points are determined in the application whether they answer yes or no to specific questions. That's exactly how I interpreted it. Filled one out myself. That's how it works. If you have two people in a home, and you're bringing in $25,000 a year, you're not a veteran. However, you are disabled. You're ineligible. It does not work for the people. So we're trying to make it work and find alternatives for ineligible applicants. That's the task, as well as ensuring we find a legitimate contractor or contractors to execute these.
We have a question for you.
Yes,
Oh, I'm sorry, Tammy. Did you have any questions for
I
me?
think we need to hear this, maybe when Kathy does her report, and then we can get all the updates here, because this should be coming from when she addresses us. And obviously she's not here today, but we do actually have other business to move on to. But the point here that I'm trying to make is just simply, this should have been out there before all of it, because I took applications out there to people and I brought applications in. So were those deemed, not the right application, incomplete or whatever? Because a lot of those applications that I brought in, they didn't require a lot of stuff to be attached to it. And they could have simply said all of that beforehand. And another question I have, but I will bring this up at a later time, is the position, that he holds, how that was created, because that should have came here. It should have been advertised. It's a new position. Is it a contract?
Those are things that this president should be informing us about, which she has not. But that's a matter for another time. Thank you.
I have, Chris, Totes, and Emily.
Good morning. I just wanna, so I've been here for about 1.5 years now, and I don't know if my colleagues have noticed this or not, but I noticed that if a program isn't doing the best, we headhunt right away. We go for the throats, we go for the jobs, because they ain't doing what we assume they should be doing. And we become experts in those fields. All of a sudden, we become top tier experts. And I know for a fact that we're not experts in housing. Maybe some of us are, I don't know, but we have many failed projects so far, such as, and that has to do with this body interfering with it as well too, you know, with all the other housing projects. You know, we deal with, we come in here, first thing on our mind is we go after, we throw jabs at people here left and right. Might be at the president, might be at ourselves, but that's what we do, and we think it's okay. And I don't think it's okay. That's the whole reason why I campaigned on. And if we're gonna throw jabs, we'll throw jabs. We say we're voted in by the people, but we know that someone in here is not voted in by the people. We go after, we say we want to stay away from programs and let programs handle themselves, and yet we interfere and we get people fired just because they say something wrong to us. These things do happen. And I know that we want the best for our people. We really do. Everyone in this room and this whole building wants the best for this nation. Policies in place, what the Bureau has in place makes that really, really hard, but they are trying. Everyone is doing their best, you know. Would it be nice to have nice things? Of course, but that should not mean that we look away from what we have today. And, you know, I'm homeless. I'd love to hop on this IHIT program. But unfortunately, because I'm a council member, I'm gonna get ridiculed for it. And so I choose to be homeless. And I make it because that's what I was given. And I'm grateful for this life that I have. Of course, that mentality is just my own. But I want us to understand that we don't need to headhunt. We don't need to go after throats. You know, if there's this problem, we can come up with a solution to help. We don't need to wait for someone to come around. If there's a problem, just help. It's not headhunt. Let's try to stop that. Or my voice is going to start changing and getting deeper.
Emily and Totes.
Oh, thank you. Good morning. So I have a couple questions, but if we're going to redo this conversation later, I can save most of those. But just for clarification, the 80 units that you said we might be working with ARPA up there, was that the tiny home money that we were talking about? And I just want clarification because as a council, like, I really feel that we need to make that decision of how people are going to sign up and get that out there. But I wasn't under the understanding that we had made that decision. So I just wanted clarification. Is that because if that's the case, those 80 applications would be more than, you know, the 50 tiny homes or whatever we had allotted. And we didn't even tell people how to sign up and everything like that. So I just wouldn't think that would be a fair move to make. So I just wanted to clarify if that's what you were referring to.
Under the ARPA, home repairs is separate from the small home.
So then it would be taking from that original 100 list that we still have 100 people on, not the tiny homes?
No, that's separate.
Yeah,
That's separate. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
That's one of the things we're looking at, because some of these homes aren't worth living in.
Yes.
And we're really relying on these tiny homes or small homes. And we're also looking at other resources. If that 50 tiny homes don't work out, the money that's allocated here will purchase a small home so that some of these people are living, one person living in.
So I'm aware of that, but what I'm saying is it's not fair if we just take these people that signed up for HIP and move them to that without telling all of our people that that's the process to access those 50 tiny homes, because council has not made that decision yet. So that's all I'm trying to say. That sounds like it would work. That sounds legit, but the fact of the matter is our people were not made aware of that. And so if that's what the intention is, then our people need to be made aware to get those HIP applications in, because then that's the only way to get your name on that list.
When somebody applies for an application, we actually go out there and we see their home.
Mhm.
And we even ask them, we're not gonna force anything on them. If you had a choice of a small building than your old house, which one would you take? And normally they'll take the smaller one because they're single, maybe even have 2 kids, and that, they're comfortable with that. It's a lot better than the living conditions they're in.
I totally get all that. My question was just the fairness of accessing that house, if that was the intention. If
And
not, we could work on that.
We haven't seen your plan either.
I don't think we have on that. That was my intention. And I'm not trying to be, starting an argument. I just wanted clarification on that because our people are listening and we are the ones that have to answer the questions. And so like I said, that sounds like an amazing plan, but if the communication would be better, then we can just all be on the same page. And then for follow-up between SWA and us, the 2 listing is a confusing aspect, right? Because we all have to go to BIA and sign up and get cleared. But my understanding was that this IHIP was only for the past funds prior and the new funds future. So the confusion comes, we still have people applying now. And so are they only eligible for the future funds? In my mind, that's what it was, right? So those would stay at SWA. Because it kind of goes back to what Chris just said about we see somebody, we want to change it, we want to do better, we all have good intentions, but we're not experts. And so now we've seen we're 7 months into it, and that's a long learning curve, right? And we still have a ways to go to get to that. So again, like maybe it would have been better if we supported our existing housing authority rather than try to say, I could do it better down here. Thank you.
Okay, we better move on so we can get to our agenda, but we know there's no plan. And you guys, it's tough for you guys because you're throwing in all this, and let's just save it for when our president's here. And welcome aboard, Louis.
Thank you.
So let's just move on with our agenda because there is a lot that we see right now that needs to be done. And we're getting text. We can write them down, and when we're all at the table, we can discuss this thing and put everything in the plan. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and when we got the result back from the Bureau, that was end of January, February, March, we're coming into April now. And that kind of gives us an indication how we can move forward. When you talk about planning, that's where it comes in. And we only had a couple of months. We brought this young man on board doing the paperwork. Louis just came on a week ago. And right now we are helping our people on emergency basis. And we have a couple of crews out there right now fixing the emergency. So we've been doing a lot, and I'm sure our boss will probably bring a report, a written report here. It's not happening yesterday or today. I just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Back to something that Emily said. She talked about this a lot. She's talked about SWA and the charter and how it encompasses all these things. And when SWA comes and does their report, then maybe we should do that. But I do want to shed some light on something. This funding wasn't being deployed. And there were reasons for that, and I get it. But this body did what they felt was best to try and get it moving. And I'm hoping that everything turns out good. With that being said, I feel like there's a lot of other resources out there. And right now we're all siloing in separate lanes. And there's no communication when it comes to what is Tatanka Funds doing? How can they help? What is SWA doing? What kind of funds do they have? And with the BIA funds. And then there's also other funds out there like the 504 USDA grant funding. That's up to $10,000 for a grant for an individual. I'm not definite on what the requirements are. Charlie Colomb could probably give more insight on that from Tatanka Funds. However, there's an Out 502 Elder program as well So I feel like this is an important discussion because housing has been such a issue for us. I mean, we are in a housing crisis and we're fighting because it's scarcity. And we're causing a lot of hard feelings because we're always triaging issues and putting bandages on. And then there's a tribal employee and that I seen on Facebook who is looking for a home, who works and said there's nothing for working people. So what the HIP program's doing is it's not helping the working people. We're hearing that. And that's okay. That's not your guys' fault. But how are we going to help the working people? That's why I want the original 100 homes project, which is now knocked down to like, what, 70 homes or something, or less, to go for working people to mortgage their houses. So people like Chris could apply for a house through a mortgage without this body being involved, and nobody could say, oh, he's on council, so he got a house. No, he's a young working person who applied for a mortgage and got a house. So that's one area that we can solve there. Now we need to look and do some research. And if this HIP program is the start of it, or a branch, or we have a meeting with, is that my 3 minutes?
Time's up.
Okay, thank you.
Sherry, Mike, and Totes.
I
Do you
know.
guys want to set a special meeting for that we can discuss this and then move on with Ray's report?
That's what I wanted to do, but I ran out of time.
Okay, so let's move forward and then we'll visit with Kathy about getting something special where we can have a sit down with this. Thank you for coming in and welcome, Louis.
Okay, agency operation status, administration. I know we still have these positions that we're trying to advertise, but we're still in a hiring freeze, so that's still we can't advertise them right now. So I know we got a lot of take that back. Fire positions, we can advertise. But as far as the other positions, like the deputy superintendent that we need to advertise, that's still on a hiring freeze. We did hire one person or actually two people at fire. One was a GS5, and there's a start date for that individual for April 7th, I believe. And we did make a selection for the prevention position, which they're going through their onboarding and their, requirements for physicals and stuff like that. So that I'm hoping within a month, I guess, that position will be filled and we can start concentrating on the prevention aspects of wildland fire. Any questions on these positions that? Okay, for social service or the burial program, there were 11 burial assistant applications taken and 7 were approved for the month of February. 1 was denied for being over income and 2 were denied due to having other resources available to them.
What's the burial, income limit on a burial? What is too much?
I'll have to get that for you. I know I sent it out to council once before, but it's same as the HIP. Something like that. It's really low.
23,000 a year or something.
Yeah.
22,000 a year.
I can resend that information out to the council all the requirements for the burial program.
I don't want it to be too expensive to live and too expensive to die.
Yeah.
You nailed it, Robert.
Right now, we're still waiting for funding to come in. We haven't received, I know they passed the stopgap budget for the end of the year, but we still haven't received any of our funds yet, so. We're still approving and denying applications.
Michelle.
But as soon as we get the funding, then they'll be paid.
Ray, Michelle has a question.
Okay.
Hi, Rick. Just real quick, wondering if you can add that into your report, what the income guideline is, so we're.
Yeah, I can do that.
Somewhere in there, so we know what the amount is.
Yeah, I can do that under the social service.
Okay, thank you. I think I ask you every month too.
Yeah, I know. I think I sent that out once to, with the burial program and the CFR and all that information once, but maybe that was prior to,
And then, also, do they have to be like a or an enrolled member here to get assistance, or is it just a Native American living?
just a Native American on a reservation. They have to be actually living here on the reservation.
Okay.
And yeah, Native Amer, a member of the federally recognized tribe.
Okay.
So February payments of $7,000. At the time in February, there was 2,600, but now we depleted that allocation. Facilities management, really no movement on anything with facilities. From last month, just trying to keep our head above water as far as paying our monthly bills, like fuel oil for some of the facilities, propane and stuff like that. Any more questions on the burial program?
Sherry, did you have one, or is it?
No, not for the burial, or you started with facilities.
Yeah. I forgot to ask questions on the bear. And if not, any questions on the facility program? Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
At the last meeting, I think I requested, some specific information regarding leases, certain home site leases within the Rosebud community. Do you have an update on that?
Not yet, I'm sorry, but I'll get that.
I know that it's been busy with all of the new administration, all the EOs, so that's fine. I
The new
kinda
home
figured
sites.
That, you guys were kind of living day to day over there, but, so as far as facilities go, just to briefly recap, there's an abandoned house up here, by the Rosebud Elementary. I don't remember what the street name is, but it's right by the Mormon church, that road there.
And I did get an update from, I know you requested, Leota to be here today, but she's having medical issues, so she couldn't come. But I told her to do like a little write-up on, an update on that.
And the lots down here on Wagon Road, how many leases that you guys have in place? How many of those lots are vacant? And, I wanted you to start the process and returning those back to the tribe,
Sure.
relinquishing those leases.
And talking to Leota, she said, McCluskey Loop Street.
Is that what it's called? I'm not sure. We call it Wagon Road.
But she said
I don't even know if it's there anymore.
she said for the lots, they gave back to the tribe.
Okay.
So I have a map here.
Okay.
And then there's one, it was, number 28 that, is being, scheduled for demolish. So half of it was, I guess it was a fire way back when or whatever. Half of it was demolished and they're scheduling to demolish the rest. And then after that, that would be turned back over to the tribe.
Okay, what about the, two, houses that were originally gonna be, reconstructed, but before Art left, it wasn't allowed. But it's the one on the corner by the old Rosebud Elementary and the Lincoln corner. Those have been vacant for over 10 years. Well, one for over 10 years and the other one about, I don't know. Yeah, maybe about 10 years and 15 years for the other.
She said it was turned over to the trust. And this one here is being scheduled for demolition.
Okay.
Are those ones behind Paul Hamus?
No, yeah.
Yeah, that straight back there.
Yeah. So.
We don't have this money.
It would be.
You just mark on it and I can get more information.
Okay, this one, that one. Those two, 103 and 101. And then, what's the status of all those other houses in that row? Are those ever gonna be relinquished over to the people that have been living there?
From,
Everything from TLE back?
so the plan is to give it back to the tribe.
Okay.
So I passed, Leota and, Dean to, come up with, so they're gonna, you know, Dean will do his realty part to get the, well, anyway, they're gonna work on a map where they'll describe it on, with realty, and then they're gonna give it to the tribe.
Okay, are they gonna do any improvements to those houses before, or are they gonna give them to them as is? And the reason I'm asking is because I have an elder that lives in one of those houses who could have qualified for a lot of the repair services that we've been offering, but because he's not the owner of that house, he passed that opportunity.
Okay, I can ask that question too.
Okay, if they're gonna have any repair funds with them, or if anyone's gonna assess them to see what, if they need any repairs.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. And I'm sure there's remediation that needs to be done before we give them back to the tribe.
Okay.
So.
Mike? Yeah, I want to get back to burial assistance. If I could. Maybe just those, update for future purposes. Wayne, currently, the money that we participate in burial assistance with, approximately how much is that right now? How much was it at the beginning of the fiscal year? I mean, what was the source of that money?
Mike, I think we have about, I'm gonna say 400 burials a year. It costs us about $4,000 a burial. The BIA gives us about 260,000 a year. The rest of it comes out of general account.
Okay, now the general account money is what I'm keying in on.
Last year we spent what?
What did we allocate at the beginning of the fiscal year?
1.4. Pardon?
How much did we allocate at the beginning of the fiscal year?
I think we allocated 1.4 million
Okay, where does that money come from?
general account.
General account, but what's the source of the cash? Is it just out of our own pocket, out of our lease income, our tax money?
Combination of leases, taxes, whatever.
Okay, given that level of assistance, are we gonna be able to afford that down the road?
The tribe has allocated $1.4 million for burial assistance since COVID. Up
Right,
until,
that's one-time money, right?
up until last year, it came out of COVID, but last year and this year, it came out of the general account.
Okay,
So it's budgeted right into our general account.
all right, now, what is the total, let me put it this way, what would you guess the total amount of general account income is going to be, next fiscal year? Considering taxes, primarily taxes, that's where most of our money comes from. What are we talking about, do you think?
Mike, we probably,
Without any help from any other federal, one-time spending funding source.
we probably have a stable income from general account around $7 to $8 million. That's stable.
$8 million.
That's stable, but
Right.
but the variations are how much construction we have, how much taxes we get.
Right.
So like this last year, our general account budget was 1.4 million. I mean, 14 million. So the last 2 years have been good as far as construction and technical tax.
That's
And
because
so,
of influx of technical fees, right?
right,
A
correct.
lot of those are one-time, in a sense, you can call those one-time sources because once that project is over with, it's over with.
Yeah, so what, like, this year, we're gonna have some road projects and stuff, so it'll be good this year. Next year, I don't know. The year after, I don't know, but around 8 million is pretty stable. Anything above that, no, it varies.
Okay, so here's what you need to tuck away in your folders, if you will. We have a total income, normally we have a total general fund income of $7-8 million. Yeah, right now, we're spending better than $1 million a year on burial assistance. It's highly unlikely that we're gonna be able to afford to do that down the road. That's all I wanted to say, so. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Royal.
Yeah. Yeah. Today also not very cheese popular. Yeah. Council administration, I had questions, social service, web card. The social service director in, cemeteries, na card idolete, she Ojula Gapcha, Makoche, Hana, Hoka, Olea Gapcha, Lella, burial, Iwadala Kokile, the Honey Department of Interior, Social Service, Hana, Spike Bighorn, hey, a back car, hey, what old Wogala car, I was a tribal councilman, I was tribal chairman, and I was superintendent, and now I'm here at the DOI, Iwogalaka. My advice is, our tribe, bury your own, look towards burying your own. I guess my question is, hey, why can't we bury our own? Verbatim only. Ask for verbatim. Motion which of it for all programs. Rough box and Stakoski, Okagoki. We talk the ones that burial laws that prevent our own people to bury their own. Buffalo robe and not your feminine, Makashinaka. Because the Wagalaki, Moscow Wagalaki, Hena, Yohani, Wapasi Ka. Motion with our honey, verbatim order. The motion head, Okagoki. I asked. They were saying that they were wanting more lands because some cemeteries were getting closed. So they were requesting, I'm not sure where, Kelly or BIA, but they're looking for more land to bury. The laws of burying our own people. So, maybe Raymond, do you have any answers to those questions about land or laws of our people burying their own?
Burying their own? I know they, I'll have to get back on the laws part anyway. But I know as far as, creating the more cemeteries, you guys can do that. And just working with our realty program and identifying these areas to put in more cemeteries, I guess. But I think we would rather have them in cemeteries, but not quite, I didn't quite understand what you were saying because I'm not. So, you don't understand my quota? But
Sherry, Tammy, then Emily.
But I'll look into it.
Okay. Yeah.
Sherry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sitting here squeezing out.
My Siri.
Sure, trying to understand what he said.
These two little monsters. So, back to the, facilities.
Okay.
And land stuff. So The reason why I keep bringing this up is because there's a lot of issues here in the Rosebud community with the land. And I got schooled by one of our tribal elders who informed me of a lot of infractions from the BIA that have happened in the past. Some of those pieces of land that you showed me and that are identified and highlighted on your map, there are some abandoned houses there, and when they were taken down, they had basements, and the Bureau pushed all the rubbish into the basement and covered them up. So my community wants those cleaned up, and since the BIA agency is no longer here in Rosebud and that they moved to Mission, my community would like this council to draft a resolution taking back all those BIA lands that are not being used for the agency, to come back to the tribe. The Rosebud community has very little land. If you ever look at a map that lays out the boundaries of each community, Rosebud community, for having the second largest population, is one of the smallest communities. And we barely have enough land for home sites, and those are like 9 home sites that the BIA is taking up for my community members. So that's why I keep pressing about this issue. And if I need to work with Eric on drafting a resolution and work with the Land and Natural Committee and the Solo Department to start doing that. If that's a process that I need to do, let me know. But I also, before we take those lands back, I do want the BIA to put in their budget to fix those home sites. I want the rubble dug up and making the infrastructure accessible so our tribal members could have those home sites and use them. Thank you.
I think a resolution would be great so we can move forward on that.
Okay.
And then I know from last council, you had some motions. I did send it up to the regional office as far as having the feeder trust. I don't know if it's jumping ahead myself, but feeder trust, I did send it up, and then the budget information from DC on down. I haven't heard back from the regional office.
You haven't got that yet? Okay. Oh, yeah.
I will inquire on that.
Okay, before my time's up, I want to make a motion to have Eric draft the resolution. You ready? He typing it.
No. Motion to what?
A motion to have Eric draft a resolution to bring back to council. I know. Regarding the lands within the Rosebud community that are that the agency, BIA agency has as a lease to be returned back to the tribe. Second.
How do you?
Return to the tribe or Rosebud community?
It's called return.
She's still on sharing.
Well, wouldn't it be returned back to the tribe?
Okay.
Yeah.
Motion to have Eric Antoine draft a resolution regarding land within Rosebud community. Yeah. That Rosebud DA agency has as a lease to be returned back to the community.
That we're not using, correct?
Yes, that they're not using.
Already unused.
Yeah. I just had to include the wordage of those,
You and your long motions.
I just start trouble all the time. Unintentional trouble. Does the motion need to include, I don't know what the word is for that, so they can fix those home sites too? Yeah.
We'll just start with the resolution and you can include that in there, that
I'll talk with Erica.
that they be, cleaned or demolished.
Well, because we want the rubble taken.
Because some of them are probably have, yeah, I was gonna say some of them have
Like,
basements.
remember that big stone house that was down behind Los that burned? Yeah. Yeah, so there used to be a huge stone house down there and it burned down and pushed all that rubble into the basement.
Actually, it's an environmental issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, we'd probably have to do an environmental on those first. With the exception of the 4 that are on this map.
Third question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Opposed, 0.
Not voting.
0.
Hey, get in here, get in here.
Yeah.
Okay, Tammy and then Emily.
I'm good.
Emily,
I'll bring mine up when we talk about cemeteries later.
you can continue, Ray.
Okay, self-determination, the following narrative reports were received during the month of February: Water Resources, Juvenile Detention Center, and Tribal Courts. And then the following award modifications were completed during the month of February: Forestry, Natural Resources, Forestry for the amount of $84,000, Natural Resources for the amount of $77,116. Contract support funds, road maintenance, $74,820. Contract support funds, Spotted Tail Children's Home for $46,000. And that's contract support funds. Higher ed, $452,174.
Budgetary.
Thank you. Could you give us some background on Spotted Tail, Children's Home? And, some recommendations on how we can, request more funding for that and actually like I would like to see a better structure than what we have.
Okay. I know from what I know, as far as the structure itself, that was given to the tribe. It was years ago, and that was before all this remediation all was in effect. So, and the tribe accepted that structure as is because they needed a place for them, I guess. And then, but after that happened, there was a lawsuit or so down south where then we had to do the remediation. So, but at the time, from what I gathered was the tribe needed and wanted that structure.
That's exactly
Like
right.
right away, yeah.
Exactly what happened. It's a tribal building.
Okay, and we relocated them, since then, but the facility is not big enough to handle what the need is. So is there any way that the Bureau could obligate more funding for a future bill for our children in need?
You could do that, same thing with those requests every year that we put in. I know for carryover funds, and that goes to the regional office, but again, it has to have the resolution, scope of work, and a budget for all of that. So,
But that's only for
Yeah.
carryover funds for the region, and we're battling for everybody who's putting in a proposal
Yeah.
for our
Within the
region.
region.
so
Okay.
I know we did give them $100,000 in some carryover fund this year. So, but yeah, it's tough. I'm not sure where that funding comes from, but I can ask our self-determination and see if there's a process to request for more funding.
With the executive order that came out last month regarding children's homes and placements, is that gonna affect our Spotted Tail Crisis Center? Or the billable portion of it?
I'll find out too. Yeah, I'll find out too.
Thank you.
I'll ask Andy when I get back to the office.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Michelle. Ray, Michelle has a question.
Okay.
On those carryover funds, at what point and at what time of the year do they start, submitting and requesting for that?
I would do it right, well, usually it's out, but I would do it right away anyway. That way it's up there at the regional office and
Right away is like what?
now, or whenever they can get a request in.
And all the 638 programs are eligible or can submit for that?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Rick.
The sooner the better, in my opinion. We can get it on their list at the regional office. Fire, we had no reports. No fire reports for the month of February. There's a typo here, should be February instead of January. Nationally, we're at the, and this is in February, national, we were at the planning level of 1. Again, fire has vacant positions that we're advertising and.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. I just go back to fire. I had a concern. I know we had a fire like a couple weeks ago, I guess, that big one that took off. So, are we stable around here? I know, the lines that go around these communities. Wildland, yeah. Are we safe in that area? I mean, talking about, the drought, it being dry, you know, the drought things to that effect, but I know we brought up 4th of July coming up, so that's another big thing that we're kind of concerned about also. But have we, like, school up there, I know that has been an issue. So are we still, are we okay with those?
Yeah, well, right now they're starting to redo and touch up some of those field breaks around these communities.
Okay, and there's an updated plan for that, plan for a lot of them. Like you have, I mean, can we get some of those? I guess I haven't seen anything like that yet either, so.
You mean like, well, which ones are slated to be,
yeah,
I can get that for you. I know Bert, our FMO has that system that's.
I want to make sure with all the stuff that's going on, you know, it could happen anytime, you know, today when it gets windy out, even though not winds nowadays, so we gotta make sure that we get that. So I'm just concerned that we gotta prepare for it, before the summer.
Like for information too, there's a meeting going on right now like a pre-fire meeting here at Water Resources. So that's where Bert, our FMO is there now, along with all the VFDs and some of the other tribal programs, just to prepare for this year's fire season.
Okay, yeah, I just would like to get that so we can actually put that out to the public, just to make sure that we're prepared for it, we're looking at it, so that way they know what's gonna happen if something comes out of nowhere. So anyway, that's just my concern on it. Thank you.
And for your information, as far as the administrative determinant program, the AD program, there's a change up this year with, you know, with the new administration coming up. So we're not bringing in any new ADs this year. We're only allowed for what we had last year, which was 9 ADs, and that's coming from the national office and from NIFC.
So any other help you would have to have come brought in from outside?
Yeah, and we're going to really have to rely on our sister agencies like Pine Ridge, Cheyenne River, Yankton to the east. So, and vice versa, you know, they're going to rely on us too when they get fires. So,
But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I know just coming up to all these fires, no rain yet, so this weekend.
I know that's with the drought. You know, the fire season early fire season could come up in.
Definitely. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. You know, as far as fire, you know, there's, like I said, they're starting to do their fire trails, starting to clean up some of their fire trails, and they do that yearly. So, for the TIPO office continues, fire break surveys also.
Ray Sherry has a question.
Hey,
that's all right.
Quiet now. Hey, regarding wildland fires, whenever they're close to a house, what's the protocol on informing somebody? Because this fire that happened this past weekend, one of the people just happened to be a relative, so we called them and they were just sitting in their home chilling and they had no idea that there was a big fire behind their house.
Really?
So what do we do in the instance of that? Is that something you guys handle, or is that a protocol that the tribe needs to develop? Because I was even thinking, you know, we have our outreach for our phones, and I've really been wanting to open that up to be something bigger. And there was even a suggestion from the secretary's office that we create a tribal app, and that app wouldn't allow comments or nothing like that. It would just be able to send out alerts and notifications. So in an instance like that, do you have a protocol when they're close to a house?
They do, you know, usually like Rosebud VFD, they bring in VFDs, and they would, and with EPP, Bob is always out there every time there's fire, so, I know they're having a meeting right now, so I'm hoping they're discussing that too and notifying these communities. But yeah, we usually have a structure branch during a fire and they'll go and like protect the homes and notify if there's a evacuation order or using law enforcement too.
Okay. And then how is the BIA fire agency here working with the Rosebud Fire Department? Is that going good?
It seems to be going good, yeah. There's just a few things that they need to, correct as far as communications and stuff, but that's what the meeting is about today too.
What do you mean? Can you elaborate?
Like when there's a fire, sometimes law enforcement will just call Rosebud VFD, and it's usually BIA's fire responsibility. Just stuff like that just needs
Is
working with
dispatch included in that conversation up there?
Yep.
Because that would be their responsibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I was at the meeting. It's the BIA on all trust land.
No, I'm just saying it's not the VFD's responsibility to call you guys.
Oh, no.
It's the dispatcher's responsibility. So I want to make sure they're included in that conversation.
Yeah, they were there and it started at 9, so I was there for at least an hour and I made sure that topic came up and I spoke on it before.
Okay. And could you explain to us why the BIA uses what do you guys call it, backburn? You let the fire continue to burn? Could you explain that to us? Rather than just put it out?
Sometimes there's instances where it's like steep terrain. They already have a dozer line or have a road there and it's safer and easier so that they don't put anybody in harm's danger, like put firefighters down in a hole and then they can't get back out with fire to make the run towards them. So the safest is start a back burn and let it burn down to the fire. So once it meets up, it pretty much goes out. Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to know.
Sure.
Thank you. I know that's your forte, so I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
They use that a lot too, and these bigger fires just to, like I said, mitigate safety, not only for the firefighters, but for the public.
From Totes and Ben.
Ray, what about when you have to disturb the ground and you have to when there's a huge fire? You come in and you disturb the ground all the way around to protect, the homes or cattle.
Yeah,
How do you guys handle that?
when we get these bigger fires, we bring TIPO in to monitor the ground disturbance.
Okay, and even though we have a fire ban, there's still people burning trash outside their home. What kind of fine are we gonna assess to those people? Because that's pretty dangerous, especially when there's houses surrounding them. It's really dangerous, especially the way our wind's been blowing.
There's really, like I brought this up last council meeting, we need to address the ordinance on arson fire.
And we did bring that up.
Yeah.
We're working on it.
Yeah, we're working.
Especially during a burn ban.
To enforce the burn ban, there has to be a fine.
Mhm. And I believe there's the stuff that our FMO has that as far as the ordinance, changing the ordinance, there's that language in there too about the, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much already drafted up and,
I think we have it, don't we?
oh, do you have it?
And I think we're
Okay.
working on the NG this year.
I don't have to draft it. He drafted. Do you guys?
Did we get a draft one yet?
I'll ask because Bert was supposed to send it to you guys.
Okay.
Oh,
Can we
that's,
send it?
Thank you.
That was one too, Sherry, that we wanted to.
Ben has a question.
Can do that stuff.
We're in the committee.
How does it- So,
Can we table?
yeah, can we get I guess a copy of your plan of those, of your movie lines and from the past and now? The reason why I'm saying that is because, when we have these fires going off like that, people don't really know what's going on. I think there was when I was coming from Valentine, this fire over here in Ring Thunder or Soldier Creek area, it was reported 5 times, and people didn't know. And they were calling I think I got several calls on it, and I was saying, well, I guess, it's only one area, one column that's coming out. So, if we can find some way where we can say, well, this is the protocol of what's going on. I think I've asked for that before too. So that's why I'm looking for these plans of what, what communities are here, what they can do, what they can call, I guess. But so that's one reason why I'm asking for the plan for those, they're helping out, and what was there before, what's changing, just so we can be prepared. I mean, I hate to say, and I know I'm gonna be kind of one of those guys that say, well, gee, he wants to know everything. Oh, I do. But then we get calls.
Well, we have a map of all the, I know they call them fire trails, but they're really fire breaks. Yeah, we have a map that I can provide that to you guys.
Okay, because that's what we need, and also the updated type of deal of what's going on, what you guys are gonna be planning for. We don't know. I mean, I guess the fire trails, a lot of people are going on those, and then I don't know. And then that the arson part of it, who's going to enforce that? That's kind of what it was. I know we got to do the law first, but who's going to enforce it? Law enforcement doesn't take it as much, where they have been there when fires have been occurring. They've gotten probably several people. Nothing's really come of it. Then they say it's a BIA. They have a fire investigator that should be investigating it. And I always say, if there's an investigation of something, what's the outcome? Who started, how did it get started, stuff like that. It's pretty simple, but again, we still need to make sure we get that, because we don't know. I mean, everybody's gonna point fingers no matter what, So that's the reason why I want to make sure we get these plans for what you guys are going to be doing out there. So if they're having a meeting out there, I would like to have that information just put out there to everybody.
Bob Oliver's facilitating that.
Okay, I guess, if we can get him to give some ideas and stuff, so we can kind of put it out to the reps and the community, so we can at least know what's happening if something goes on, So that's just my concern on that, so.
Sure. And, some of the fire trails we kind of eliminated because they didn't really do anything. They probably went 50 feet on the road and then they ended. What is that really protecting? And so we just kind of went through and made sure these fire trails made sense and they were actually protecting a community or protecting some.
Yeah, I guess along those same lines as just what the investigator would do. I guess, could you clarify where that goes? The paper trail of after it goes from the investigator, where does the investigation go after that? Once it leaves his hand?
It goes to law enforcement, and then whether it's local or it sent up to the regional office, to the OJS.
And then what would you say is a good wait time until we can hear back from them? Or is it just up to them?
Well, if it's still in litigation, they won't speak on anything that's still in litigation. But it's in some different areas, it's probably been 2 to 5 years before, everything was all said and done, like going to court and all of that. But I would say a 2 to 5 year time frame is a good indicator of when you would hear something. Any other questions on fire?
Continue on with you.
Right?
Are we past the fire?
Yeah. Oh, probate, fire prevention is vacant, but that should be filled soon. GIS created map for agency projects. And that position was assistant range. For home sites, I know he was assistant with the towers, the broadband, I think it's the broadband towers that they needed some roads. Probate is currently researching 19 cases that were closed and have been identified with trust assets and our income on the Great Plains Regional Summary Report. The new system has been implemented with the Office of Hearings and accepting records documents. We're prepared for 18 estates and are final and ready for closing. 17 new deaths were reported to Land Titles and Records Office with preliminary determination of trust assets. Rosebud Agency has archived 15 cases this month with BTFA and submitted 9 cases to OHA. Placed many calls on documents and information on cases from families. Right now, our probate is one person program once, we were in the process of hiring an additional position, but after the, hiring freeze, that offer was rescinded, but, and then our probate is having problems getting documents from families. So, that's the majority of the holdup of these cases because they're requesting these documents and families ain't getting back to them.
Ray, is that due to a lack of staff of not receiving those documents?
Not really, it's just, families not returning, it could be there's no money in the probate or no land, they don't. Feel it's important to.
Are we reporting back to the family or even the people? Because I have got several calls about, their case still being after 2 to 3 years here. So I think just to give them informational stuff about that. I was wondering about that too, what was causing that, because again, they're limited of people there doing that. So you got 19 cases and I got 2 phone calls already. So I want to make sure that they understand that it's being processed or, the process being moved on. So I guess requesting something to be sent to them that's being handled.
Yeah, because our probate staff calls, not only, requesting one time, but she calls over and over trying to get these documents and she's just not having any success.
They do letters too. Letters on it, because that whole letter would be basically official and they say contact you already. So I mean, I can call people every day and then nothing documented. So just to make sure it's documented that they're or working on it or we're waiting for you on it. So
sure. Okay.
Anyway, that's some.
Sherry.
Sorry to back us up, but I had one more question I forgot to ask regarding fire. Could you explain the fire prevention program and how much funding is there and what could be offered to the communities to help with fire prevention?
Okay, sure.
Or the tribe?
We got one position that's funded and then they're tasked to go to the communities to do outreach. I know they go to like all the powwows here, but and they go to the schools, like prevention. There's a prevention week that they have. So, there's Smokey the Bear literature that goes out to the kids, to everybody. And just doing all these outreaches and going to homes to fireproof their homes. They got trees or brush and firewood all up against their houses, but there's literature that will tell them how to fireproof their home and their home sites.
Okay, and is that only for the outside of their home? It has nothing to do with their wood stoves or helping with making sure that their wood stove pipes are cleaned or giving information on that?
Oh, yeah, that's included.
Do you guys have a list from SWA on the amount of people in SWA homes who do have wood stoves?
No.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe that's something that would be good, because I mean, just for an example,
because we don't like, and then I think I don't know, I shouldn't say, but VFD should be doing that too, but because we don't do structure fire, but as far as the fireproof in the home, that's our arena. And
I get that, but VFD doesn't have fire prevention funding, so that's why I was looking to you guys to assist. And if that's something you could contract them to do, I'm sure that they would do it. Or if you could, hire them, that you guys could work collaboratively. I think that'd be wonderful. If that's allowable, is it?
I'll find out, but with our new prevention person coming on, we'll task individual to make sure that's being done too.
Okay, do you have funds for like media so you could get on the radio and get on channel 93 and do commercials?
Yep.
Okay, do some Smokey the Bear commercials?
Yeah, we can do Smokey the Bear, or what is it, Woodsy Owl, and Sparky.
Because I think it's important that when the season is dry like this, if we have new farmers or ranchers that are haying, or just people cruising around in the pasture, that they need to understand that they can start a fire by doing that. So it's really important to get that out there.
Sure. I know in the past, we did that several times when I was the FMO here. I sent the prevention to just do an announcement over the radio and like during drought times, and, you know, just give them some recommendations and just doing a PSA up, getting a PSA up there on our Facebook and then over the radio.
Yeah, I've been working with FWA, and I don't know if our president's office or our LEAP office has data on who all has wood stoves for SWA in private homes, but I think it'd be really important to see and reach out to those people through mailer or even in person.
And I know we did have some fires that were started with, from the wood ashes to the back of their house, and then, yeah, it was still hot and it wasn't, you know, cooled off, so they started the fire, but, you know, we have information on stuff like that too.
Okay. Sounds good. I think it'd be good to see more of that out there. Thank you, Rick.
Emily and Marion.
Thank you, sorry, I'm gonna take a little more time, I just wanted to kind of connect some dots. If you haven't already, if we could include SWA in the fire prevention plans, due to the high risk and the level that we are, due to those high risk of fire, from the insurance perspective, they've asked that we create, that SWA create a fire prevention plan, and part of that is cleaning up around houses, part of it is education, like Sherry mentioned. So I think that because that's already a task and already ongoing, it'd be really meaningful to connect that for resources and for the knowledge and experience.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Marion.
Morning, Council. I'd like to get the floor for a community member. There are no questions.
Any objections? Hi, Phil.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for giving me the floor, and thank you, Cousin Barry. My name is Philip Littleton, Senior, and Harmony Council, Harmony member. I have a question on, I still practice my spiritual practices, Native American sweat and Inipi. So the question was, is there a protocol, or we call into the fire department and let them know? But I also am an employee of HIPPO, and I'm a member of the Treaty Council, and I'm an elder from the farming community. So veteran, and I'm very fire conscious. I know those parts because I had a cousin that lost his truck because of tumbleweeds that got into his truck out in the field, and they caught on fire. So he lost his truck that way. But you know, we have a sweat lodge at my brother's, and we do pray in that sweat lodge. And you know, he asks me sometimes to light up and stuff, but you know, it's too windy, we don't light up. So we are self fire conscious. But today is a good day, and I think he probably will. But is there like a written protocol or something we have to follow?
I think in the burn ban, ain't they exempt from,
Yeah.
from
It
the,
is.
yeah. I think like the spiritual and cultural stuff is exempt from the burn ban, but it's still a good idea to contact like fire here at BIA and maybe.
Yeah, we had a visit from the police department one time.
Yeah, maybe call police department too and just let them know, say what
Somebody
happened.
called it in and we had a visit. So I was just wondering, you know, you have to show a permit or a paper.
Yeah, it's in the burn ban saying that the cultural ceremonies and stuff are exempt, but again, like I said, just call fire and the PD and let them know you're gonna have a sweat or.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Range management, they've been doing compliance inspections. Was completed on 4 calls received for livestock on roads, also completed compliance inspections on 7 range units for the month of February. Completed 6 pasture authorizations and management plans. Staff completed 19 home site maps, 11 maps for RST transportation, completed 2 maps for TLE and 1 sacred site map. Assisted RST EPP with wood delivery there when they were activated.
Ray, how do they provide wood, or do they go out and help with actual deliveries?
They just help with the actual deliveries.
And it's the employees in the range management office.
using their vehicles and just delivering wood throughout the operation. Staff working on inventory for the 2025. Staff completed pesticide training and one staff member received, well, that is, the person that was terminated is back at work as of yesterday, so. And that's great news, you know, it really impacted the range program when they lost that employee. But since he's back on board as of yesterday, so. Yep, he's back at work as of yesterday. He returned and he got back pay and from when he was first terminated, so.
Was that part of the injunction where they required them to come back?
Yep. We're glad that he came back because he was a big asset to the range program and helping with compliance maps and Sonny was glad to have him back too. The range line management specialist attended the RST Land and Natural meeting, and he also participates with the biweekly meetings with Solo and TLE, and those are still ongoing. We have those biweekly meetings with Solo and TLE just to address compliance, leases, maps, home sites. Any questions on the range program?
Emily, I just had a little question on the clarification. Recently, we did a petition resolution, or I don't know if it was a petition resolution, but some kind of resolution to try to hire a range tech or something. Has that been successful for you guys to access that, get around the hiring freeze, I should say? Or was that no longer needed since this person was?
No, it's still, in the past, they had that position. I think they had two positions there, which were paid by.
So is it still in the works?
Yep, it's still in the works, so.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was successful for you guys.
We're hoping that should be advertised here soon.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
No questions, no other questions on range. Realty. Again, daily, they're receiving calls from individuals requesting to sell their trust lands and land interest to the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Staff processes land sales and gift applications that are submitted to the agency through the TAM systems. Staff working with Tribal Land Enterprise Director and staff on implementing land purchases, utilizing the land acquisition funds and will process through TAM system also. Staff continues to match money in the lockbox to be processed for landowners as needed. So, we try to get into the lock, as soon as we get some checks in the lockbox, our staff is in there trying to get it sent out and paid to individual landowners. Leasing department continues generating conservation stipulations and preparing lease contracts to be mailed out for signatures and bonds. Answering a lot of calls from leasees and leasers. Continue working with the FSA office out of the 4 counties with stocking rates and verification of leases for operators and programs they administer. Staff continue field inspections on tracts of lands for compliance and grazing, attend meetings with TLE staff, and discuss issues in problem solving. Acquisitions, disposal. Receive applications to sell to the Rosebud Sioux tribe through TLE from landowners totaling 17 tract interests. 7 sale transactions were completed for the total of 28 tract interests in the amount of $159,174. One of the transitions consists of 80 acres located in Todd County. The tribe increased their land base in addition to 80 acres. Researched and responded to numerous verbal and personal or written requests from individuals for information regarding the land acquired, such as value and equivalent acres, to assist in their decisions to sell. Assist the leasing departments by approving and scanning various residential business leases and contracts. Any questions on the realty? Feed of trust, you know, this report never really changes. I'm hoping, we can get, the regional office to do a report on the feed of trust at the regional level here next month. Case number 29-854, individual, 10 acres. That's still pending. At the beginning of the month, there were 5 tribal cases and 1 individual case pending the agency total. At the agency level, totaling 5,457 acres. And the status of the individual cases are below. Any questions on any of the feed of trust?
Can you tell them enough, me?
I know. They're really slow on any of the movements, but no other questions on that. That's my report for the month.
Wayne, did you have a question, Charles?
I have a question. Not necessarily a question, but because of what's going on with the administration and their budget cuts, and they're trying to trim their budget down. There were a couple of meetings that we attended with Great Plains, I think one with Colt, where some of the leaders in Washington have suggested to tribes that they might consider contracting all the services with BIA so that the government won't cut them. Right now, they're proposing 30 to 50% cut, and then they're going to start by taking these positions back. Once they take the positions back, the money goes with it. So I'm just throwing that out there. You don't have to do it today, but that's something that you might want to consider. At the very minimum, maybe a letter of intent to put the government on notice that we're considering doing this, so that maybe they don't take these funds back. But that's something that we need to be thinking about. And then the other thing that I want to throw out here is we need to address the police department building. We've been lucky because we haven't gotten a lot of snow, we haven't got a lot of rain, so that building hasn't been leaking, but spring's coming, that we get rain, the skies that building's gonna get flooded again. We were only offered $200,000 from the area office to do design work, which is not near enough to do it. So we're gonna have to do some other research to try to get the design work done so we get that building built. But in the meantime, they need a place for an office. And I'm just gonna throw it out there, but maybe the Judiciary Committee or somebody can look at, work with Ray and maybe take one of those wings over at that building in Mission. Take a whole wing for a temporary measure, but I'm just throwing it out there because when it starts raining, it's gonna become an issue again.
Emily and Tammy.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've been having this discussion already, and I said that we could offer up the east wing at the mission office temporarily, and I invited Frank to come down and take a look, but haven't heard back from him yet. But, you know, just to look at the facility, and there's ability for us to close off those doors, because it's SRD. It'll be SRD and law enforcement if they do choose to come to that, come to the mission office.
When did you reach out to Frank?
This was last Friday when he was at the Judiciary Committee. We were talking out here in
Emily and Tammy.
Thank you. I just have 2 quick ones. The first one is there a timeline on that letter of intent, or that we should maybe start thinking about that, to lock in the current funds versus like, is that like the fiscal year budget that we're talking about the change, or I was just wondering like a time frame on that first part. And then the second part is, do we just know the need, like of how many staff and office space needs? Is that already assessed? Thanks.
It would be nice if the Bureau could provide us a report of what's available.
Once we get that letter of intent, then we'll start scheduling meetings and start talking about all these issues that you're talking about. You know, the employees, the programs, the budget.
So the letter of intent that I'm talking about, sorry, was the first part, was that if we want to contract or compact or whatever. So that, the first question was like, what's that timeline now? Do we need to talk about that like right now, this month, next month, whatever? And then the second part is what you're talking.
Yep. The first part, you know, we can, the letter intended does not hold you guys say, you know, when you actually do a resolution, you got 90 days and then you take the program. But the letter of intent, we'll start having meetings and then you guys can make your decision whether you want to move forward or not.
So like at what point would be like, it's no longer applicable because they already cut our budget? You know what I mean? Like, is that gonna be September or we don't know at any time they could come?
We were exempt.
I know we have the CR kind of temporarily, but because no side got their way, I know there's still a lot of action going on behind the scenes. So like, is it just like as soon as possible we should start having these conversations and at least get that letter out there so we set the tone so we can have those discussions? Is that kind of what we're thinking there? I
think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Because
I'll gladly make that motion if we're there, but that's what I wanted to know. Like, if we're at that point, I can put the letter out, lock us in at least with our intent, so we have some flexibility and some options.
Because right now, for your information, the Department of Interior is doing a RIF at 30%. But BIA is, it doesn't include BIA right now until they do tribal consultation with the tribes. But once that consultation is completed, then that'll go into effect for the BIA.
So those current potential cuts and closures were already on the books, and so the rest of it?
Yeah, 30%.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, okay, Charles made, there's a motion on the floor and we're in discussion.
Oh, sorry.
Charles made a motion to approve his report and Wayne seconded it. Call for the question by Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, 18.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Tammy is next.
Thank you, Ray.
Yep.
Good job, Ray.
That has to be a short one. Well, you're out of it by one anyway.
Keep reading your notes.
She was stretching it.
Thank you.
Council, do you want to take 5 or should we go into IHS report?
Emma make her motion?
Oh, yeah.
And then take 5 and then hear the report.
The green one. That's the green That breakdown should be in the green
I know.
It's on my desk. Thanks, Ray. Emily.
I just wanted to kind of follow up, and if there is interest from the full council to kind of put that letter out there, or the letter of intent, I wanted to at least start that process. I don't know if we do it by motion, or if we have to get Eric involved or whatever, but.
Make a motion for it.
Okay, well, I would like to make that motion to start.
What's
that
your
process.
motion?
To start the process of our letter of intent to contract, or I don't know what the appropriate word is, it's contracting or compacting.
Just, develop a letter of intent, to put the Bureau on notice of our intent to contract.
All services for rural agency.
An area office?
Yeah.
Not really.
Put BIA notice to what?
Of our intent to contract. That way, just to let, it doesn't trigger any timeframe, we can discuss it or.
Motion by Emily, seconded by Totes. Any discussion? Question? Carrie.
You give us time to.
We're hungry. But Mike.
Contracting services, I'm making sure what's that about? Contracting what services?
Contracting, whatever components of the BIA that we can, 638.
I thought we exhausted all those.
No, that there's
Which ones are left?
oh, but there's a range and fire and realty, probate.
Those are considered, what's the term? There's a word for it, I can't think of it. They're non-trust activity. I thought we could only contract non-trust activities.
No, we can.
Has that changed?
We can contract everything but the awarding official and the superintendent, I believe. Everything else is contract.
Okay.
And again, Mike, this letter would just put them on notice that we're interested in it.
Right, yeah, no, I just wanted clarification on it, yeah. And then, and talking about this reduction in force of 30%, does that 30%, are they taking, is that gonna be comprised of both actual funds and position money? I guess.
From my understanding, Mike, they're doing it both ways, that they're actually cutting positions. That's what they were trying to do with these probationary positions.
Cut personnel by 30% and funding by 30%.
Yes. No, they're trying to cut the personnel now, and they've given direction to submit budgets for a 30% budget cut also. Right now, what the tribal governments, the tribes don't have to comply with it until we've had the opportunity to consult with the Secretary of Interior. But once that process is done, then we're game like everybody else.
All right, thank you.
Question? Sherry. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Should we just go into the IHS report? Okay.
Here?
Yes, Marlene is here. This morning, we woke up to some news that HHS is looking at cutting some 10,000 positions, I think, but I don't know if that's going to affect IHS or not, so. Well, I could probably get some more info on that next week, too.
Sorry, I got to hear all the EIAs too.
Good morning, Marlene.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Somebody want to hand out to me so I can get with me? Thank you. All right. Oh, I thought that was mine. All right, good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well. Yes, there was that report on the HHS stuff, which I'll touch on here in a minute. I'll go through quick so that I can get some feedback. I have my report starting out here. The first is with our PRC. Last time I was here, we talked about how we were only doing priority ones, but we've now moved on to 2s. So we're not denying any of those right now. And then just for information, we only had one priority 3 since the beginning of this fiscal year. So the only thing that's still hurting us is we're still flying a ton of people out. We have had almost no EMS ground pretty much the whole last month. And then I got a call before I came over here that they weren't going to have any for a few days. So that does eat into my budget a lot, but they are, the team is working the chef cases so that I'm getting extra money back, but that I just, for awareness and transparency, that does cut out a lot of people that are flying that don't need to be.
Well, we're on the subject of EMS. Can you tell me what the threshold or the limit is for billing with them?
That I don't know. I don't have anything to do with that part, their billing.
No, I mean, I was told that there's a cap on what they could charge IHX for our service.
There's a Medicaid rate that we bill for people, without, resources. But because the tribe owns the ambulance program, they should be able to max bill because they're associated with the tribe. But I'm happy to have a conversation with them. I've offered to help them with their billing before.
That would be good, because we do need to, I was told that it's like, they're only billing like 180 or something for a ride to anywhere, Sioux Falls or Rapid, and that's not, that doesn't suffice for their budget.
Yeah, and, tribes, we get to bill the top dollar amount over any other healthcare agency, federally qualified, everything. So we should be billing top rate.
Okay.
Even for your detox, for all your other subsidiary programs, that should be the max rate.
Okay, health board members, did you hear that? Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And I did let Eric know that. I met with him last week.
Okay.
And then the next page, on page 2, are my, the priority approvals. So as you can see, the number of referrals denied, that looks kind of confusing because that just means that a lot of people have resources now. So it's not saying we're denying them, but technically denied because there's resources. Then there's some denied without priority, denied no notification. Those almost always get overturned on appeal. There's been no deferrals. And then at the bottom, very bottom of page 2, as you can see how many that we've processed for the number of total. As you can see, we had that little run of where we lost that provider in January. And then we had a couple of people out from MGH. So you can see we dipped down into 111, but that will bounce back up. In December, we had a big month, 211. Also, I just want to put a plug in there. Skyla's been sending me bills via email. I do have her plugged in with the secure data, so that she doesn't send it to me via regular email.
Mine doesn't have a page 2.
What's that?
I don't have a page 2.
Oh, you should have a page.
Sorry, Tammy has a question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I don't have a picture. No, please.
Man, Dave, you're fired. If you're listening, you're fired. I'll have him email it. Hold on. I'm just kidding. He's not fired. I love him. Well, that
There's no, so we have a.
All right, I'll send it.
No even numbers.
Man.
Tammy has a question for you too, Marlon.
Yep, fire away.
You said you lost a provider in January.
Yeah.
What type of provider?
She was a nurse practitioner.
For
the outpatient.
the outpatient?
Yep.
Did she choose to leave or?
She did. All right, Dave's sending it. Sorry about that. Take 2. Anything else on that? I know we've been talking a lot about our vacancies. That's been a hot topic. So I included a graphic. I think since you should have the page 3 there. Sorry about that. As you can see, our vacancies, our total number of positions for Rosebud is 310. And we currently have, we're still hovering at 40% vacancy rate, which has been ebbing and flowing. We did add some new positions for the ED so that we could have some more one-to-one assistance when we have our patients that are suicidal or just need someone to sit with them. But we are in the process of rolling those through. But as BIA rightfully mentioned, it's just things have slowed down. We're not technically in a hiring freeze. We're able to onboard people. It's just taking a lot longer than normal, which is really frustrating because it was already a pretty long process.
Michelle.
Can you give us the status on the the PRC position, supervisor position. You're not in a hiring freeze. Why isn't there one hired yet?
There's no job classified for that position. So I think it should be out of classification this week or next week. The headquarters redid all the PRC positions. So they added a couple budget analysts and they redid that. They also added a RN nurse case manager. So all the PDs had to be redone. So there isn't technically a job to post per se.
Okay, so where are they at as far as the payments owed? Because last time you were here, I remember it was like at the millions. So what's the number now?
As far, I have to get my computer to do that. They're much better with the fiscal intermediary. As far as that, they're almost current. So I can get that data out of my computer.
Okay, before you leave. And then
they're doing a lot better. I will say that headquarters has a massive program. They had a multidisciplinary team formed and they got caught up because they were like 9 months, a year behind before, and we're almost caught up now. They had all these pending claims and things like that, but they're getting caught up now.
okay, I'm curious to see what the numbers are.
Yeah, I'll get it.
And then, so once that position's created, how long does it take to fill it? How long do you see that it's going to be filled?
The fastest to probably onboard somebody, and I'm just being completely real, is probably 4 months. And that's like when I interview you, select you, then you got to do all your background process. You got to do your fingerprints. So then you add the posting and interviewing time, probably 6 to 9 months.
So during that time, are you able to request that they send down an acting?
Just
So
did
somebody
that.
can oversee that department
I
while
have-
that's all happening?
Yep, a matter of fact, I just did that day before yesterday.
How long till you hear back?
They've been pretty good. I bet you they'll agree with it. So I should probably have an answer by the end of the week. I was trying to detail someone locally, but they had already done a detail this year and couldn't do it. So I'm shifting gears and seeing if one of the area team will come down and do it. I think she's receptive, but her boss is just waiting to get back to me. So knock on wood.
Okay, I'll wait for those numbers.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have a few questions. One of them is, we are no longer doing remote work, correct?
Correct.
Then, you have a chief quality manager that hasn't been coming and reporting to work here at IHS, along with you yourself. And that's my first question. Why aren't you guys there? You guys are meeting there. The second question is, can you explain to the general public and to the council, I'm sure we already know, but just to the general public, in the mornings when you guys have your PRC meetings, who sits around that table and makes those determinations to send the people out, to do their referral out?
So,
And that's
go
the
ahead.
second
Yeah,
question.
yeah.
Okay, the third question is, you had a podiatrist in, admin for a number of years, when she could have been out in the, when you guys didn't have one, out in outpatient, seeing people. I know that, from my understanding, she's been seeing people maybe once or twice a month, every other week, or however that goes. You know, enough patients. So that brings me back to the fourth question I have, contracts. We have a lot of contracts up there at IHS for providers. When we have people there that could have been helping with this, because those contracts take a lot of funds away from the hospital, from patient referral and everything like that. You guys had a nurse midwife that is no longer there. How is that affecting women's health? And we only have 3 permanent providers and all the rest are on contract. Why aren't we finding providers for, especially specialty providers? Okay, so I'm sorry, but those are my questions.
Sure. All right, so, the return to office has been staggered for people. I'm there. I don't know why people think I'm not there, but I'm there. I've seen lots of community. I've seen people here in the ED. But I can't control that rumor, why people say that, but it is what it is. Other people have what's called a reasonable accommodation. There's a handful of staff members that have that, and that I can't speak about. It's a personnel matter, that maybe don't have to work. Other people, have the date to return to office was just in March, I think a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. So that would have just been that return to office date. But there's a lot of reasons, and it's all governed by OPM, so I can't really get into specific examples of who. But your next question on the PRC meeting, so the doctor puts in the referral and they say, I would like this patient to go X to see this person, or I would like this patient to see this doctor. And then the clinical director, Dr. Martin, then looks at it. He puts a medical priority to it, and then the committee is just myself, a case manager, like the director of nursing, and then it just goes through like that. So we don't technically, the committee doesn't assign it, the medical provider does. And then the clinical director puts the priority on it. But the committee doesn't say, oh, send them here. They all decide that. I hope that helps.
What's your current priorities?
We're doing up to 2s, and that's all we've been getting. We've only had 1 3 this whole year. Let's see. Yes, the podiatrist, she was doing 1 day a clinic a week. And now we have a full-time podiatrist. That was the way it was when I came in here. Before we got a full-time clinical director, she was also the acting clinical director, which is a lot of responsibility. In the women's health, we do have another provider that came from another place and is working here 2 days a week. And then we do have a contract midwife. And I did include a list, which you won't have right now until you get the other pages, but we have for permanent feds, we have Dr. Calm, Peds, we have Brandon Edwards, we have Dan, we have Dr. McCaffrey, we have Dr. Monolo, we have Jackie Penn, who's a psychiatric nurse practitioner, we have Dr. Mancuso, who's a psychiatrist, and then, like I just said, we have the women's health provider that's helping out. She's coming over from Wanblee, and then we have the Boston docs still. But those ones that listed first are all feds, and we're still, of course, recruiting, but it's just a little bit hard to compete. And that provider we talked about earlier, she quit because it's really hard to live out here, frankly. She just couldn't handle it. I think that was all of them.
Any other questions? I have Royal, Bob, and then Sherry.
Yeah, yes. I had a question on that. I have a question on there's students and young people that go off to college, and they a lot of the universities are near a IHS facility. So they're advised here at the ER that the bills would be covered. And I know some Mango Travel members have been successful in getting treatment as far as the bills covered. PRC has advised them that told here at the local IHS that the bills will be covered, and it's wrong that the PRC is not covering anyone in their bills. So with that, I want to know that the process that they said they put in appeals. They went through the appeal process and were still denied. And that kind of bills. I don't know, trust responsibility and, I think that, all the lawsuits, within, the most recent IHS lawsuit, with the treaty trust responsibility, for me, it comes to, that, a doctor and pharmaceuticals basically needs sick people in order to have a job or to work in those fields, but for me, I'd rather do preventive before it gets to a sick. But I have questions about that bill. Why they're told here, and then they go through appeal, and they're still not getting paid by the PRC, the coverage.
Yeah, thank you, Royal. No, they should be getting covered. I only know of one appeal in the last maybe 3 to 4 months. The student submitted their, I think, class schedule. There's a few things that they require to be approved, to prove that they're away at school, and then they're paid. And so there was one appeal, I did approve it. If there's any more, then they can just email me. It's just my first and last name at ihs.gov. And just their name, though. Just email me your name and your number, and then I can call you back. Just don't send like any personal other stuff other than that. Yeah.
Bob, yep. You're next.
Who's that?
Robert?
你看起来，我那不那搞你，来我往那搞你呀，哦，像这我是那个区长那来，我要就看到一个来，我估计这边在一场上还讲讲，但不过一买一个一年呢这一模型的这，我那不搞过。But some Lakota people take their actions the wrong way. And they were complaining to me about several overall OBU staff members mistreating them or talking rude to them. And, I was just, that was my question, is to see if you had a cultural sensitivity class on how this culture where they work in want to be treated. That was my question.
Yes, thank you, sir. We did institute a cultural sensitivity portion for all the new employees. And then we're backdating it based on some of the feedback that we've been getting. And then I do spend a fair amount of time in the ED. So I get some of the complaints firsthand. And then we also have a administrator on call 24/7. That's one of the things that I instituted when I got here. So if things are going haywire, or even up front, they could always call. A lot of the patient reg people will call me and I'll go up and take the complaint right in real time. But there is that going on right now. And we're also developing right now a component related to sexual assault. And then how a lot of us are victims of abuse as children, and all of that going forward. Because you're right, it was missing. And a lot of these people they're from major cities. They have no clue what that is going on. Is it perfect? No. We have a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, just little actions mean a big lot to the Lakota people.
Yeah.
And one classic example is that this elderly grandmother came after her medication.
Mm-hmm.
And to our culture, respect means you hand the item to that person.
Right.
But in this case, the elderly came to get their medication, and I don't know who the staff member is, just threw the bag in front of her. And that, to me, that's a rude treatment. In a Caucasian world, like I said, that might be accepted action.
Yeah.
But in our culture, it's being rude, especially when you do that to an elder. You do that to me, it's all right, but when you do it to an elder, they take it the wrong way. You're sending it the wrong message of being rude.
Right. Well, I don't want anybody doing it to anybody, so thank you for bringing it to my attention. Appreciate it.
We have Sherry, Totes, and Emily. Thank you for addressing that. I think I made you aware of the practices too, especially regarding new babies, because a tribal member did have an appointment and the baby's repertoire was thrown in the trash. And and the nurse refused to dig it out of the trash and made a big deal when the mother went through the biohazard trash bag. So I think that those are really important, and I want to encourage you to reach out to our child care entity, and they have an elder advisory board, and so does Sioux CDC. They also have a cultural advisory board. Maybe they can review some of the things that you're doing and add some content for you.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. My question is, one thing that I'd really like to see is the hospital's budget.
Yeah.
What is it funded at? I know that we were told before that you put in a request, but it's usually only funded at 50 or 51%. What is the total requested amount and what is the amount that you're getting? And then if that could be distributed out through departments so we could,
Oh yeah, we would not make it without third-party revenue. So that's why the billing is so critical.
and that was my other follow-up question with the EOs that are going on regarding Medicaid. How is that, how are you anticipating that affecting your billing?
Well, luckily, hopefully nothing yet, knock on wood. So as everybody, they did talk about, they were gonna lay off all these people. I think we had a list of like 40 some people back on Valentine's Day. And then it just so happened that, I don't know if it was NCAI or whatever, but there was a bunch of tribal leaders in DC.
Coalition of Large Tribes.
Yeah. Yeah, during that time. And it was horrible though, because, we had to tell everybody, okay, people are probably gonna get terminated, and then 5 minutes later, they're like, oh, psych. But it was great that they didn't. So now they're saying it's off, hands off. So our budget has stayed the same. We still have funding for continuing resolution. We haven't lost any contracts because, there's been a lot of executive orders, basically 86ing contracts that have not happened to us. So luckily we've been with that. Like I said, the biggest thing is that they're slowing the positions down because, the HR is now controlled all the way up at OPM, not even at headquarters, but all the way up at OPM. So it takes a lot longer to churn up there. But yeah, it's not impacting us other than that.
Okay, so with that slowdown of hiring, how is that going to affect all of the providers that we need?
Well, luckily we still have, we didn't lose any of the contracts. It's just going to prevent us from onboarding people. But we have still been able to onboard a whole mess of people in the lab, which is a huge deal. So shout out to our lab director, and then our assistant lab director is a local, so that's awesome. So she's, they've hired a bunch of people, and we're going to get away from that contract. It just takes a long time to switch over. And then we've also hired federal nurses in the ED, I think 5 of them, so that we can start to get away from the contract. Because I'm very aware. I hear of the complaints on the ED definitely a weekly basis, probably every other day. And we meet with the contractor every week about the concerns with that. I'm down there, Kaylee's down there. Like I said, we do address those, but it's not the same as having full-time invested staff. So we are working hard for that. We're trying to be competitive salary-wise. It's just tough. And then we were able to recruit some people from Winter because people seem to be leaving there for whatever reason, but yeah.
As far as the contracts go, I assume that really cuts into the budgets.
The ED contract is one that's covered out of headquarters. Headquarters and area. So luckily at this time, we're not paying for that one.
Okay.
The other ones, yes, we do pay for, but when I got here, I looked at some of the contracts and we're in the process of rebidding them to make sure that we're not overpaying.
Okay. In regard to the ED, there's talk that a lot of people that are there aren't actual emergencies. So what is your plan for development of a urgent care facility?
Well, to be honest with you, it's more we need the outpatient. It's not even needing an urgent care because a lot of the people yesterday, 2 days ago, a lot of it's sore throat, earache. If they could get into outpatient, they wouldn't have to go to ED. So we're redoing the atrium and it's in here.
That you're taking the pretty Skylight out.
But we're making more room upstairs. So we'll have hallway 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're in the middle of doing a contract for 4 nurse practitioners and then for some outpatient nurses so that we can double our capacity. Because like I keep saying, our goal is to have 10 providers a day. We've been hovering at 4. That's way understaffed for a reservation of this size. Totally understaffed. And it does. It puts pressure on the ED, and then people get irritated because they have to wait long in the ED. It's like a vicious cycle. So that's what we're working on right now. The contract process it's in process right now. So hopefully we can get that rolled out and get the contract. But we do have a hallway 4 now. So it's just 1, 2, 3, and then where Old Women's Health is 4.
Okay. What are the plans for the hospital regarding people who have medication refills that have to get an annual appointment? Because right now we're still doing the call at 8, and if you get in, you get in, and that's really putting a lot of people at risk.
It is, yeah. We came up with a policy, I think maybe 45 days ago because of that. We've also talked about bringing pharmacists into the ED that can prescribe, that can refill some of those meds, and we just are rolling a policy through that could refill those. Because we realize it's not the patient's fault if they can't get in. So we are working on those things, and then once we get the people, the extra staff, it'll be a lot easier. And then when we have more nurses, they can help case manage some of that stuff. So we hope to see some relief in the next 2 months going forward.
For that issue? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned earlier that you guys weren't denying many people, but I do have a tribal member that was denied a referral for a surgery for their hand, and now they're at risk of losing their hand. So I let that person know to go back up there today and
come and see me.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, just for clarification, that was Coalition of Large Tribes that through that day because we were concerned about losing hospital staff that were under contract or probationary. We did justifications on how those positions were needed, and it went pretty fast, so.
That was awesome timing. Thank you.
Totes and Emily.
Good afternoon, Marlene. This is a tough one for me because this is our healthcare. And we get it free. And our providers up there, our nurses, all the way down to those that do the cleaning, they should all be treated equal. And this body here's other than what you're telling us. And we have been over and over again. And I want to repeat some things that you said. You said it isn't perfect. No one is. We have a lot to grow. And then on another hand, you said it is what it is. No, it's not. It isn't what it is. You come and you haven't been down here for a bit to report to us, but when it comes to Indian preference, do you hire our own or do you hire a non-Indian over our own? How do you prioritize that? Can you tell me?
Yeah, I don't. So the panels that come through are not done locally. That's a misnomer. I can't put anybody on a panel. I can't take anybody off a panel. These are all done at the area level or higher. If you have an Indian preference person on there, to get them removed is almost takes an act of Congress. I don't put them together. I don't see them. It's all rated at the area or headquarters HR level. I have nothing to do with that.
Do you give any input?
Nope. I'm not the hiring manager. I don't even see the panels unless I'm hiring for one of my positions that I supervise. Do not see them.
And then Cher just brought something up about, when people go in for their refill. Here's a recommendation. You should have a separate office, maybe give one of the admin offices up and have someone sit there where our patients can go there to get their refills done immediately. And you're doing your renovation there. And I went in, and for an elder, this is very confusing. all you guys have are little signs with arrows pointing. And for our elders that go in there, you know what? They shouldn't have to ask questions. You should have someone up front directing them and telling them instead of trying to have everybody follow arrows. Because it is confusing for some.
Agreed.
And then, how would you rate your staff morale up there?
On a scale of 1 to 10, it's probably a 5. It depends.
And how are you guys working on that staff morale?
I think there's a lot of behavior that some people don't like. It's addressing complaints. There's some things that take a long time to go through. Employees have lots of rights. They have the union. You know, there's employee on employee complaints. Frankly, a lot of the employees have said to me that they feel like their voice doesn't get heard because it takes so long for me to address things. But like I said, I have multiple layers to work through. But I talk with people. I try to get them to, if they don't like the job that they're in, try to move them to a different one. If they want to try a detail, something like that. But it's going to take a long time to turn this around. I mean, it's not something that's going to change overnight.
I know it's not, but it's not happening. And I had a patient call me and tell me one of you administrators went in to the room while she was in there getting triaged. And you literally bitched out the nurse that was in there in front of her. I said, can you put that in writing? And she doesn't want to, just like a lot of our people don't because of retaliation. But you know, we have a meeting scheduled, it's April 2nd with you. I would like some of the employees to sit in on that meeting also. Because, you know, it's easy to BS or lie, and it's hard to tell the truth sometimes. And we have to look out for our own up there, not just our patients. We've had patients almost die in the emergency room. And we just need to figure something out about people who are coming in drunk, intoxicated into the emergency room. It's not fair to sick people when you have someone standing there pulling their pants down, peeing on the floor. Thank you.
Emily and Tammy. Emily and Tammy. Tammy. Emily was before you.
Sorry. Good morning or afternoon, I don't know what time it is. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. Like Coach said, we did get a meeting scheduled next week. We're hoping that it'll be the first of many that we can kind of get a better relationship and communication going. So with that said, I will leave some of my questions for that. Some of my questions may have been answered, so I apologize if they're duplicate. We can move on, but I'm going to sit down so I can read them if that's okay. Sure. So the first one I think, like everybody's already mentioned, is how can we do better on the refill process and also the communication with the patients. We've had several people contacting about they go to Rapid City or go somewhere and then they find out, oh, we can't see you because your referral from IHS was not renewed or something like that. And so it's been, you know, even harder to then get that heard, I guess, or get an appointment or something. So I don't know if, like others have said, if there's something that we can establish specifically for chronic, like cancer patients or, you know, people that need these refills or that are, you know, chronic illnesses or something like that. So that's the first note. I think you've already kind of touched on that one, but I just wanted to add that there's an ongoing big issue there. The second one is we've had the need for collaboration between our health administration and the IHS as far as like maybe patient navigators or some kind of coordination. So, you know, transportation is involved, medication is involved, you know, there's a lot of moving parts and we know the IHS system is very compartmentalized. And so if there's a way that we can establish that. So I might leave that one for the conversation next week, but I just wanted to highlight that's an issue there. Sure. I know Sherry asked kind of the similar question, but I didn't really hear your answer on this, so I'm going to ask it again. With the potential that they're saying cutting to Medicaid and Medicare specifically, and you're saying that we are, you know, 50% with some of the other hospitals in our area saying that they give about 50% or more for third-party billing. So specifically on that one, can you tell us how that would affect if they are cut?
Yeah, I don't see them cutting it right now. Our
No, but
patients,
if they did.
yeah, if they did, we would still be able to cover our necessary operations with what we are billing. Even if we went back to pre-expansion, we would be totally fine. And then Dom and Marissa have done a great job, so shout out to them, getting a lot of people signed up. So yeah, we wouldn't. And then the other thing, your communication point, we are trying to work with a nurse case manager. Like I was saying, in PRC, we detailed somebody in there to help out, to call, because I don't like the no news is good news thing. So I'm asking them, could you, follow up with people regardless. So we are trying that now, but I'll elaborate more on that.
Yeah, it's definitely not helping because we still are getting people that go all the way to Rapid City and other places and are denied, and then, you know that's what.
Yep.
The next question that I would have then, and again, this one might be better for next week, but if there's anything high level that you can mention to us about any planning that you've been having, or are you communicating with any of our local towns? We're hearing a lot about maternity closures or just closures in general, or losing staff, and so this is beyond just the IHS kind of issue. It's obviously a national, local issue, and so are there any high level updates that are any planning or strategizing or communication going on in regards to how that will affect us and how we could pick up any of that, or how we could, mediate any of that?
Yeah, actually the area office, because I've been, doing a lot of local stuff, the area office has been meeting a lot with Cherry County, Winter, the state health department, trying to continue the discussions on our issues with the lack of women's health providers. Hopefully we should be able to pick some up. Luckily, we have a contract. We're in a much better position than Winter was because they weren't able to even do a contract. Luckily, we can continue on with our operations in that regard. But the area is they're the ones having the meetings with Winter and things. But obviously, our operations are still going. They're keeping me updated with that. But right now, we're just going to we're continuing on with our hiring and just trying to hire more people, basically, so we can continue to offer our level of service while coordinating. We do meet with EMS though too, because of, when people are in labor, getting them out of here in time and things like that. But yeah, there's lots of meetings still going.
So kind of part of that, we're also kind of through Health Board coordinate effort regarding pregnancy or mothers and meth use and drug use and things like that. And so that's really on top of our priority as well. If you haven't received an invitation, I want to invite you to the, I'll follow up by email what the date is on that, but we do have a special meeting for that one. Sorry, I must, one more, just had to throw it out there real fast. Could you tell quickly how many services are currently contracted versus staffed locally and things like that? And included in that, what are plans for how soon, if ever, is the ED going to come back under our kind of realm there? And if there's any other updates as far as, we're hearing things about potentially new builds in the ER and expansion and things like that. So I'll end it there. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lunch is served.
We did, there's a mock-up in there. Dave will email it. We're working on the exterior of the building. We funded the project. We funded the design for a new 2-story ED. Wish everybody could see it. But anyway, but once we have the design funded, then we're going to go back and ask for the funding for the actual project. That'll be, 20 million plus. It'll be a big project. But it's desperately needed. So we're working on that. We built into the org chart ED doctor positions, nurse practitioners, and like I said, with the nurse, we've hired nurses. So our plan is, of course, to get away from the contract. We're working on that. We have podiatry, dental, optometry. The telespecialty services are cardiology, neurology, dermatology, rheumatology, endo, and the gastroenterology. At this time, there's no plan to hire on for those telespecialties at this moment, but we will, that could be something down the road when we have the space. The other thing is the footprint. We need that space for primary care providers.
I think that was one of the issues too, is the telehealth is really helping getting that contact with their doctors, but they're not allowed to do the referrals out of IHS. And so that's where the kind of communication piece, I think if we can close that gap a little bit there. Thank you. Definitely.
Yes, thank you. Tammy passed. You have a question?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Lila, then Totes. And then Mike. And Mike. We have a long list, Mike. Got you on there.
Thank you. I'm glad you came today. There's been a lot of concerns and, things that we've been out of the loop with. And it's really important to communicate. One of the things that I witnessed, I've been up to the hospital and, I don't know why people think that we don't deserve a beautiful looking facility. And, I'm like, I nitpick in yards. I do a lot of yard work at home, but we need to do better. I don't like seeing cigarette butts laying all over, or even trash, or just little things, it's annoying, but all of that is a reflection on you guys. And I know you have staff there, not saying maybe you don't have enough, but it's those kinds of things that we look at. And so I just wanted to throw that out there. That's like kind of minor, but it's still something. Secondly, we have a lot of Lakota people who speak our language. And, it seems like they don't get the good treatment, or because some of them, that's their first language and that's who we are. But, that new facility where your construction, that you come in and they're sitting right there. There's a desk there. I don't know why somebody can't sit out there and help these people, because it's confusing. Even for me, I was like, whoa, I didn't know this was gonna happen.
Right.
And they have to sit there and wait, but somebody should be helping them. Because a lot of them, they get big bags of pills and, waiting time. There should be somebody to assist them, because they have to write down what they need, or, what it is. And, just simple stuff to make it faster and help them understand, it's not shut down or nothing, but to make sure they're getting what they need. I also have an issue with supervisors up there telling our people that they can't come to us. I resent that, because they are our tribal members. And if they have an issue, we have a health board here, they should be allowed to come here and voice their concern, because a lot of them that work up there have been there for a long time. And that stability, especially if they speak Lakota, we don't want to lose them. We want them to be, maybe they can be the mediators or something from here to there, but it seems like they get threatened and tell them, don't go down to council. And that really is not right. We need to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
How about your food? Have there been any budget cuts or restraints with the food that the patients are getting there?
The food?
The food.
No.
So they don't have to worry about that, people cooking downstairs?
No.
Okay. And then how, Lila just said, there's that empty desk out there. And you see sometimes, like in front of the old pharmacy, there'd be a place for tissue and a mask, and then a little thing it's not an evaluation. What is your concerns?
Patient satisfaction, yeah.
So how about, and a lot of our people aren't going to do that.
Right.
And it's either for concerns or if they had a good visit.
Yeah.
Put somebody at the front of the hospital and let the people know that, hey, you can come here if you have any concerns or if you had a good visit. Help them, so that way we can find better ways to improve the system, the care of the people. It would really benefit the people, because not not very many of them are actually gonna sit down and read that either. They're looking up at the screen to see if their medicine's done so they can get out.
Right.
So, you know, have somebody there at the front. And I'm gonna address this one, and I don't know if we did or not. But for our cancer patients, I think here we have over 600 with cancer right now. Why can't we have just a separate room for them to go to? Because their immune system is so worn down, even when they come in to get IVs, you know, IVs to give them a boost, or even their medicine. Some have to come in and get shots and different medicines after their chemo. Why can't there be a separate room where they can go directly to, rather than having to have a mask and sit out there and, you know, with their immune system being compromised? Something to look at too.
It's a good point.
But having, you know, someone sit out there for the evaluations, or just to say, hey, how was your care today? Do you have any concerns, or was it good? You know, have that there so that way we can improve and make things better.
Yes.
Okay?
I agree. I agree. And I did receive that feedback too from the president's office about having that. So I will bring that back. I do agree it's confusing. So I take that. I apologize. It's been such a mess. I will make sure someone's out there. Sorry.
I think Mike's next, right?
Mike, yeah.
Mike, you're up.
Are you chairperson now? Yeah, what, you have a cool up there or what?
Oh, now he's roasting you.
Thank you. You already, third-party billing, that's what I want to talk about.
Yeah.
Ask about, primarily,
I'll be back.
Medicaid, not Medicare necessarily, but Medicaid. Myself, how much of your budget is Medicaid itself? Have any idea?
It's a hefty chunk of it between that and what's called our H&C. But I
As a
can
percentage, can you?
probably 40%.
40% of your overall budget is dependent on Medicaid.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna suggest that there probably will be a cut to Medicaid in the form of eligibility. Some people are probably gonna get dropped, you know, single people primarily. You might look at what effect that might have on, you know, your Medicaid, your party billing.
Yeah.
But
I do have a pot of money, like my H&C, I call it. That's what I still pay for my critical stuff out of. So I always have that kitty to pay for like my critical stuff. So yes, definitely.
yeah, and I'm talking in terms of long term, you know.
Yeah.
Or at least till the end of Trump's term.
Yeah. 4 more years.
4 more years, yeah. And, secondly, do you have a working relationship with Sioux University and their nursing program?
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
I can't
Is
talk.
it working well? Can it be better? Is there more that either side can?
I can't talk much about it, but I could bring Callie with me next time. She can talk about it. She works with, I think, 4 or 5 different schools. She's really easy to work with, so but I could bring her next time. She could give a much better update than I could.
And I ask, because I believe in homegrown, you know.
Absolutely.
More than ever before.
Absolutely. Yeah. We get some people from Oglala,
If there's more that we can do from SGU's end, you know.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Agreed.
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah. Right.
Any more questions? No? Okay, Marlene, you can finish your report.
Oh, okay, fully. Let's see. Oh, I just wanted to touch on the governing body. I know there was some questions on that and kind of what it's all about. It's held 4 times a year. It's one of the requirements that we have to have. It's composed of the C-suite people locally, like my team, and then the team at the area level. And the meetings are chaired by Joe Amiat, the area director, and there's an open and a closed session. The health admin director gives her report in the open report, the open session. And then some of the other items include my report, the finance report, the clinical director's report, nursing, quality, safety, infection. 3 of them are held virtually, and then Joe and his whole team come down once a year So we continue to send those invites via the president's office, but I just wanted to let everybody know that.
I was just gonna ask, Lisa?
Yes.
Could we request that those get forwarded to the health board as well?
The what, the governing board minutes?
The governing body invitation, because we've been trying to get to one, for over a year now, and we haven't had the best communication with our health administration. So if we could just get that directly
Is
to the
that
health board.
open to the seat on the governing body board for a tribal seat? Is that for the president?
So other places I've been at, so the tribal president would just forward to who they want.
Because
So
before I remember, I was delegated by President Herman back then to sit on there or go to those meetings.
Yeah,
As
'cause
health board chair.
I've been where other tribal presidents will roll in with like 10 people deep. It's totally up to them. We're more than happy to have, but usually it's like Skyla gives her reports, but they'll open the floor to whoever wants to give reports. Joe opens the floor. So yeah.
It's more again along the lines of better communication and just having a seat at that table.
If it's virtual, the only thing is you have to come over there. I'm not allowed to forward the invite. But I really encourage people to come over. It's a really good.
Yeah, it would definitely be in person. I think the question was the health board wanted to at least have somebody from the health board to go up there.
Yeah.
And we just haven't been able to get we get it after the fact. We're like, oh, I met last week, but we never get it prior to for us to be engaged or be involved.
Got it. Okay, and we can talk about that more next week too. Thank you. And then I'm also I meet weekly with health admin. It was twice a week, Wednesdays for the STI partnership. I meet more, almost daily with the detox staff. And then I meet at least weekly with Skyla to go over any particular issues.
I was just, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was just wondering about the governing boards. I know a couple of CFOs ago, CEOs ago, would allow just the president to go. Then the next one was that they would allow the president to delegate somebody. So I don't know, it's changed. So I didn't know what kind of process.
Yeah, we're
If
happy
we can
to-
send them up, then that would be.
Or just even if we had an update at the meeting next week, and then if it's the president, that's fine too. At least we will know to check with her on those updates.
If it's up to me personally, I don't care. I mean, like I said, when I was at Cheyenne River, there would probably be at least 7, 8 people there. Pine Ridge, not usually, but yeah, other places, I'm fine with either way. I think the more tribal counselors that go, I just want to encourage, it's better, especially if we need any lobbying efforts, things like that. There's things I can't help with, so.
Okay, so that's good to know. Tammy has a question.
This is in regards to prescriptions.
Yes.
So I have a text here that said, why did they stop accepting prescriptions from providers that they have to see in regards to their illness or what's going on with them? And apparently, your guys' providers will not issue the same prescriptions that they have to, we tell them to go back to the provider they were referred to get those.
Is it like to say if we don't have the medicine, or is it we won't fill it? Because usually we fill anything from an outside provider if we have it on the formulary.
It doesn't really say specifically, just that the prescriptions are never filled whenever they're like for a specialty type of deal or whatever.
Yeah, so sometimes when that happens, we might not have it on formulary, but the doctor that they see can do a non-formulary request, and then we can order the medication in. So there is a process to get it.
Okay.
Yeah. And they can, those people can always come to admin to talk to them. That's all I really have. That's
Okay, any other questions? We have a motion to approve her report.
I'll move.
Motion by Sherry. We have a second. Second by Bill. Question by Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
1.
Voting. 3.
Lunch break?
Yes.
I just want to touch base on that housekeeping thing. So, like we said, we were short. We're finally able to turn people through hiring, but we've had other staff members step up and pick up overtime to help with the cleaning, because I agree with you. That's like basic humanity stuff. So we had, shout out to the employees that are watching, I know you're watching, that have picked up shifts and have agreed to help clean, so I thank my employees.
Thank you. It's like a mash unit up there. Ben has a question.
I just had a quick question real quick. It was brought up, well, a while back here, but it was a concern about showing tribal IDs up there. There was I guess a policy, I think, I'm not sure, but I don't know. I always try to, I guess, debunk it before I can actually ask and stuff. 'Cause I know they go by chart numbers and also your date of birth and stuff. So I don't know if that was something that changed up there or something, but yeah, because apparently something. Yeah,
I debunked it last week.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they said when they went up there, they had to show their tribal ID, and I said, I don't think they should be showing their tribal ID. And they said, yeah. So I was like, okay, well, but it must, I don't know. So I would try to debunk it to make sure that there's a chart number and date of birth, and you'll know where it's at. So, but yeah, so just make sure. Okay, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's come back in.
See you next week.
Yeah.
Here you are, sir.
1 hour council.
1 hour.
1 hour.
Thank you. Thanks for Oh, I want to follow up you on that.
Where did these come from?
Okay. Yeah, smile on that. Probably from.
No, they're from Charles's daughter. She was selling these for Taya.
Oh.
She was selling these for the school, so he bought
Straight up.
And then are the,
Yeah, I see you got chocolate.
I got carrot. Yeah, it's a chocolate carrot or.
yeah, because we're doing a big,
Tina.
I got confetti.
Yeah, so you'll see that USA stuff, they want to try to come and meet with you guys, but they haven't been able to reach the president.
okay.
So, just FYI. See you.
Do you guys have anybody with babies or who are pregnant with?
Are okay.
Yep, and then,
Let me fire my computer here, hold on.
Taco bus up there?
Yep, Taco Bus is in town.
They're back there, they're just waiting for us.
Oh.
Any other questions? Call for the question.
Can you repeat the motion so that the people know what's going on?
Yeah, I can.
Your mic on?
No. I made a motion to direct Eric to contact Steven Sandoval to, how did we word that again?
For his availability.
For his availability to assist council. Do I need to say it?
Assist council. Just to assist council.
To assist council.
We don't put names in it.
And it was seconded by
Yes. Any more discussion? Mike?
Did I hear the name Stephen Sandoval?
Yes, Sandin.
Man, do we really want to get mixed up with that guy?
Well, I did ask for a list of available attorneys be presented to council for the issue that we spoke about. And I wasn't provided a list of available attorneys. So that was the one that was recommended to me.
I strongly recommend against having anything to do with that guy. He's caused nothing but problems for the tribe over the years.
Okay, that's fine. I'll rescind that motion, but Wayne, do you have a suggestion? Because we do need to get this process started.
Because we do need to get this process started.
I don't know, there's all kinds of lawyers, I don't know. Who do you want to use? Gary Couture that you use, there's, the guy from Valentine, all the rights. What else do you use? What else do you use?
Go with Budgetary.
Mike, do you have a suggestion? I have a list right here for the bar.
Yeah, really, Tammy, I'm sorry, but you know, anybody but that guy.
Okay, that's fine.
Seriously.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I have a list that I just Googled of the Sioux Bar Association. I don't know if that's helpful for you.
Okay.
I don't know any of them, but I just Googled it and that's what came up.
Okay, because we do need to get, I mean, okay, so Wayne did set the funds aside for this. And we do need to start that process. So do you guys have any recommendations of available attorneys? Somebody that we could reach out to.
Who has done that before? Our Attorney General office?
No.
Sandoval did it last time.
Would be appropriate to bring options back, because I don't even know. Yeah.
I mean, I've asked for options though, Emily. I mean, I've sent emails, you know, and haven't got any response.
Well, no, I just meant like if you're gonna ask Eric to do that, can he just provide options or can he reach out to, or do we need to tell him who to reach out to?
Well, since the last time we discussed this, I did ask for a list of attorneys, right, Wayne?
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't provided any. We can try, let's see. Petrola, Argenbright, and who's the other one? Anybody else have a recommendation? I can make the motion to, you know, direct Eric to reach out to at least a couple of them.
What's it for? Why are we hiring an attorney? I'm sorry, I walked in. I missed out.
He was here when the motion was made to get one.
Oh, well, well.
Milo, do you have a suggestion?
No, but
An attorney. Forgive me, but. an
Hold on,
attorney
Tammy
to
still has the
do
floor.
what? Remind me.
Okay,
I was advised to make a motion to, hire an attorney for council to, for personnel issues.
Over personnel issues.
In regards to the removal of our president, to start the process of the removal of the president of the tribe.
Oh,
That's what it's about.
okay.
So, and then I'm making.
Well,
that
I
motion.
would recommend Pachoda.
Okay, I'll make that motion to reach out to Terry Pachoda to see if he is available.
Want Eric to do it?
Yes. To assist council.
On a personnel issue, or just leave it at to assist council?
To assist council.
Second. Second by Totes, discussion.
Yeah, I'm curious. I just have a curious question. How do we go about discussing what was discussed during executive session if something was said about the executive session on open air like right now? Can we even go forward with it? Because you pretty much just said what was talked about in the executive session now, so how do we go about that?
Right, Eric Seldon.
I didn't discuss what was said.
You did though. You just told him exactly why we're getting the thingy, and that was discussed in the executive session. So, and you brought it up, the removal of the president. That wasn't discussed on the floor, that was discussed in an executive session, so how do we go about that?
Don't have any. Lima.
There was, Wayne, myself, who else was involved in that? Anyway, when this happened in 2015, this is kind of because we went through this whole process. What this thing we're talking about now does not come until things are put, a case is made. And this is the very end of it. It's backwards. And when it goes, when they look at it, there's an ethics committee that has to have all this in place. And once that's done, and then that committee finds valid reason, then that committee is the one who tells council, you need to do A, B, C. These are 3, 4, I'm not saying whatever, but they find, if they find something against the Constitution, criminal, whatever, then they tell council, there's 3 charges here. Council has to deal with it. And that's what ethics does. And when it comes here and then there's an attorney and all that, then council decides that after they bring it, their hearing. So we're backwards. And I don't think we should do this today because it's not, there's nothing there. And, I'm saying that because we went through it. So if there's something that needs to be done, it has to be done following that process. And, even on us, so there has to be charges moved forward by ethics. And then the hearing, then all that goes into play. So we're kind of backwards today. We don't know what it is. I don't know if there's anything there or what it is, but it has to be proven by the ethics committee. They're the ones who have to bring it to us. So whatever it is that has to be compiled or whatever has to go to them, not us. We're not the hearing people. And then when it gets here, then the lawyer is brought up. So we're kind of backwards, and I'm just cautioning us because it's backwards and we don't have anything in front of us yet, or, you know, and it's a real tedious process, very tedious. And right now, I'm not even sure if we have an ethics committee. I don't think we do.
I think we do, they just
haven't met. Yeah.
Well, we are it because we have two as well.
Yeah, so we're it anyway, but I don't think it should, we need that ethics committee, we need to get them going. We gotta go back all the way there, cause it should be then, you know, cause that's not, you know, to me, I feel like that's not our responsibility here, is knowing what we had to go through. And, you know, I don't know how, like an advisor, or how you're gonna do an advisor, but you have to send your complaints to. So it's backwards.
And Wayne and then Mike.
Yeah, correct. So there should be a special meeting on it, and then that individual in this case would have to be recused. And then we'd have to hear the case and decide on what the infringements are according to the removal clause. And of course, our in-house attorney has to be giving us direction. And then even on how you'd pick an attorney to represent the hearing, which hasn't gone that far. And we haven't even got, unless that day that I wasn't here, we haven't necessarily got the process explored, told to us. So I would just, honestly, I just think that we move to table this. We have a lot of other stuff on our agenda.
Motion by Wayne to table,
Okay.
second by Marion, question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
1.
Not voting.
4.
Wait, no, I think.
Not voting. 2. They're not.
You only here?
15 here.
Okay.
What was the vote? 10, 4? 10, 1, 4. Thank you.
Okay, should we move forward with resolutions? You want to do yours?
Good.
Okay.
Thank you, Council. I got about 7 resolutions here. They all should be really easy to do, hopefully. This first resolution I'm passing out has to deal with the motion that we made last council meeting where we moved the programs that were funded under the casino budget to the general account budget. So what this resolution does is it amends the general account budget, adds those programs to the general account, and increases the general account budget by $603,000. And we're going to increase the revenue side of the general account budget by $603,000 from the TELP fees that we've earned over the years. So then we'll have a balanced budget. And we'll move $603,000 worth of programs to the general account, and we're going to cover it by the TELP fees for $603,000. And this resolution amends the resolution that approved the general account to do that. So,
Finance, motion to amend? Or do you have a question? Motion to amend by Mike, resolution 2024-242. Second by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3,
Oh,
4.
I'm sorry, I need a question. I'm sorry, Malia. Question by Totes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
thank you. Thank you, council. Now these programs can start getting their bills paid. And it's just a minute. Okay. The next one I have for you is, whenever we use LATC funds, we have to do it by resolution. And a while back, we appropriated $360,000 of LATC funds for the $300 elderly bonus that was given out. When all the elderlies were paid, we paid out a total of $387,300. So I need to reconsider and amend Resolution 2024-162 and increase the amount from $360,000 to $387,300.
Motion by Totes to reconsider and amend. Second by Marion, question by Chris.
Resolution that was passed was just a motion. So I need this resolution passed so that, because all LATC funds require a resolution. So the amount of funds that were paid out for the Christmas cash awards was $75,811.82. I don't know where the 82 cents comes from, but that's to get taxes, I guess.
Mike.
We should, I know this was an oversight, but, you know, in our exuberance to pass a motion like this, you know, we didn't do it correctly. For this amount of money, it's a serious oversight. Nothing to be taken lightly. It's a lot of friggin' money.
So we just need to have it as emergency legislation, and we'll pass it.
I'll move.
Motion by Mike for emergency. Second by Totes, question by Lila. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
0. Now we need a motion to approve.
We have a number?
Oh, I'm sorry. 66.
If you want, I'll read it in.
Makes the motion. Motion by Michelle to approve, seconded by Emily.
I'll start with the fifth whereas. Whereas on December 11th, 2024, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council made the following motion. Motion by Lila Kelsen to approve for Christmas cash awards $1,500 for all employees across the board that received $500 will now receive $1,000 more. As recommended by the Personnel Committee, seconded by Totes Juan, questioned by Michelle Hollowhorn there. The vote was 11 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 not voting. Motion was carried. And whereas the treasurer recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council designate the FY 2025 LATC account, local assistance and tribal consistency funds for the source of funds for the 2024 Christmas cash awards in the amount of $75,811.82. Now therefore be resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and accepts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council designate the FY 2025 LITC account, local assistance and tribal consistency funds for the source of the funds for the 2024 Christmas cash awards in the amount of $75,811.82. It also resolved the president and treasurer of the tribe are authorized delegates respectively are authorized and directed to sign and execute all and any necessary documents to transfer the LITC funds for the 2024 Christmas cash awards.
Discussion. Mike.
Wayne, is there a slight possibility that this could become an audit finding?
Not if you pass this.
I mean, the fact that we're doing it after the fact.
No, I don't think so. I hope not. But the reason why it has to be done today is our quarterly report is due Monday. So,
I understand that.
So yeah,
I was concerned about, the problem. With that backwards, basically.
We should be okay, I hope. I mean, we should be
okay. Put that in the record.
For the record. Any more discussion? Call for the question. Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Either this next resolution has to do with the HIP down payment assistance program. This resolution was already passed, and it's resolution 2023-3006. But if you get on to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the sixth whereas, the Sichongo Co needs to be taken out. So it should go forward to awarding funds in partnership with Tatanka funds. Sichongo Co will be removed. So this needs to be reconsidered and amended.
And on the second page too, the B before.
Oh, yeah, yes, and the be it further resolved, second to the last one on the second page, Sichongo Co is also taken out of that too.
We have a motion to reconsider and amend by Mike, seconded by Wayne. Any discussion? Call for the question by Charles. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Here you go.
Oh,
This-
sorry.
The next resolution has to do with Head Start, and I'll give you the basics of it, but if you have any details, I think Toads can kind of fill it in, but Head Start had a couple employees that belong to the Council for Professional Recognition. It's a certifying agency that these guys have to apply for to get a license so that they can do professional counseling for the staff and the students that are out there. And in order for them to get these certifications, then they have to, the tribe has to sign this agreement and be a part of this association. Well, Eric read it, that this agreement is fine, but the only reason why it requires a resolution is because it waives the tribe's sovereign immunity. And the language is fine, it's just the fact that it waives it, it requires a resolution. So that's why it's here. And if you read the last big whereas on the first page, that's the waiver. All disputes, claims, and disagreements between the council and this entity will be resolved by direct good faith negotiations. If not resolved, then the matter shall be submitted to a non-binding mediation administered by the American Arbitration Association. If the parties do not reach resolution by mediation, then upon notice of either party to the other party, all disputes, claims, and disagreements shall be settled by arbitration administered by the American Arbitration Association in accordance with the provisions of the commercial arbitration rules. And any hearing will take place in Washington, D.C., provided that this dispute resolution procedures of section 4.5 shall not apply on multiple party or class-wide basis. And pursuant to our Constitution, the only way that any kind of waiver can be granted is through the tribal council resolution. So that's why it's Toots has any more to explain about it, but they've been trying to get this signed, but we can't sign it without a resolution waiving sovereignty.
Is everybody okay with that? Eric and then Mike, or not Eric, Emily and then Mike.
That's all I was gonna ask, is if Eric reviewed it.
Yeah.
He drafted it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Mike.
Eric, are we ready to move on it?
Yep. Motion for emergency?
I'll move for emergency.
Motion by Mike for emergency legislation, seconded by Totes. Question. Question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13.
Opposed?
Just making copies, we didn't all get copies of it.
What is the number?
67.
Opposed. One.
Not voting.
Yeah.
Need a motion to approve. By Mike? Motion to approve 2025, the number is 67. The second. Okay. Totes. What's he gonna read it in?
She has a copy of it.
I don't even have a
You
copy.
have a copy of it?
English?
I don't have a copy of it.
I read it in, but I don't have a copy.
Okay, so. I'll start with the sixth whereas. Should I just wait till we all get copies?
Go ahead. We believe you.
The Rosebud tribe. Yeah, I don't know that.
Doubting yourself.
Get going.
The Rosebud Tribe Head Start program requests the Rosebud Tribal Council approve the agency CDA Professional Development Specialist Agreement with Council for Professional Recognition. With the Rosebud Tribe Head Start program to provide independent contractors to be employed by the entity as agency CDA Development Specialists. And where the council will assist the fee of $100 per candidate CDA verification visit or $150 per paper exam administration. Total fee shall not exceed,
I'm not sure what that amount is. Do you know, Toads?
there's no number in there.
There's no number in there because it just depends. Some years they might have 10 that they work with and they get 100 for each one. Some years it might be 8. So it just varies. That's why there's no amount. Losing you, Chris.
We'll just do it as amended, and then once we get that amount, we'll plug it into the resolution.
All right, as amended. For a 2-year period, beginning with the signed acceptance date of this service agreement. Where all disputes, claims, or disagreements between the council and the entity will be resolved by direct good faith discussions. If not resolved, then the matter shall be submitted to non-binding mediation administered by the American Arbitration Association. And if the parties do not reach a resolution by mediation, then upon notice by either party to the other, all disputes, claims, and disagreements shall be settled by the arbitration administration administered by the American Arbitration Association in accordance with the provisions of its commercial arbitration rules. And any hearings will take place in Washington, D.C., provided that dispute resolution procedures of this section 4.5 shall not apply on a multiple party or class-wide basis. Whereas the agreement may be terminated for any reason or no reason by a written notice of either party, effective as of the day of the delivery of a written notice. And whereas the council will defend, indemnify, and hold the entity, employees, and agents harmless against any liability arising from the negligence of the council or any claims by any third party against the entity arising from or related to any claimed violations of the council. Whereas as an entity rendering a service, we agree to defend and indemnify and hold the council employees and agents harmless against any liability arising from my negligence or any claim by a third party against the council arising from or related to criminal or claimed violations of local, state, federal laws and the performance of our employees' responsibilities as an agency, PD specialist. And whereas the Rosebud Tribe Law and Article Title 4, Chapter 2, Section 4-2-1, Sovereign Immunity, provides that except as required by federal law or the Constitution and bylaws of the tribe are specifically waived by a resolution or ordinance of the tribal council making specific references to such. The Rosebud Tribe and its officers and employees shall be immune from suit and any civil action for any liability arising from the performance of their official duties. And whereas the tribe agrees to a waiver of its sovereign immunity and agrees that the provisions providing the dispute resolution and the agreement, and furthermore agrees will be governed by the construed in accordance with the law of the Rosebud Tribe, and therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Tribal Council adopts and approves the recommendation of the RST Budget and Finance committee to enter into the agreement with council for professional recognition with the Rosebud Tribe Head Start Program, and also be it further resolved, the Rosebud Tribe authorizing and directs the president of the Rosebud Tribe to sign and execute the agreements on behalf of the Rosebud Tribe.
Thank you, Chris. Any discussion? Mike?
That last whereas by itself seems a little problematic the way it's worded. Getting back to page one, the last whereas, where it talks about arbitration and then it goes all the way up to the American Arbitration Association, blah, blah, blah. That seems to imply that that's where the final word is determined. And then we've got this clause that waives our sovereign immunity. Either that clause isn't needed, or it should say something to the extent that the tribe agrees to a waiver of sovereign immunity in this arrangement only, or something like that. You know what I mean?
I
Waiver's
agree.
got to be specific to the.
I agree, so it should say, it waives their sovereign immunity, and it has to be limited to what it says in that whereas.
Yeah. I don't know what the proper wording would be.
Could we do as
But
amended?
the way
and have Eric-
it's written now, I don't know, it seems to.
Yeah. You want to amend it? Say as amended?
Yeah, I can move it on, so. We're going
Oh,
down.
we already did it as amended, just put in that plugged amount anyway.
Amend it again.
And then do we need to take out that budget and finance
Times
part,
two?
not go to
Yeah.
budget
Yeah.
finance?
Okay. Double amended. Any more discussion? Call for the question. Emily. Not Eric.
Well, I was dating everything for the 26th.
Definitely not. Oh, I'm sorry. You have a question?
Why do we have to vote? Or-
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. All
I
in
was
favor?
confused, I was like-
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
2,
Not voting.
1.
11-2.
This next resolution, I don't know a whole lot about, but I think Lila can help shed some light here, but apparently the elderly nutrition program is applying for their state program monies again this year. It's for $326,839. And then in that, the tribe agrees to a match of $123,000. They did work with Lynette and Myrna, so that match, the match is covered in our general account. That's about as much as I know about the grant. So if you have any other questions, I think Lila might be the answer.
Lila, will this, if they are gonna get this funding, right? Or is it just applying?
This came to social services on Monday, and it needs to be approved today because they have a deadline, I believe, Monday or Friday to turn this in.
Will the funding help, some of the centers that have been closed, like I think Oak Creek's, is closed to a couple of other communities?
We talked about that, and she said that, there, I think, I forgot how many centers, but they're gonna use this to get to everybody as much as they can.
Bring it on as an emergency?
Yeah.
Motion by Lila for emergency legislation, seconded by Totes. Question? Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 0.
Can I read it?
68, right? Motion to approve 2025-68 by Lila. Second. By Mike. Go ahead and read it in.
I'll go to the fourth whereas the state of South Dakota has requested applications for the grant agreement Department of Social Services, Division of Long-Term Services and Support, DSS Agreement Number 9193-657-020 for the period of performance from June 1st, 2025 to May 31st, 2026 for the purpose of and provision of supplemental provisions for nutrition services senior meals program. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Elderly Nutrition Program will be applying for a total project cost of $326,839.66 for the project period June 1st, 2025 to May 31st, 2026, with the state Title III request in the amount of $203,850.20 and a mandatory Rosebud Sioux Tribe match of $123,021.99, $60,000 local match, and $63,021.66 tribal supplement. Whereas the agreement requires the tribe to abide by and comply with all federal and state law in the administration of grant funds. And whereas the federal law requires a tribe to unequivocally and clearly express any waiver of the sovereign immunity in writing.
That right there doesn't have to be changed.
We need to change this.
Would amend it?
We can amend it, huh?
Yeah,
Remove it?
not a waiver of sovereign immunity.
Yeah.
And it's unequivocally clearly expresses any waiver.
Any waiver of sovereign. So Eric can, that was
As amended.
So therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the submission of the agreement with the state Dakota Department of Social Services Division of Long-Term Services and Supports. DSS 9193-657-020 for the period of performance from June 1st, 2025 to May 31st, 2026, with the express exception that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe does not agree or accept to the jurisdiction of support from the state of South Dakota. And be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe hereby commits to the required match in the amount of $60,000 and a tribal supplement in the amount $63,021.66 for a total tribal match amount of $123,021.99. And be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe expressly states that the tribe does not approve, accept, or agree to the provisions of the agreement requiring the tribe to submit to the jurisdiction of the court of the state of South Dakota. And be it further resolved that the tribe agrees to the application of state and federal law to the agreement to the extent the agreement requires the tribe to abide and comply with all federal and state law in the administration of grant. And therefore, and be it finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the agreement with the state of South Dakota, the Social Services Division of Adult Services and Aging for the provision of the Senior Meals Program for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
Any discussion? Can Eric review or have input?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you ask that Eric review it? Because if not, then that doesn't happen, look at that sovereign immunity.
We need, yeah, we can send it back.
Well, we, did it as amended, then he can go take a look at it. Mike.
I think I got two comments. Funding, notice that the funding sources there are $203,000 from the state. We're required to for a match of $123,000. Now, normally that would be $60,000 local match. That would be the requirement. But in addition to that, I'm assuming that the tribe supplemented the program with $63,000. And doing an extra $63,000 out of our own pocket, right?
And both of those are included in the general account.
Right, okay. So just for your information. But then secondly, this is a program where waiver of sovereign immunity was really controversial. And the way it's dealt with, if you look at that 6 or 7 whereas there, where it says federal law requires the tribe to unequivocally and clearly express any waiver of sovereign immunity in writing. Note, underline federal law. And then if you look at under the therefore be resolved, that last sentence, with the express exception, the Rosebud Sioux tribe does not agree to the jurisdiction of the courts of the state of South Dakota. So on one hand, we're waiving sovereign immunity to comply with federal law, but on the other hand, the document we're signing says that, we will not go to state court.
Yeah, it conflicts with itself, and that's what Wayne brought up, the issue.
That was the way we solved this whole jurisdictional waiver of sovereign immunity thing. Right. The state over the years.
So we read it as amended to have Eric go and.
I'm sure Eric will have no problem with it.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
2.
Not voting. 0.
I have one last resolution here, because our guests are on there, but this is the resolution that authorizes the contract services of the counselor for that SDRP program. That's the program that provides the services for veterans that Clifford runs. Tammy used to be a employee, but this last year she went under contract, and because her contract is over $25,000, it requires a resolution. Resolution is get attached, a copy of her contract is attached.
Wait.
Yeah.
Is there one more for Head Start? Thought there was 2.
There's 2 more, but they're under personnel.
Oh, okay, we just didn't get to them yet?
Wayne, where's it at? Wayne, where's it at? You guys want to go off air for this? It is a contract and it has wages on it, or?
Yep.
Mike.
Yeah, Wayne, these, the fee for these services will be paid out of the grant, right?
Correct.
It doesn't clearly say that in here, so.
Yeah, it comes in on the grant, and she's an employee of the.
That grant was initially under, Cynthia Glushka, and then it went to Redco.
They moved it over, they were.
Yeah, it went to Redco and then.
Basically.
Yeah, it went to Redco and then it went to social services, and I think now they're a standalone, I think. Yeah.
They were never under the jurisdiction of SDU.
No,
They were using
just,
our
yeah.
facilities, yeah.
That's not true, Mike. They actually received the grants and everything.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. And then this is what happened.
But then the grant went, somewhere else.
The year before last, the director submitted the situation grant, where he put the Rosebud Sioux tribe down with the grants from the.
Oh, okay.
That's how it transferred over here.
Grass smoke.
What's needed?
Motion for emergency. Motion for emergency by Mike, seconded by Totes. Question?
Did you clarify if we had to go off air, or are we just gonna?
You guys want to?
Just retract that part when he's reading it into?
Not unless somebody's got a problem with it.
Last time there was issue about having personal information because there's wages and personal names in here. So I didn't know if you just weren't gonna say those on air.
Well, when you read it, just omit
The name?
That's what I was asking.
the name and amount.
We could do that.
I don't think you have to omit the amount, just omit the name.
I guess we'll go and get it on the floor now, read it.
Question. I need a question for emergency legislation. Question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion to approve 2025-69. Is there a mover?
I'll move.
I have Michelle, second. Lila. Go ahead and read it in.
Thanks. I'll start from the seventh, whereas the Sioux Vocational Rehabilitation Program, SVRP, provides counseling and case management services for individuals with disabilities who are experiencing barriers to the employment on the Rosebud Reservation, which is funded by a grant from the United States Department of Education. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council recommends the approval of the agreement of a 12-month employment contract for the year 3 to retain the services of resume attached, who provides career counseling to an individual seeking assistance as staff employee with the SVRP outlined in the employment contract 10/1/24 to 9/3/25. SVRP will pay a total of, on bi-weekly basis, SVRP will pay after the 15th and last day of each month for 12 months. SVRP will be seeking authorization for the employment contract on an annual basis. And whereas consultant will be attending and representing the conferences to the Sioux Vocational Rehabilitation Program. Therefore, be resolved that Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves and authorizes the Sioux Vocational Rehabilitation Program to enter into a 7-month employment contract with, in the amount to provide career counseling services to individuals with disabilities experiencing barriers to employment on the Rosebud Reservation for the remainder of 2025. And be it also resolved, the president of the tribe or its authorized delegate are authorized and directed to sign and execute any document pertaining to the purchase of this. I don't know what that's about. Any necessary documents,
For the
period.
purchase of a steel building?
Yeah.
She's buying us a building.
Strike the steel
Way to
building.
use the salary as amended. Wayne, as amended?
Yeah.
Prices are gonna be high. Lila?
Thank you. I have, Chicago Child and Family Services here. And can we do this?
Yeah, we're still on this one right now, yeah. Any more discussion on this contract? Call for the question. So hopefully she purchases before the tariffs come in. Call for the question. Tammy, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
0-1. That's all you have?
Thank you, council. It's all I've mailed out my monthly reports to you all. You should have on your email. If you want hard copies, I have hard copies here, so thank you.
OJ is here and we have Jennifer Weddle online at 3, but do you want to do your resolution quickly? Okay. You have copies?
I don't know. It's just a 1 page. She needs some copies? Yeah.
Anybody need a quick break while she makes copies?
Yeah.
Hey, maybe we'll just sit down. Just get to it.
Let's just sit down and where is it? Is it a big one? You know?
We'll find out.
Happy Black Bear and Party Ida Archambault here. And I wanted them to just tell you what it's about. It's not putting us in any kind of jeopardy or anything, but they'll be talking with the state on Title 40.
Why don't we get it started and then they can, motion for emergency? Motion for emergency? Motion for emergency legislation by Lila, second by Totes. Question? Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
3.
Motion to approve, Lila,
Motion to approve.
second. Marion,
What was the number?
70.
Thank you.
Go ahead and read it in, Lila, then we'll go into
Okay.
discussion.
I'll start second, whereas the tribal governing body of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council, exercising power and authority under the tribal constitution. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has chartered an organization under the tribal council known as Sioux Child and Family Services. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has delegated to that entity the Rosebud Sioux Tribe's governmental and sovereign power to plan, design, implement, and evaluate child welfare service that will strengthen and empower Wakanja children, Tiwahed families, and Teoshpaya communities. Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe designates Sioux Child and Family Services to explore Wakanja welfare tribal state agreement opportunities with South Dakota Department of Social Services, South Dakota DSS, and other partners. Be it further resolved that the Wakanja Welfare Tribe State Agreement be brought before the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council for review and approval. Kathy,
Discussion. Hello. Want to go ahead? Oh, yeah, she's going to go ahead.
So, hello, everybody. I'm Kathy Blackbear, and this is just a resolution asking us to, giving us permission to start talking to the South Dakota Department of Social Services about a tribal state agreement. And if they present us with a good plan or whatever that we want to enter into, we'll come back and we'll present it to you so that you can, agree or, help us amend it or whatever we need to do. But at this time, this resolution is just giving us the opportunity to go out and start talking to South Dakota Department of Social Services.
Question?
Thank you. Just, hello, Christine. I just wanted to clarify. So this isn't obligating us to anything. It's just to allow you guys to start this process of conversation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, dude. Thank you guys for coming. I guess, yeah, I'm supportive of what you guys wanting to do and stuff. I just, some concerns about, especially with the state, with agreements and sovereignty. That comes up a lot on this thing here too. So we want to make sure that, we are mindful of that. And then also maybe talking with Eric, I think, to make sure that, anything that they present, doesn't have to do anything with the, having you guys sign your, to say, hey, you guys, if we sue you guys, we can take you to the state court, stuff like that. That's kind of what we are looking for. So just to be mindful of that.
Right.
Anyway,
We will not enter into any kind of agreement until we present it to the council again.
Emily.
Sorry, I just had a follow-up. Do we need to make a motion or add it to the motion of approval to offer Eric's assistance for the department since he's like counsel for the council?
Yeah, he will.
Okay, that's
You do it anyway, yeah.
fine. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
Any more discussion? Call for the question. Chris? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
11-0-1 pass.
they want to go through and shake hands.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming.
Okay, also, I just have one more.
Which one is that one?
This is for the.
Is it in our folders?
Yeah, it's in your folders. It's the, it's the one where the, second page, it's in your social service part.
Thank you.
And then it's the second page where it says the, MOU between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and the Root Cares Work Camps.
Okay.
And this is from Elderly Affairs.
So it's 2 of 2 on the second page of the packet.
Yeah.
We had this binder too.
Oh, was it in there?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's the second. Yeah,
2 of
it's the
2.
second, yeah. So,
Did we already do the first one or do we start?
that one we already did.
Oh, yeah, with the
Yeah.
senior.
So this one is, from Elderly Affairs for the summer camp where those kids come and they help fix houses.
Motion for emergency?
Motion for emergency legislation.
By Lila, seconded by Totes. Question? By Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Okay, so.
Motion to approve? By Lila,
Yeah, motion to approve.
second. By Chris. Go ahead and read it in.
Okay. Fourth, whereas the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe recommends that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council adopt and approve the 2025 co-sponsor application memorandum of agreement, the MOU between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the co-sponsor, and Group Cares Work Camps to make repairs to dozens of homes during a 1-week period. And whereas the MOU provides that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will commit to provide a minimum of $30,000 for building materials and add additional $5,000 as Group Cares conducts additional site writing, event, and work descriptions. And whereas the Group Cares responsibility will include a national campaign soliciting volunteers to accomplish work at sites selected by co-sponsor, overall management, administration of training and construction, and a final camp settlement documents. The funding sources is from the RST Elder Affairs General Account. And whereas each party shall be solely responsible and liable for its respective claims, debts, obligations, and liabilities. Neither party will hold the other liable for damage or injuries as a result of the neglect acts of the other. Each party agrees to indemnify and hold the other party with respect to any loss, claim, liability, or cost defending the same, including reasonable attorney fees and expenses, and each party agrees to provide adequate liability insurance. And whereas nothing in this MOU waiver or limits sovereign immunity of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe under federal or state statutory or constitutional law, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts the recommendation of the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and approves the 2025 co-sponsor application memorandum of agreement, the MOU between the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, the co-sponsor, and the Group Cares Work Camp to make repairs to dozens of homes during a 1-week period. The funding source is from the RST Elderly Affairs General Account. And be it also resolved that an authorized delegate from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe President's Office and the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Elderly Affairs Office are designed as the point of contact for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Now be it finally resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to sign and execute any and all documents related to the memorandum of understanding with Group Cares.
Discussion. Emily.
Thank you. I just had a question. Since there's like nobody will hold anybody liable and things like that, I'm just wondering who's protecting the elders in this situation? Last, a couple of years ago, when I first got on council, there were some complaints coming in as far as like the work that was being done wasn't really meeting standards, specifically with like handicap ramps or things like that. They were like way too steep, and although it's a free service, we thought that maybe we could provide a little bit of a better standard for our elders, especially since they're the ones that are gonna be really needing these ramps and things like that. So is there any way that we can ensure like a standard of whatever is gonna, whatever's gonna happen?
Is there a rep from group cares that can kind of come and ensure that standards will be made?
Clifford was in Congress.
But from the actual group, from the other group?
Yeah.
Or maybe one of our local inspectors to kind of work with them.
Look at
But I think it's a great opportunity. I don't want to pass up on it, but I got sent pictures of like a ramp that was literally like this, and there's no way that elder in a wheelchair is going to be able to.
Yeah, we can have somebody bring them in, and then we could probably use maybe ARPA or somebody to go and look at, because you'll be in your community.
Yeah, I have a recommendation. What's that program from, that's out of the CD right now, elderly protection? Can we have some look into it? Because they're already with the tribe and it kind of falls into those same criteria, so I think that'd be that's just the idea. And plus the ladies from North Sioux, so.
You want to add a whereas in there, amend it to include a
If we
whereas?
could, I definitely don't want to pass up on it. I just wanted to add a little bit more protection in there, so we have some kind of standards.
We could amend it to add a whereas. How should I word that, Emily?
I don't know if you recommend that they work with some kind of.
The elderly protection team?
Yeah.
Is that what,
I just was more, I'm not so worried about like the siding and stuff, but it was like the ramps and the handicap accessible things that they were doing.
Yeah, that's why, the elderly nutrition, elderly protection, they would be able to have, some type of data on that too, because they deal with stuff like that, like even a ramp like that, that's considered elderly abuse, And so they deal with things like this on a daily, so I feel like they might have information for that, so.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
we can.
So we'll add the last whereas, group cares work with elderly protection, RST elderly protection, to ensure that all standards are made? Is that, okay. That all construction standards are
Building standards.
Building standards, okay. All building standards and compliant, are in
Maybe
compliance?
have to do like the disability standards, and I'm not sure if that's the right term, but.
Building standards are in compliance.
Are in compliance, okay.
Okay.
As amended.
Thank you.
Call for the question. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike.
That's $30,000 in building materials. Is that in the program budget?
Right
from that, we jump straight to.
This is that, work camp, and Mike's asking if, and that 30,000 is in the general account, it says elderly affairs, general account.
Yes, no, we just.
For building materials.
In the general account.
We're not gonna have to find any money, right?
No, it's in their general account.
Okay. Any other further questions?
Questions?
Mike, questions? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, council, we'll move on to OJ Stevens report, River Bluffs.
And we'll continue resolutions after. Okay, thank you.
OJ.
Good afternoon, council. Glad to see everybody.
Good afternoon.
Usual. I'm OJ. I can kind of give you an update of where we're at. It's been really, since the last time I was here, I think we put out like 1,000 different flyers. Online also is Jennifer Whittle in Dell Labrador. They're actual general counsel for the Coalition of Large Tribes. Some of the things that we've been doing is tracking, well, first of all, start back. one of the main concerns when we were here last time was Haskell and Mississippi. All of Haskell and Mississippi facilities and workers have been hired back. So they're all back at work. As you know, HHS did a termination of a lot of people. We were able to speak to Mr. Kennedy, and we were able to get anything that had to do with the tribes stopped. So everybody, I heard NCI today that they weren't there. But we have a continual working relationship. We're having meetings next week and the week after. We're going to be meeting with North Dakota senators, South Dakota senators, Idaho senators, all of the senators and congressional people within a coalition of large tribes. And we're actually taking and putting in our requests as far as protection of a budget, increasing our federal law enforcement, and Jen has a better deal on that. Electrification, we were able to get, secure some of that. I think we're going okay now on ASP.
Yeah, with that TEP grant, we just submitted a letter last week to Mercer and onto our congressionals. But the last I heard from Brian, he said that it looks good, but they still haven't gotten the go-ahead to spend it yet. But
okay, that's something we can work on when we get up to DC. We had a big meeting on BIE. One of the things that I learned at the meeting is even our tribes don't agree on what to do. What we asked them to do is each tribe submitted their own resolutions and their own letters as far as BIE is concerned and what they would like to see. What we decided to do as an organization instead of a individual tribe is to suggest that if they make changes, we're asking for direct funding directly to the tribes. And the reason we're doing this, if you look at it, right now, per student's like 25,000 a year. And if we were to take all of the stuff that's over in BID and use that directly, if we were able to get 80% and then do our own funding, we would raise per student up to 35 to 37,000 per year, almost a 12,000, 10 to 12,000 difference. So we're working on that. The other thing we're looking at, there's two different programs. There's K1 to K12, and then there's the K13 to K16, and they're two different pots of money. And so I've been talking with some of the tribal universities and other education people in starting it for K1 to K16. And then instead of having two pots of money, we have one pot of money that would be able to follow the student from K1 all the way into K16. Again, we have to work on the infrastructure and things of that nature. But it's a good opportunity for tribes. And again, what we're looking at is large land-based tribes. We've been kicked around quite a bit. And so we're really making a lot of drastic changes so that large land-based tribes are included. One of them is our vice chair sitting on Tibet, which we've been getting more large land-based tribes on committees. Every time we make a change, they try to change the rules. But I mean, this is an actual fight with all the tribes. And let me tell you where Rosebud sits. Rosebud has over 100,000 acres of land. Okay. Now, if you take every tribe that has 100,000 acres more of land, of the 574 tribes, only 52 of them meet that criteria. Those 52 tribes control 95 to 96% of all tribal lands, and 95% or higher of all natural resources. And so basically, we're getting all our money and everything taken by the 520 other tribes that, you know, in some cases, our tribal building is probably bigger than their lands. So it's a uphill battle, but we are seeing some changes. Jen, you want to talk? Or Dal, do you want to jump in real quick about the electrification money, and then Jen talk a little bit about what we submitted as a priority and what we'll be meeting on? Or
Hi, OJ, and hello, council. I'm sorry not to be on camera. I was going to be earlier, and then I'm out of my office now. And Dell has not jumped back on yet, so I can talk for him too. He and I met with Sean Henderson, who leads the tribal electrification program, on Tuesday night in Billings, and those monies are secure and being invested. And the guidance from inside the federal government is spend it, spend it, spend it, spend it, so no one can question it. If it sits unspent, then there'll be an argument that those monies have not been put to beneficial use and they could be clawed back. So their direction on tribal electrification is full steam ahead, knowing that that money is secure now and should not be at risk. But it's only if you spend it. If it sits in an account, it could be at risk in future DOJ reductions. And I'm happy to pause and take any questions about that.
Then, so they can draw down now? Or
Yes.
is that the problem we had, Wayne?
Our money's here. We have our money here, Jen, but there was a tab under it that said under review. So I have been visiting with Brian Mercer about it, and he suggested that we write these letters to him justifying why that money is so vital to us. And so we did that last week, and now he's telling us that it's looking good, but he still has not received notice to take off the under review notice yet.
So Scott Davis, who's a Standing Rock tribal citizen, is in Washington now. He's the principal deputy assistant secretary. He is now acting assistant secretary. The nominee, Billy Kirkland, has not completed his paperwork yet. He hopes to maybe be in by Memorial Day, but he's waiting till then because his kids are in school in Georgia and he's not moving to DC until then. So I think things have transitioned from Brian Mercer back to Scott Davis now. Scott is very attuned to these issues and is getting things moving, including getting all the Haskell and Sippy employees reinstated. That was his first and immediate focus. Scott is himself a Haskell graduate and worked for then Governor Burgum for years in his North Dakota cabinet. So he's really good, and I think will be really helpful in pushing this forward. If you haven't already submitted the letters to Mercer, Wayne, then I would, but we can also send copies of those to Scott Davis. And maybe he can get that under review tab lifted so you're comfortable. But what Sean was saying, boots on the ground, is what everything he's heard internally from above is spend the money while you've got it in the account to spend before anything else might happen to it.
We will spend it. So, but yeah, the letters went out already, and I sent Dal a copy, so Dal should already have a copy of it. But thanks, Jen.
Sure. And then in terms of the other advocacy that we have next week, we will be meeting with the White House, with Secretary Burgum, with Scott Davis, and the rest of his team, including the Deputy Assistant Secretary, Ken Belmard, who's from the Kaw tribe in Oklahoma, longtime Indian country lawyer, now focused on economic development efforts, which are a priority for Secretary Burgum. And then Kelly Real, who is transitioning, she's now a senior counselor to the secretary, and she's transitioning to be chief of staff at the Department of the Interior. And we've spent a lot of time helping Scott, Kelly, and Ken all get up to speed and get them information that I think has been very useful to them as they try to meet Indian country's priorities. And so we'll be talking with them, including about the priorities that Colt leadership has set out. Number one being public safety funding and trying to get full funding for tribal law enforcement in the border reconciliation bill, $4.5 billion. Also working on preserving the Treasury rules on GWE and the tax treatment of wholly owned tribal entities. We had a major victory in that the nominee, now confirmed to be Deputy Secretary of the Treasury, the number 2 at Treasury, specifically talked about those rules and support for tribal governments and tribal sovereignty at his confirmation hearing, which is the first ever for any Senate confirmed position at Treasury. He was confirmed by the Senate this morning. Preserving those rules, getting them finalized is another top Colt priority that we'll be working on, which should free up a lot of tribal access to credit and give you clarity around investments in reservation businesses.
Jen,
Yeah.
Can you just give a brief overview about how that, if the regulations stay in place, how the tribes can benefit from that?
Yeah, on the General Welfare Exclusion Act, it means how you direct monies, including for ceremonial uses to tribal members, are not taxable. They're not subject to any income tax on those. And what it does is restore tribes really to the status in the Constitution, Indians not taxed. And it leaves up to tribes determination what are appropriate uses and direction of those funds, and takes the handcuffs off on old restrictions. Like, for example, you could make distributions not taxable to non-Indian surviving spouses or to descendants. It gives you a lot more flexibility as leaders to determine how to spend your tribe's funds and to do that on a tax-free basis. And then with respect to the wholly owned tribal entities rule, that clarifies as a matter of law that no entity that is wholly owned by a tribe, whether it's a Section 17, whether it's an LLC, whether it's a corporation, is not subject to tax, period. And that creates a huge environment for investment. And it also creates certainty so that banks and other financial institutions should be much more willing to lend money because they have certainty that there won't be tax consequences for the entity. So it's a huge strategic advantage for development on reservations.
Any questions for Jen? Mike?
Yeah, I have one. First of all, on the topic that you just covered, I find it extremely interesting that this is the first time I heard reference to the statement in the Constitution about Indians not taxed. And I've always been curious about exactly what that means.
We got a
Now, it can mean a lot of things, you know, but anyway, I understand, you know, as far as reference to tribes themselves, governmental agencies, you know, are pretty much exempt from any kind of taxes, state taxes, you know, and whatnot, except for some federal taxes. But does that statement also trickle down to individual tribal members?
No.
Well, are we sure of that? Because we pay income taxes.
And we didn't talk about that, Mike.
I guess that the only thing I can ever rationalize about it is they began the taxes when they made us citizens.
Exactly.
Right, so is that the foot that they're standing on, or?
Well, we were going.
The IRS, I mean, when they're, you know.
This was all part of the discussion. And what it came down to is we had to take the give. And the give was to the tribe and the tribal entities as far as the tribes not taxed, or Indians not taxed. The problem with individuals is that it's been in federal court numerous times in which the federal courts basically came back for citizens and, you know, this is a tax. So we didn't want to climb that mountain and
No, I understand,
lose,
yeah.
and lose the
Yeah, I know that
possibility.
various scholars have various takes on it. So much on that, on education. It's no secret that the federal government's per pupil allocation for Indian education, K through 12 and higher education, is below everybody else. What can we hope to see there in terms of some, now that things are going to be shuffled around and funds are going to flow through different channels and whatnot, you know, if education monies flow through the Department of the Interior, those monies are probably going to be for tribes. What's your reaction to what I just said?
Jennifer, did you hear the questions that,
I did. I did hear them, Madam Vice President. And, you know, I'd say it's very hard to predict what they are saying about education generally is that they want to get that funding direct to tribes and direct to states and not have as much money reinvested at the federal level, especially in administrative efforts. We have in the Colt resolution on BIE where we volunteered to do the analysis, the draft analysis for Secretary Burgum. We have in there the exact figures on the underfunding of Indian education specifically, as well as specific references to the treaty obligations to provide education for large land-based tribes. It's in many of our treaties. So we're hopeful that we can get better allocations. A lot of what Colt is working on is with OMB in that budget process to say that the Tribal Interior Budget Council process is really broken and we need to fundamentally revisit how it disadvantages large land-based tribes who are the majority of tribal citizens in the country and just do much better across the board with funding. That's a marathon and not a sprint, but we are making good progress and we have some very informed people serving in the administration, particularly at Interior, who understand this, have lived it themselves, and want to be as helpful as possible.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. First and foremost, I'm most concerned about dollars for tribal education getting lost. And secondly, if they do determine to allocate money directly to the tribes, that would suggest that, well, that discussion, those decisions should be influenced by the fact that traditionally, under the traditional funding methods, you know, we're getting shortchanged all the time. We've always been shortchanged when it comes to allocation relative to what the state of South Dakota spends on, you know, their students, that sort of thing. So it would seem that we would, the cards may be stacked in such a way that maybe we might get some relief there and in effect end up getting more dollars, you know, allocated to us to adequately educate our tribal members on par with everybody else.
That is the hope, Councilman. And I would also circle back to your statement and question about Indians not taxed in the Constitution, and say that the focus is really on tribal sovereignty and the importance of tribes as governments. Of course, individual Indians will always pay income tax just like all other citizens, except under the general welfare exclusion, if that money is coming from the tribal government, which has made a decision about your status as a tribal citizen or a tribal beneficiary, that you should have those tribal funds, then that money will not be taxed. It's not subject to income tax. It is tax-free money. which is a great way to think about, how are you paying your tribal employees? How are you paying for social services? It can really open up a lot of doors to keeping more money in your community instead of it going to the IRS.
Oh, great. We might all have to become employees of the tribe in order to benefit from that then. And that's okay. Sign me up.
Well, Del Labrador, who was on, but we lost him. There was somebody's pride in pro. They have OG service. But he's the one that wrote it. And he's been studying this for like 10, 15 years. And when we first started this, we submitted 125 pages of justification for this to happen. And so as we go along, once this is finalized and it's approved, then we'll also be able to provide some guidance on whether or not, tribal employees are tax deductible. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen, but the main thing is, like Jen said, the guy that got confirmed as a deputy, he testified in support of this, and it's really major. So if we're able to get this, and again, it's not just a tribe, it's like Redcoat, any entity or two tribes joining together. As long as there's tribes, then it goes back to the Indians not taxed. So, I mean, this has probably been 50 years in the making, and so we got it across the, almost to the finish line. We just need it to be approved. Is that about right, Jen?
Yes, they just need to finalize the proposed rules, which are ready. And I think we've got good support on that. Treasury, we'll hear from Interior. We've made the point that these rules are actually deregulatory in nature, and getting things back to the way they should be under an originalist understanding of the Constitution. And that is music to the administration's ears, and I think we'll be able to get it.
Just so you know, Jen, Dal popped in when I said Dal Crow Agency.
So again, I would ask you to keep us posted when it comes to education monies.
Absolutely. And Del, just so you know, we've been chatting a little bit about the GWE and wholly owned tribal entities rules. And they had a few questions about Indians not taxed. And OJ, of course, talked you up as the professor and author of our 100 pages of comments. And so you might want to give the council a little more context on finalizing those rules in your perspective.
Yeah, thank you, members of the council. Appreciate your time, and hopefully this is not repetitive, but I did spend, for those of you who don't know, after law school, I spent 2 years studying the origins of taxation of tribal nations and their citizens. And I wrote an LLM thesis about this very subject. And one of the arguments that I had after this historical understanding was that all the federal courts, including the U.S. Supreme Court, have simply just ignored one of the constitutional provisions, which has Indians not taxed in the Representatives Clause, Article 1. And the important part about that was that because tribal nations pre-existed all other governments, and they had an evolution of how federal tax power came to be, and the income tax, the federal income tax, didn't actually come into being until 1913 with the 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. And the reason they did that was to fund wartime activities. They had anticipated World War I and eventually World War II. And of course, we all know now that the federal income tax is the largest tax out of all of them. But as they did that, the federal and state governments used to not tax each other. And then eventually their contractors and various business activities became taxable. And so they just forgot about Indians generally and said that now they're subject to all of the federal income taxes that are applied to everyone else. When in fact, all of you know in the room, we have treaties that said absolute and undisturbed use. And it was expected that we were not part of their tax system to fund their own activities because we were a separate sovereign government. So those were the points that were made in our comments because we wanted to make sure that the US Treasury, for the first time in its history, took a look at why it taxes Indians and why tribal companies should not be subject to any federal income tax, regardless of whatever it is. It's an arm of the government, if it's a company, if it's an LLC, a C corporation, does not matter. They should not be subject to any federal income tax. So that was one of the primary things that we did for Holt that OJ tasked me to do, was make sure that the US Treasury understood that's actually what they were doing by not taxing any of those tribal entities. And the other rule was part of the TTAC, the group that we may need your help and advocacy from the tribal council as elected leaders to say that they should continue to have the TTAC, which is the Tribal Technical Advisory Committee, because you have a lot of tribal leaders on there, including I think someone from Oglala, who has advocated and said, we have treaties, we're not subject to tax. And so in another rule called the General Welfare Exclusion, which was a 2014 statute, they finally came up with regulations to say when tribes earn income from gaming, primarily was what they were looking at, but it could be any entity, that if they put a plan together on how they're going to benefit their citizens, say providing propane in the winter or wood or whatever else, that those benefits should not be subject to tax. Now, if you send out a payment or a per capita, that will be subject to tax, but if you provide direct services to individual Indians, that would not be subject to federal income tax and would not have to be reported. And that's the other part of the tribal entities rule, is that now, say Redco and all your companies you have under the tribe, they don't even have to report any of their activities and they would not be subject to tax. So this is a proposed rule and we need to keep a close eye on it to become a final rule because of Congress now reviewing all of the Biden rules that went in the last 9 months. And these were two of those rules that went in at the end. So we're trying to save them and tell them this is part of your tax cut agenda, but for Indians, it's just not being taxable, and we're returning to the original language in the US Constitution and honoring our treaties with the United States. So I'll end there. I know that's a lot of information. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Taxes are very interesting. So I have Emily and then Tammy.
Thank you. Hi, OJ. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here remotely too. I'm gonna stay seated. I have a few questions I can read off. The first thing I just wanted to kind of touch on to take us back a little bit. Well, first of all, I just want to thank you for all of the great work that Colt is doing and bringing the tribes together and bringing our voices forward. I think that's really important, especially the time that we find ourselves in. You know, that old saying of divide and conquer, we can still really see it alive and well today. So I hope this is an opportunity for us to get away from that and show that we can have success in other ways. So one thing I just want to mention, that although this is an amazing opportunity, in order to make it as successful as possible, I think we need to be able to establish a route of communication. For example, all of our tribes are unique. Although there's commonalities, we are still unique. And so I'll use the education as an example. OJ mentioned earlier, we learned, we don't all agree right now, and that's the truth, right? But that doesn't mean that we don't all have the best intentions and can't all eventually agree on something. And so I wanted to give a brief update that there is some work right now doing exactly what OJ and them said about aligning what a plan could look like for direct funding. However, when it initially started, it was because of this executive order regarding direct funding and voucher systems, specifically to our BIE schools. There is no way to talk about our education of our children specifically and only underneath BIE situation. And so because of that, our education committee was like, this is a good start, right? But it definitely needs a lot of work. So how could we look at this beyond just the BIA structure? There's a lot of funding. There's a lot of funding through federal departments that you wouldn't even think of, you know, that we get funding for education for our tribal citizens and our students here. So that's the type of example, and that's the type of picture that I think we should be looking for For example, here on Rosebud, we not only have a tribal school, we have a dorm, we have a tribal university, we have an education department. We have lots of tribal citizens that aren't in any of those, and they're in public schools. Those are still our responsibility, and that still should come up. And we are the experts and know what they say. And so again, the reason why I mentioned the communication is because things are happening so fast, and even with the best intention, if we don't have these built-in communication pieces, we might be missing pieces. We might be advocating things that aren't even what our people need, or maybe not the whole story. And so I'm hoping that we can utilize this as a learning process for us and an opportunity to educate our federal leadership out there. Because I'm almost certain they don't understand all of the ramifications that their actions are having on us. So one thing that we're doing right now is trying to get all of our people together, like you said, so we can at least say, what are your needs? What are your needs? And move them forward. Until that happens, it's really hard for Colt and everybody to be as successful for us as if we don't tell them what our needs are, what our effects are, what they can do for us, what voice, what's our messaging, what do we want to say? So I think the more that we can do that here and get that information to them. Another thing I want to point out is we really have a lot of experts. Our tribal nation does, but all of our tribal nations do, and we have to find a way to support them. I want to share another example. And I'm not pointing fingers, but it happened. At a Colt meeting, when we were discussing this executive order, a group of our TEDs came forward for our tribal education departments. And they were very vocal that this voucher system will not work for us. They were very vocal that even by saying, let us participate in the survey or whatever it was called, we don't want to do that, because by signing on, we are signing on to what they're saying, and they didn't want to do that. They had an alternative. Some discussion happened. It was determined that our tribes weren't involved in that, and so we were going to take it back to the tribes. Then the next week, or maybe a couple of days later, we get a email saying that Colt met again, and they passed that resolution, even knowing that our tribes needed to have time to take it back and to get input. So those are the types of things that start and create this division, when really we need to help put those fires out instead of creating more. So because of that, I don't know if there's some way that we can establish a better line of communication. At that same Colt meeting, we were served lunch and by a pipeline company, and I was like, wait, what is this about? And then after realizing and doing a little bit of research, Colt has a resolution, and they represent all of our tribes that we support that pipeline.
That's not true.
I saw the resolution. I can share it with council.
If you look
So
at
I
it,
wanted to, I'm still talking, please.
I'm sorry.
And so I just want to say that there is some things that we need to make sure that we're doing. If this is really an opportunity for us to have our voices heard, we have to do the work here to make sure what we want to say is being elevated.
Hands up.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll raise my hand again after somebody else. Thank you.
Do you want to respond, OJ?
Yeah, I would. No, I won't take that one. First of all, the resolution didn't say that. It said each tribe has its own individual action that they can take. If you read the letter, it said that the tribe supported the job opportunities that would bring these, and it's not a pipeline, it's a carbon line, that it would bring to tribes. It'd bring jobs. It would also bring.
But you can't have that without the pipeline, and so we're supporting that. Sorry, my fault.
Well, paybacks. But it doesn't say that. It does not say this tribe or any tribe supports it. It says Colt as an organization supports the tribe. Now, the last resolution basically said that if they're going to try to remove the route, because if you remember how the Dakota Access Pipeline started, it wasn't going to be going through Standing Rock. It was going the other direction. And they raised Cain, the ranchers raised Cain, they routed it so that it went through DAPL. And so what they were saying is, we don't want this route changed, because the fact that if it's changed, it's going to be another DAPL. And each and every one of them, and the other thing they said was that, and Rosebud was part of it, the people office or the tribal workers that were monitoring the land, and this has never happened before, where ranchers and farmers opened up their lands for the tribes to say, check for sacred sites and sacred articles. And when they were found, they were rerouted as far as the line itself was concerned. But during that time, ranchers actually attacked tribal members, and the law enforcement didn't do anything about it. And so the state legislatures were saying the tribes need to do this and tribes need to do that. What Colt said was, no, what you need to do is investigate the assault on our tribal members and report back to us. There is not one word anywhere that says this tribe or any other tribe supports the carbon line. So I suggest you read that letter.
Yep, I'll post it.
Yep, post it because I wrote it.
Yes.
Okay,
But the implication
second of all,
is still that if you
now
can't
in your
support something that
education, your
doesn't
BIE. Again, what we're doing and when it's done, it comes back to the tribes. I mean, so if we're able to get direct funding, and I was basically attacked because they said that I did not oppose getting vouchers enough. And if you read the resolution, we don't oppose it, but we don't not oppose it. And that again is up to each particular tribe to do what they want to do. But when we're talking about this, what we're doing is we're trying to get it so that it comes back to you. It comes back to you to decide how you are going to get direct funding. And it allows you to form your own committees. It allows you to decide, and then maybe a national committee so that large land-based tribes are not left out, which we constantly are. That's why we're doing this. But we have not at one time said, when we do something as an organization, and you have to understand the resolution was passed while you were there on the COLT resolution. And it was passed by the board. We have to get information sometimes in right away on the same date. And we could be like NCI and wait for the midterms or whatever. We are able to supply our board members with the information to pass it. That resolution was passed while everybody's there the same day after it was discussed, and it was sent off right away to the White House. If we do not act fast when they're making these changes, we're going to lose out. That's one thing that we know very well. We know that from SIPI, we know that from IHF, we know that from BIA. It was only because we acted quick, or even with the ASAP money, we acted quick in order to unfreeze those funds. So we're not saying tribes shouldn't have a say-so. You're going to have all the say-so because it's going to fall in your lap. And you're going to be the ones that decide what you're going to do because it's going to be a tribal function, not a cult function. So, thank you.
Tammy, then Mike. Oh, you didn't? I thought you said Mike.
I have another question relative to education. Impact aid, is that sourced through the Defense Department? I don't know, I'm
Jen,
sure
do you
it
know or
does,
Dal?
because its primary purpose is to fund schools on military installations.
Well,
But we do get, Todd County gets a substantial amount of impact aid.
Yes.
I know we pushed through the Bureau to be able to not just supply the schools, but to use that that impact aid towards counties because they provide services to tribal members on large reservations. So I think it's in a couple places through Department of Defense and some of DOI, but Jen, Dell, you can correct me on that.
And my concern is, will this impact aid our Todd County schools be impacted by,
White River and Winter.
play on words there by,
They're the ones that are going to really get hit with vouchers, if there's any, is the public schools. That's the ones that, if they're going to do vouchers, that's where they're going to be eyeballing is the public schools.
Right, I'm curious about impact aid monies again, which are primarily legislated to be used to fund schools on where there's military installation, but somehow tribal schools, benefit from it also. Our schools on reservations benefit from it, and Todd County does. So in this budget examination going on with Musk and his minions and and everything else, when they look at the defense budget, you know, if those funds flow through the defense department, I guess that's what I'm concerned about. Might they be disrupted, or are they would they be redirected, or understand?
Yes, and the short answer is any federal funds could be disrupted and redirected or eliminated. And really our effort is to try to identify what are the sources that are benefiting tribes right now, and to argue for the broadest possible exemptions from, you know, for any funding or any federal employees who are serving tribal communities. That's ultimately where we're trying to get. That's pretty ambitious lift, but we are trying, and that's a lot of the point of the advocacy. What we have been able to find is that when there are mistakes, when there are impacts that were unintended to Indian country, when we've actually educated the administration, they have walked that back and they fix the mistakes. It's not a very efficient way to do things, but we have a mechanism to work with them and get it fixed if something bad does happen.
Any other questions? Do you have anything further?
I just had one more thing I wanted to bring up, and that's Golden West. A while back, we met the administration, and we were aware that Golden West was lawyering up because they actually tried to hire a firm that Jen works for, and she let us know. But at that time, we were talking about whether or not the tribe was interested in knocking on the door and saying, we want to talk to you and start some type of negotiation. I think that door has since been closed. But what we were saying is that by negotiating with them doesn't mean you have to agree with them. But by doing so, we'd be able to try to get Golden West to pay for the attorneys for that negotiation. And we could ask for all the documents that the tribe has been asking for and hasn't been able to get. And like I said, I'll let Jen, I don't know if that door's closed, but I wanted to make sure the council was aware of what was going on with Golden West.
Thank you, OJ. And Treasurer Boyd may have some additional update if he's in the room, but the conversation started when Golden West began replacing copper with fiber in 2022. And over the course of that, there were a lot of questions from council about, well, how do you have the right to be in the places you're...
You know, we're on here, right? There's nothing confidential, is there?
It's fine.
Okay.
These are all public facts. There were a lot of questions from the council about how did Golden West have the right to be where they were doing the work. And there were repeated requests from the council for information about what are your rights of way on the reservation. And we want to see the documentation. We want to see the maps. And there were also concerns that many things were being categorized as service lines inappropriately by Golden West, and a firm belief that in a lot of places, Golden West was in trespass. And essentially the council said, tell us how you're not trespass, and Golden West refused to do that. Thereafter, it's my understanding that the council ordered Golden West to stop work, and there's been an impasse since 2023 related to that replacement work. And Golden West hasn't been able to deploy the federal monies that they have, and had some very negative things to say to Senator Thune and others about the federal grants that have been made to the tribe. And it's a big mess, but Golden West had reached out saying they'd be interested in trying to resolve it. And one method that we'd had success with in other places was to have a mediation, which would be done by a professional mediator, and that would all be paid for by Golden West. Large companies do this all the time, where they pay to get factual background work, expert work done, and then you try to sort it out. Again, that doesn't mean you agree, but it means you have a process where you can finally get the information that you've been asking for years. and then you can mutually decide what to do with that. I don't know that that door is closed. We could certainly revisit the conversation. But I think there's a continuing interest in figuring out what is in trespass or not. And another option within that is to write to the Secretary of the Interior and request technical assistance with determining what's in trespass or not. You know, as you all know, data centers, energy development, electrical transmission, those are huge priorities for this administration. So efforts that could help expedite that going forward by resolving these past issues and reckoning with the fact that utilities have for a long time simply done what they wanted without proper documentation and authority, getting them to pay for rights that they've exercised without the proper authority, and figuring out a way that they can comply with tribal and federal law in the future. And Del might want to jump in from his experience serving as Assistant Secretary on how he's seen that work or not in other examples.
I'll be very brief. The one thing I'll tell you that I had a lot of experience with was down at the Navajo Nation. If you recall, they had a fairly large utility company that they held in trespass, and that they had wanted the similar parallel work done to find out how much they owed, what was the value, what was the fair market value over time. And they did ask DOI for technical assistance. And then I think they did hire a number of negotiators, mediators to help resolve that impasse. And ultimately it did work out, but it took a period of years. You could take the same route if you would like, and you can always pull back. And even if you get all the facts that you want and have people researching all the title and records and historic rights of way and then market valuations, you could decide that you don't want to settle it or you don't want to move forward. But it probably would be helpful just to get that information, get people working on it for you to inform you to make your decision as informed as you would like it to be.
That's all I wanted to bring up.
Jen, Dal, and OJ, Swain. We've been fighting this thing now for a long time. We finally got a notice to proceed on the construction for our broadband system. We're negotiating contracts with two other internet providers too, so we'll have plenty of internet service here. But eventually, we're going to have to get to the point of determining what the dollar amount is that Golden West isn't trespassed with. They have made our lives terrible the last couple of years. They had our kids from our new school march upon this council right here, call us a bunch of sleazebags for not getting them internet. Kids, our own kids. So there's no way that at this point in time that we're going to consider negotiating anything with them. But we will be asking for assistance to determine what those damages of trespass are. I hope that things go well. They're still fighting us all they can, but we're optimistic we're going to have service to all of our constituency within the next year. So we're optimistic. But anything that was any promise of negotiation is long since gone. They treated us very, very bad.
Anything else to add?
That's all I have.
Any more questions? Oh, I had OJ reach out to the letter I sent for the background investigations for the chief of police, and we haven't heard anything back yet. And that was from Tuesday.
Yeah, that went to DC, so I should get something back soon.
Anything on the rise?
Oh, yeah, Sunrise.
We're researching, we have to find out where their funding was from. And so we're looking to see where their funding was from so that we can identify those federal agencies that put the money into it. And then we'll be able to contact them. So I would say a week, maybe two, we should be able to round up, because it could be USDA, it could be HUD. There's so many funding sources we have to identify them, but we will get that information.
Emily.
I just have one final thing. Up at one of the meetings, I can't remember if it was a Colt or the Great Plains, but there was a discussion about dues so that we could fund them. And I think they got waived this year, but through that whole conversation, I found out that the work that Colt is doing for us is majority pro bono, if not all pro bono. And so I know that all the tribes are under a budget constraint, but we ask a lot of these entities that are here supporting us and doing a lot for us. And so I hope that in all of these budget talks, if we could establish maybe at least a pitch-in from Rosebud or something that could eventually get them some operating costs so that maybe we don't have to go after those types of sponsorships or something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jennifer and Val. Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Five minutes?
Resolution.
Resolutions.
What is it? All right.
You guys want to take 5 minutes? Great.
Yeah, and then you guys got resolutions?
We gotta do those, Head Start ones too, cause she's asking.
We got one land in natural.
Got those two right there.
And that, for that BA money for the range, yep.
There's lots of more at least, huh? On that sheet.
Oh, for Bob Oliver's money too.
You guys get the resolution sheet?
And there's a roll from enrollment, and we got quite a few resolutions.
16
Oh,
of them.
thank you, Ben.
And we need to do our
Order some supper.
Whoa.
the certificates weren't worth anything. So we took the cattle and the land. It was done through tribal members, doing it to landowners.
Emily, then Wayne.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I could make a motion requesting that research be done by the Secretary's office regarding any action taken by council or the land committee regarding land owned by, let's see, Stanley here, Redwood?
No, is it Christie?
No, I'm talking about him in particular. If it happens to be Christy Redbird, that would be an additional name for research as well.
Right here.
But I was just talking about any land action in general, just to see the kind of timeline of how anything was moved out. Because normally our land committee can't put a home site on something. You have it? Yeah. And then, because my motion, what I wanted to do is give him time on the next council agenda or as soon as the research is available so that we can remedy the situation.
Is it going through court?
No, I don't think so.
On any land action on Stanley?
Yeah, I just want to know what action was taken by council or land committee that would have illegally removed his land without permission. I understand the process of a home site, and if it was, in the last 5 years, it may have been done during the pandemic, so I'm imagining that might have been, rushed through or something, and so if we could look at that specific one, but it sounds like there's a bigger issue going on where that land shouldn't even been available for someone else to put a home site on there.
It's a development.
Yes, so I would just like all that research.
I was against it, but the council went ahead and did it anyway. And they put a minute 20 line through it, and I want that out.
Motion done? Yeah. Okay, second. Supposed to be second? Yeah. Okay, second by Totes. Question by Layla, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Close. 0. Zero.
Yeah.
Wayne and then Chris.
Yeah, and also, also Stanley, you do not, I want to make sure you know that, you do not have to remove your land from trust status to deeded in order to manage it.
No, I know that, but
Yeah.
Dean Wilson did that on his own to take it from me. And that's what I'm telling you now.
Oh, that's how it might have happened?
That's how he did it. He wrote it for me. And he said the way to outbid that Whipple, and he knew how much he was gonna bid, so he was gonna have me bid 25 cents more higher so I could get it. Now, I was being set up. Okay, they're taking the land, they're already selling it to Whipple, okay?
Oh, okay.
So that's the problem. The TLE and BIA is develop a system that's taking land from landowners and putting it into the tribal land enterprise. We're supposed to consolidate everything and then making us impoverished because we lost our livelihood. I've got some hay. I've got hay, so if the tribe needs hay, I can sell you some hay. See, I hear the buffalo needs some hay. I was doing with this with some other guys around there, but their land was taken too. And their land was leased out to some white guy. So they have to sell their cattle. They were forced to sell the cattle. So it's tribal members, TLE and BIA is taking land from tribal members, allotments that were given to us legally, taking them illegally from us and putting it in tribal home. Leaving you what the abuses, elder abuse, child abuse, and killing us so slowly. Okay? Now, I have 6 units out there. My dad consolidated 5 of those and ran 5 ranches. And I grew up on those ranches. And through the 60s and 70s, they were dwindled out and they were taken up. through BIA and TLE. That's all about mistaking the land. The operators. We had 300 to 250 head of cattle. We're running 40 head of horses. So that's what was taken from us. I want it back.
Just so everybody knows though, and for Stanley as well, if you are an allottee, you do not have to go from trust to deeded in order to manage your lands. You can just send a letter and as an allottee, you're just executing your right so that you can manage your own lands, to lease them out or do whatever you want with them. And so, I mean, I can't believe they did that to you, but that's one of the biggest scams over the course of the last 100 and some years, that when people went trust to deed, and if they weren't explained on how that process can happen, it severely impacted the trust land base that has been for the tribe.
That's why we don't.
So that's why you should never do that. Try to turn people away from ever doing that unless they really know the process. The other thing is, do you just want to deal with just council, or would you like to come to the next TLE meeting on the 8th? Because I've never heard of this issue, so I mean, I'd like to have them.
I'll come.
Okay, I'd like to add him to the agenda for TLE on the 8th. And we'll hear it.
Thank
you.
Giving up land.
I have Chris Totes, then Milo.
First off, sorry that you had to sit so long. And you said you had a team though and a lawyer, so I was curious if you're pursuing actively right now pursuing legal.
I'm doing that for legal advice.
Just advice? Yeah. Okay. That's the only question.
Totes.
It takes a lot for a grassroots person to come in here.
Yeah.
Someone very humble to come in here and speak their mind. So he said a few things, but he said, help us to help you. And you know, that's what we're trying. We're trying to change things so this stuff doesn't happen no more. So many people are just silent, you know, because it's happened over and over again. And we hear this, oh, it's happened for 20 years. You know what? It's not going to happen no more. That's why we were voted in, to make a change and make a difference. So the people listening start coming in and start voicing. We need you to come in, we need you to voice, we need your documentation to help us, help you make these changes. We really need to make the change now with all this stuff happening up there with the new president trying to take things away from us. I want to thank you for coming in today, Stanley. It took you a lot, and it took a lot to come in here and voice in front of us, and you sat there almost all day too. So thank you, but we really truly need to listen. And we need to remember the people voted us in. We need to make a change in everything. Everything that's wrong. He said he put an application in 2 before COVID, 3 after COVID. You know, we used to get a list when I was on council the previous time. Every month we got a list of who had all their renovations and everything done. And we actually got to see the list. Anymore, people are just bumped on it. No, I want you to go here. No, I want you to go there. That needs to stop. We need to start providing services for our people. We need to work together and get this stuff done and make these changes.
Make a motion. Have them bring their list. No. Make a motion, have them bring their list.
ARPA list.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
The waiting list, you mean? This, whatever, because
both of them.
That, you know, my first motion is for ARPA to bring their list from how long ago?
Well, ARPA's been from 22 on.
Okay, bring their list.
the full list, and then how many?
And we want to see the time the applications have been put in.
For home repair?
for home repair.
The full list of applicants and then end of the year. Completed.
Of home repair with a timeline?
With the timeline,
From the submission of application to completion?
yes,
And then which ones are still waiting, right? So like the status?
right. Because we've
What
heard,
was that? And which ones are still?
Like the status, so like the full list of applicants since the beginning of ARPA, and then the status as far as what date they were completed or if they're still waiting.
because we have to prioritize and go by that list. We can't have somebody come into the president's office or the vice president's office and say, hey, I want so-and-so's work done now. Then they call ARPA and say, hey, I had someone come in and complain. That needs to stop. That's why we're requesting this. Now, this, I'm gonna make another motion.
Which ones are still?
I'll second. Didn't have a second. I'll second that second motion. Did you hear it yet? No? Just.
All right, you got me on the roll now.
Question.
Hold on, I need a second.
Emily.
Emily, okay, second by Emily. Question by Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? 0, not voting, 1.
Then I want to make another motion that we get a list from Water Resources. Same thing here. About a list of who has applied to get running water.
You wanna see how many houses we have without water and who has
Without
applied?
water, and because we've had complaints and I've seen it. Where we have, and you know, they're not gonna complain, so they're just gonna let us continue to walk all over them, but people pay, or either it's under the table and they'll go do someone else's water while someone else is still without. So we wanna see that list.
For a second. By Michelle, question. Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? 0. Not voting?
1.
Thank you, council. I can inform the council that, the houses north of Corn Creek, they're without water. Now, the water line was going as far as Stan Anderson's. Then they ran into his place and he ran out of money. Now, the lady was there, she's an old member of the Oglala Sioux tribe. Now, they were supposed to reimburse water and sewer, the money, so they could finish running that water line out to, there's 3 houses out there north of Corn Creek that without water. They're built on a gravel pit. Well, during winter, they have some water, but during the summer, they don't have no water at all. I had purchased a house out there, and during the summer, everybody went out there, so I went through the process of going to, see Syed, went to IHS, and, they couldn't come up with the money. It's $38,000 back then, but it's higher now. And I was told, well, you find the money, we'll do it for you. So I went back to housing. And I tried to get her to move that house to my homeless site and rent under. And housing said no. At that time, I found they told me to find a house mover, so I got one for $4,800 to move it 33 miles. And the acting director there refused to move the house. So I think Mike was on the housing board back then. So I went to the housing board and I asked him straight out, what you guys gonna do? What you gonna do for my problem? Housing couldn't do nothing. They just sat there with their head down. Told him, if you can't do nothing, why not just turn the house over to me for what I paid for it, so that's what happened. And they're still sitting out there without nobody living in it. I gave that to my son. He gave it to his brother. He doesn't live out there because there's no water. And all these water lines being run, money accounted for. Had some of these council people saying, well, water. I told them about it. They never did nothing about it. And it's still sitting out there. That's the kind of, for you guys' information, what's happening. Talking about water, that water line should be run out there so people will live out there. During that time, I had busy with this guy from Belvedere, he's a alderman. He told me there's $4.2 million sitting up in Pier for rural development. If you could have some of these council people come up there and meet with them, I told 5 of them, not one went. So what's their concern? The water rights. There isn't. But nobody wants to represent the tribe up in Pier. What's going on? That's back then. Oh, this administration doesn't do anything like that. I said, you know, there's a lot of people that complain about this tribal council. Some of you long lifetime politicians. We're in this council when all this going on. Hopefully get yourself together and start doing things right.
I want to make another motion. That this body make an elder advisory board. Something very needed because it was supposed to have been done and we're going 8 months into this. So let's make one up and let's hear from them too, you guys. I know we used to have one in the past. You know, and we need words of wisdom. We need elders to come in here and tell us to calm when we need to calm. And they need to voice too.
Do you want to have the Secretary's office research how it was developed before?
Yes, please. Yeah, because it's been done in the past.
That's what I was wondering, like, did we ask people who are interested or get names or?
They can do the research and
how it was developed in the past, and then
yeah,
you can let us know how that legislative process was done, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
Let's bring that back next week.
Yep, and we'll bring it back. Can you guys bring it back the next meeting?
Yeah, under her report.
Yes, all right.
Thank you. Hey, leave mine.
And then remember, when we're sitting around this table, when you sit around this table and you want to bring politics into this room, you don't belong here. When we're voted around this table, we speak from our heart because we listen to the people. When you bring politics in, then your family and your relatives come
Hold on, I need a
first.
second.
Oh, sorry. She did.
Emily? Yes. Emily, second. Okay, sorry. I just didn't want it to die right away.
Okay.
And that was to have Nicole bring it, research and bring it back.
Research and bring it back to next meeting.
Do you still want to discuss one? Call for the question. Layla? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 2.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Lila.
Thank you, Council, for listening to my community member and his concerns. A lot of times, you know, there's a lot of landowners who have these issues, and, you know, at some point we need to set aside a date, you know, maybe a day or two to listen to them and where they can talk about their issues. And it's bothersome to hear that, you know, this has been happening to him, and, you know, just the way things were done and how the process is. you know, we should, take that time to get the help and answers they need, because they're not gonna get it unless it's here. They're not gonna get it, they're gonna only get the answers here. So I'd like to make a motion that we set a day aside for our, landowners to come to maybe set a special meeting if they wanna bring forward any of their issues, their land issues, for us to just hear them, and at least we can try to help them. Set a date in, you know, maybe June or something, where it's kind of calmer.
Okay. Okay. Question by folks, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed? 0, not voting. 3. Oh, 2. Okay.
Я дона мокоче чата ха. Воя убна воя лака бия чинханта. Токша бекту вajio кафли гавна я убо я кихи. Такон на мокоче кини хапи на такон слоя бия чинханта. О ни чабо гоки хипи. Mopilai chicha. Ina daya hi chichashi.
I'd like to say something. June is way too far.
Is it? Okay.
I think March, right now, is when the leasing is starting.
We didn't put, the month on there, we just put to schedule a special meeting, so.
Within 30 days, I'll change it to that.
You wanna amend it?
Amend it to within 30 days.
Yeah, because the leasing and all that is gonna start here pretty soon. And so, I wanna
It's already
be,
started in March.
yeah, so that's why I'm saying that. June is way too far. 30 days is feasible, I guess, but, we like to hold and stop any leasing till then.
We can't do that. I think we will need to have a resolution to do that.
We can make a motion.
Can't.
Everything's already
control.
out and advertised and.
Tribal council does not control the leasing on a lot of teams from
That's
BIA.
been done. Maybe you can blackball all of it. Stop it and bring the landowners here. We can talk. Because we're gonna be left on the sideline because leasing.
You can, Stanley, I'm just saying, you can handle the individuals because I'm sure there's only gonna be a few. We can handle their individual leases leases, problems, but you can't, from a tribal council, freeze lease money that's going to a lottees that is controlled by the BIA because they have the BIA lease their land out for them.
That's what the problem is.
Then at TLE, they're a corporation away from the tribe that leases land out that they own. But if it's an individual piece or parcel, we can deal with that problem, but you can't stop. That'd be like 1,000, at least 1,000 to 1,200 leases.
And our lottees will be expecting that.
And the lottees need their money.
That's what I'm waiting for too from them.
I know, but you're one and we can deal with yours, but we can't freeze other people's because that's their money.
Well, we can decide that when we have that meeting, huh?
Yeah, hopefully we'll have an answer for you soon.
Yeah, because, we need to abolish that TLE. It's killing the people, taking land without scrupulous, people there.
I have Royal, Totes, then Lila.
I just had a question, Madam Chair. How far we got on the agenda, I needed to ask about community cleanup. I know communities.
Next, we're gonna do resolutions next. We have 22 resolutions. 16 or 16 now. Okay.
Did you guys talk about community cleanup or anything?
No, we haven't had a chance to, yeah.
That's still going on or?
Yes, they have to stay.
Don't break
They
one.
order us dinner.
Stay on the ends.
No, they were asking.
Nothing's been decided on that yet. Nothing went to committee yet.
Community cleanup, Charlie was chair when that started. And Spring Creek initiated that. We asked for our proportional share from the housing fund so we can work on our houses. So they told me that they were gonna work on it and maybe give us our proportional share of materials that we needed for, and I had an inventory because I was community chair. And I had an inventory and even. But that's how the community cleanup came up. Instead of giving our proportional share, they're gonna clean up the SWA houses.
Sorry, we'll call point of order to go to the agenda. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Stanley.
Thank you. Votes and then Lila.
You know, maybe we should plan one day out of the month to hear our community members. Not now, but I mean, I'm just throwing that out there, you know, so we can listen to them. That is. Right, so you're doing RST.
What's left? Contract baby. You just go down the line, we have the tops that need to be ratified. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Everybody get a list for resolutions? Did you? Wait.
Yeah, Ben, give me his, thank you.
Ben gave me his. Then we have committee selections and agenda additions.
Most of the budget and finance, when you got theirs in, we're all type sensitive to accept money or buy something.
For the community cleanup, do you guys want to refer that to budget and finance next Tuesday? Because I think I don't know what the funds are on that, if they're.
Next Friday.
Is it next Friday? Then maybe Sean can come down and.
Did we have a plan presented at?
Well, they need to visit with Sean too. At solid waste, maybe Sean can come down and visit with the committee.
I think there was concerns about the landfill is even capable of.
That's what we need to ask him for, so.
Yeah, well, we'll bring him on to budget finance on the next Friday. Yeah, to discuss.
Do you want to have a motion to that, or should we just add them to the
I'll motion to add
agenda
them.
for budget and finance?
I'll motion to add him just to have it on record.
Okay.
And the next one in 2 weeks?
Yeah, 2 weeks on Friday, so it should be the Friday. after
In
council.
second, I'll question.
Motion by Chris to add solid waste to the budget and finance agenda. Community cleanup? Or community
Yeah.
cleanup?
Yeah.
Seconded by Totes. Question. Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
The other two things, council, we can, if you want to take into consideration, I know finance is getting bombarded with requests, is the moratorium on travel and incentives and bonuses. And one thing that's coming up is the administrative professional days, so that's usually, they're usually give a incentive for that too. I don't know if the treasurer board has any input on the moratoriums that are in place.
Let us know.
Did it help? Did it save us any money?
Piling up.
What do you suggest?
Are you guys micromanaging again? Get you in trouble.
It wasn't me.
I think in the past, when they did that administrative assistant, they, all those programs had money in their budgets to give them their little area. And I think the tribal council donated the money for the dinner. But as long as those programs have the money.
And that's the way it should be, you know, these things should need to be decided during the budget at the beginning of the fiscal year and then stick to it. When you start to deviate, that's when you create problems for yourself.
Emily?
I have a question. On the administrative professionals, do they usually get a bonus? And is that in addition to other employee bonuses?
It's about 250.
And that's in addition that other employees don't get?
Mhm.
And that's allowed in the personnel policies and procedures? Can I ask why?
It's a national holiday. It's just a national holiday and that's how you recognize your
I mean,
secretary.
but we have people that do a lot of administrative work that don't necessarily have a title, and we have a lot of employees that do a lot of great work too, and we don't have a day or an extra bonus for them.
It's something that the council did. It was all done by council action.
Remember that the next time you're doing budget formulation.
I just thought we were in a time of like smart spending and having some conversations about budgets, and we just got done talking about potentially laying people's jobs off, and now we're gonna be eating up budgets for an unnecessary bonus that isn't fairly given out anyway, so.
But I'm glad it's up for discussion because they're asking. So, and finance will need your approval to either kick those out or not, so that's why I just want to know
What if they have?
we wanna do it or, but they don't have approval to do it.
Well,
council motion.
Actually, if it's in their budgets, when the council approves those budgets, we authorize the expenditures. Somebody has to say, go ahead and do it. Why does it have to be the council? That's the administration's responsibility, in my opinion.
Will they take
It's in
an
the budget,
administration?
it's authorized by this body.
Wayne, will they take an
If
administration?
it's not in their budget, well, that's their fault. Their programs, because they didn't include it. They didn't have to. But we gotta keep some order into the system,
Okay,
otherwise.
listen,
Because the manual only authorizes like a couple bonuses, we're gonna do different from that.
Okay, well, if that's what the manual says. That's what this body determined at one point when they put that language in there, so stick to it. Or change it first and then do it, you know.
was that yes or no?
It's got a motion, yes or no.
It's like getting a bonus for doing your job, right? Like, the director would get a director bonus, and, I mean, I just don't see the fairness in it, and especially in the budget system.
Well, again, these are not the times to be the time to talk about that is when we're formulating budgets. What's fair and what's not fair.
Yeah, if we're not gonna do anything, I have enrollment that I like to bring up.
From the sounds of it, motion to no, that will not give out bonuses.
So, motion by Chris, there will be no administrative professional bonuses. And second,
According to the manual.
okay.
Since no one else wants to say yes or no.
There's a second? Seconded by Emily, question by Mike. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Opposed? 0. Not voting. 4. Motion passed. Okay, the moratoriums, put them in place or lift them?
Moratorium.
For travel, for non-essential travel and for
Well, I think Wayne
increases.
respond to that, keep it in place. You know, that sort of thing is cash management, that's a cash management issue. You know, budgets are just plans to spend money. You gotta actually have the cash to spend it. And it's gotta last 12 months.
Keep it in place.
Yeah, if we get ahead of ourselves in spending, then, you know, that's when you create problems. Stay within the boundaries, you don't have a problem.
Okay.
So does it need a motion for another
Yeah.
30 days?
It shouldn't because there's already a moratorium on it. So.
I thought there were 30 days at a time.
Was it 30 days?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's expired.
The first one was, I don't know about that second one that we
Yeah.
made.
Make a motion first. To extend it.
I'll move to, Wayne, is it necessary for us to extend it?
Mike, you guys don't follow it anyway, put it that way.
Say that again, we don't what?
Follow it.
Don't follow it anyway.
Well, there you go.
I got something. So pretty much, yeah. Pretty much, my opinion and my opinion only is that we should strengthen it because the original intent behind this was to stop us from traveling too, because we waste a lot of money. And I mean, we waste a lot of money. And but yeah, every time we talk about council's money, council's travel, ooh, you get scary because you don't mess with your council's travel. You don't mess with my money. And that's pretty much what's really kicking us in the ass is us. Not them, not the programs, not the directors, us. Because we're not setting the example. That's the big thing. We're not setting the example of what we need to be as leaders. Because if we do something, our people below us are going to be like, well, if they get to do it, I should be able to do it too, you know? Because that's fair. That's what's really fair. Now, for a leader to take a sacrifice and not go someplace for a couple of days, that's true leadership in the eyes of our people. They're going to be like, you know, if they can do it, we should be able to do it too. And if not, then vice versa. We can be able to say that we're taking this sacrifice so you guys should be able to too. And all it starts with us. And I mean, it is what it is, you know? I mean, this is just one opinion that'll probably be lost in the wind with the rest of my opinions, but it's true. We are the main cause of our own problems. So I feel like we should strengthen it and really try to implement council on it too.
Well said, well said.
Mike, I'll make a comment here and the comment I'm gonna make, I don't know, like for example, just put more time on travel and you have all these annual things you do, like welcoming back to Thunder. I'm a very strong proponent of that. I support it every year. But we sent over like 150 people up there, which was good. So I mean, when these restrictions you put on, don't follow, you know what I mean? I mean, and there's good reasons for it, right? There's good reasons for it.
I don't understand what you're saying, yeah.
Out of all the travel stuff, there's probably a handful of people that actually got denied travel. All the rest and the directors and the president signed off on them. There were just like 5 or 6 that actually got denied. So as far as cash management, I think that the budget is passed for the year, so we should be pretty safe. I don't know how crazy our Doge and our president is going to get on taking this money back, but I haven't heard anything that he's want to, but as long as he don't take it back, we're good till September 30th. So I'll make those comments as far as the cash goes.
Yes, just gotta vote on it.
Totes.
You know, some do have to travel to DC. It's really important that they do hear our voice. And it's important that when you go, you come back and you give us a report of how successful or how much you voiced. Madam Chair, you gave us some good ones when you came back, but I feel that it's important that some of us do go. Like Colt set up some scheduled times for some of them, and all of us aren't going. It's just, it's just a few that are going, and it is important to go to DC right now during this time. So we are heard, and they know how important it really is for us to continue getting our funding and our education and everything, especially with the shortage with police, the police department. But that's just my opinion too. But all this other stuff, welcome back to Thunders was good. It was a new beginning for us for the season, but There are some that just go hog wild, you know, and we don't need to be giving any pay raises or any of that right now. But the travel, some of you really have to, we do need to go.
Okay, well, I have an idea then. Oh.
I have Wayne and then only a couple at a time.
Ask along. I gotta leave by 6, so if we're not gonna do resolutions, I got a meeting at 6.
Can we do yours, the one that you have for budget and finance? You wanna bring that
Just all
on?
the land issue?
Yeah, because that has a timeline on it that.
There's those two resolutions that safety of dams need done.
Someone told me that. You told me that I can't move. So I'm gonna.
Should be the first one. You wanna bring it on?
I don't have any.
That resolution from VIA with, that has the time sensitive.
We have a head start too.
And budget, for budget and finance, we have head start, and what was the other one?
Order.
John Charles has a van purchase. A van purchase that has gone up 4,000 because he needs to have the quote honored. And so that's time sensitive. And then both Bob Oliver's constructing the dams are literally.
Safety of dams and
Safety of dams.
Enrollment, personnel too.
So it's all under budget and finance, the ones that I'm gonna read off.
Alright.
Move for emergency legislation.
Then those head start ones are under personnel, you said?
Personnel.
Okay. So this one is the 9,600.
Yep.
Okay. Emergency legislation.
9,638.
Are we just going in order or are we random?
What in finance?
Budget and finance.
Personnel, what,
Budget and finance.
which resolution? Are we going in order?
Yeah.
Yeah. 9,638.
I'll second.
Seconded by Coates. Question by Lena, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Sorry,
Opposed, 12.
you wanna read them, Mike, or?
12, 0.
No, okay,
12, 0,
if
0.
we're going in order, then we're talking about the range study plan.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, I'll read it.
You'll read? Okay.
Yeah. First of all, we got the motion to approve.
Yep.
What's the number?
Just pass.
No, we need to make a motion to approve, resolution number 2025-72.
Yeah.
I move to bring out emergency legislation at passed,
I know, and
and then
Mike,
Mike's gonna.
Okay, I'll move to approve, and then I'll read
do
it.
we have a second?
Yeah.
Chris, okay, read it in.
Okay, starting with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 whereas. On March 20th, 2025, the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Office has notified the Rosebud tribe of the availability of one-time carryover funding for the efforts of the Rosebud tribe to estimate the stocking rate and to conduct a range study for the buffalo pasture at Sioux University and Antelope Community Grazing Land, approximately $4,000 in the amount of $9,638. Whereas the RST Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux tribe accept the funds and direct the RST, which program? Land and Natural, or who does that?
Land and Natural.
Land and Natural.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We could just strike that out because it went to budget and finance.
Yeah, it went through budget and finance.
So what they're directing a program.
No, this is to
TLE.
submit a scope of work and all that stuff.
TLE.
TLE, okay. To submit for tribal land enterprise to submit a scope of work, budget justifications in the amount of $9,638 to obtain a proper estimate on the stocking rate of a pasture by evaluating previous pasture management, stocking rates, class of livestock, grazing periods of up to 10 years, a similarity index test on major ecological sites within the pasture, collecting and analyzing soil samples, and performing a web soil survey. Therefore, be it resolved.
Discussion. Call for the question. Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's not the antelope too, right?
Yeah, both.
11. Opposed? 0. Not voting. 1. Is Tammy still here or does she leave?
So will TLE bring that budget and scope of work and everything back to London Natural?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Is this what VIA is paying for?
Yeah.
Okay, the next, two resolutions have to do with safety of dams and, antelope dam rehabilitation and construction.
Emergency legislation?
I'll move for emergency legislation, which, for the one that, deals with,
59,000?
construction and antelope dam rehabilitation. I'll move for emergency legislation.
Second. Seconded by Totes. Question by Wayne, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1.
Okay, bear with me here.
That would be number 73. Motion approved by Mike.
Move to approve.
Second. By Michelle, go ahead and read it in.
Okay, make sure that's the right one here. Starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Office has notified the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of the availability of $21,700,000 for the materials and construction, for the construction of antelope dam rehabilitation project. And whereas the BIA notice of funding availability requests the submission of a scope of work, budget, and budget justifications to reflect the amount of funds available. And the notice of availability of funds projects a mobilization date of October 1, 2025. Whereas the RST Safety of Dams program has proposed the attached scope of work, budget, and budget justification to support the submission of a public law 638 contract proposals for the materials and construction for the construction of antelope dam rehabilitation project. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee recommends that the RST Council approve and authorize the submission of a public law 638 contract proposal for the project.
Discussion. Call for the question. Ben. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 0. Okay, which one's next?
Madam Chair, I'll move for emergency legislation on whatever the number is for the next one.
This one will be, well, which resolution is it? Is it the 2 million?
It has to do with $2,120,000.
Okay. Motion for emergency legislation by Mike. Seconded by Totes. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. 0. Motion approved by Mike.
Yeah, motion to approve.
Second. By Ben.
Starting with the 6, whereas the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Office has notified the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of the availability of $2,120,000 for the construction management of the antelope dam rehabilitation project. And whereas the BIA notice of funding availability requests the submission of a scope of work, budget, and budget justification to reflect the amount of funds available, and the notice of availability of funds projects a mobilization date of October 1, 2025. And whereas the RST Safety of Dams program has proposed the attached scope of work, budget, and budget justification to submit the submission of a Public Law 638 contract proposal for the construction management of annual dam rehabilitation project. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee recommends that the council approve and authorize the submission. Therefore, be resolved.
Discussion. Call for the question. Chris, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0. Motion carries.
The next request is from the transportation program.
Yep, motion for emergency by Mike.
I'll move to approve.
Or seconded by Chris. Question by Toth. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
Motion to approve.
Motion approved by Mike. Second. Need a second? By Ben. Go ahead and read it in for the record.
Whereas the RST Transit Services is in need of a new 15-passenger van, which will utilize for the Rosebud Casino employee transportation at the RST Transit Services and the RST and the Rosebud Casino do have an effective agreement in place. And whereas the RST Transit Service did advertise requests for proposals on 3 different occasions as required by RST finance policy. And whereas the RST Transit Services received only one proposal from Frontier Motors of Winter, South Dakota for a 15-passenger van to the amount of $59,880. Whereas the RST Transit Service does have the funding available under the current operating to cover the cost of $59,880. Whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee is recommending the RST Council approve and authorize the RST Transit Services to enter into an agreement and purchase the new 15-passenger transit van from Frontier Motors in Winter, South Dakota, which is needed for the RST Transit Service. Therefore, be it resolved.
Discussion. Call for the question. Wayne, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
Those last two we already did, right?
Okay, yeah, done. I'm just gonna ask you.
We go to, Personnel Committee is the Head Start ones.
Enrollment is next from the alphabet.
Probably not even over there anymore.
Probably clocked out.
I need to be Chris.
Yeah, as the moratorium stuff, I just like to make a motion to keep the moratorium in place for the cash awards, for pay raises, and then to open up travel. Just leave travel open, so.
In place for cash awards, incentive,
Yeah.
and bonuses.
And bonuses. Everything, yeah. And then just to leave travel open, so.
Personnel for Head Start. Okay.
Oh, it is current?
Yeah.
And keep travel.
Yes, just open up travel,
Open.
since that's, yes. But everything else will be.
Open travel? Yeah. Okay, motion by Chris, second. By Wayne. Question. Mike, all in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Opposed? 1. Not voting? 0.
Thank you. I gotta get to that CDC meeting. Thank you guys.
Okay. You say personnel for Head Start? Yep. It's our personnel committee.
Is that a jab or what? Yeah.
We got all that comment and then we just voted anyways. I don't know why we wasted that time.
Yeah, no, it's not frustrations all the time. It is what it is.
Okay, hopefully we will be. We get paid a lot more than the rest of us. Alright, so
Yeah.
isn't it?
And I can all favor of education.
Personnel.
Personnel.
I need a motion for emergency. Well, she finds it. Well, I'll make it. Okay, motion by Coates.
76 is the number?
Is there a second? It will be, yeah. Second by Michelle. Question.
Is that?
Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Opposed? Zero.
What's the number?
2. The number is 76.
Okay, now, there's an issue.
Did we both? Yeah. I need a second on your motion by Lila and I'll need a second by Chris. Okay, Lila.
Okay, there's possibly an issue with this because when we were looking at the email, it says that that personnel meeting on the 19th was ruled out of order. And there's a memo.
Well, that's okay, because we brought it on for emergency.
Okay.
At council level.
Okay, all right, so we're okay.
Yeah.
All right then. And we approved it, we voted, so now do I read it?
Yep. Read it into
now. Okay, fourth whereas the Sichangu Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start Program is requesting Tribal Council approval of the Sichangu Lakota Oyate Head Start Policy Council bylaws, which were adopted and approved in 1994. And whereas the revisions in the Policy Council bylaws consist of identifying specific committees, preamble, table of contents, Head Start Act regulation, cover sheet, and whereas the Sichangu Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start Policy Council approved the revised bylaws on March 13, 2025, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Personnel Committee approved the do I gotta strike that?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, just strike that, just put, the rules of the Sioux Tribal Council amended, as amended.
As amended. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby approves the amended Policy Council bylaws for the Sichangu Lakota Oyate Head Start, Early Head Start Program.
Discussion. Call for the question. Mike. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Next will be emergency legislation.
The emergency legislation.
By Lila.
Yeah.
Is there a second? Question. Howard. Augustine. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Okay, motion to approve, Lila.
Motion to approve.
Need a second? Marion would read it into the record.
Fourth, whereas the Sichangu Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start Program, SLO HS EHS, operates under policies and procedures initially adopted in 1991. And whereas any amendments to these policies and procedures require the approval of both the Policy Council and the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. And whereas the proposed amendment seeks to eliminate the existing grievance procedures in the SLO, HS, EHS policies and procedures and replace them with a provision stating that the program will adhere to the grievance policies and procedures of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe RST. And whereas the Head Start Policy Council approved this amendment on March 13, 2025, and whereas the RST...
Lila, just strike out that whole last whereas.
Oh.
Darn it.
Just carrying on. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby fully supports and approves the amendment to the Sichangu Lakota Oyate Head Start Early Head Start Program, personnel policies and procedures, ensuring that all program staff shall follow the grievance outlined by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
As amended.
As amended.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Question. Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not one.
0.
Okay. Which ones are? Next.
Enrollment, but
They probably
They
left.
have to bring them down.
Yeah, they probably left.
Are you gonna do the governmental affairs, Emily?
Huh?
The governmental affairs?
I think two of them need majority vote of council.
And we definitely don't have
The
that.
first two, yeah. But I don't know what that non-disclosure agreement is with CenturyLink. Would that mean?
It's only two in there.
Do we ratify, what about the Land and Natural Resources Committee?
I don't know enough about this Lumen one to even provide input unless somebody else does.
I don't know anything about it.
It looks pretty, I think it was something that, Eric wasn't sure if we needed or not, but I think it came from Elon maybe, one of the other lawyers, and so I think that's why we need to have a discussion on it, because it had something to do with we really shouldn't need it, but maybe we should to protect our data. I don't know, I can't remember the legal stuff that was going on, but.
What about Land and Natural?
I thought Wayne got those ones through, but let me look here.
No, that was budget finance, you got it.
Oh, dang, okay.
There's two that are, I think they have to do with the lift stations, right? One in Corn Creek or like there.
Definitely bring them in, but I wasn't.
And Marshmallow.
I wasn't there at this meeting, so I wouldn't be able to answer any questions. If anybody else from committee was there.
Yeah.
Yeah?
They look time sensitive?
Yeah, yeah.
The one that has to do with the lift station.
You got it, Chris? Okay, thank you.
Apparently that lift station probably needs to be replaced. We should ask.
Cause I would say they're assigned emergencies, so they're probably time sensitive.
Chris said he'll bring them on because he was at that meeting, so we can answer any questions. Thank you.
Right, Chris, for emergency?
Motion for emergency.
Second. Which one you doing first?
I did, that's not, First Creek.
First Creek?
Yeah.
I need a second.
I will look for 78.
Oh, Totes question by Emily. Yeah, 78.
78, okay, thank you.
78. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 1. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve, resolution 25-78.
Seconded by Emily. Go ahead and read it in.
I start with the fourth whereas SD, subsequent to the Department of Transportation has allocated funds to relocate 2 parallel water main lines in conjunction with the highway renovation project near the Horse Creek community. An advertisement resulted in 2 qualified bids, meaning excavating and $237,439.26. And Northern Plains LLC and $185,540. And the lowest qualified bid was Northern Plains LLC in the amount of $185,540. And whereas the lowest qualified bid was reviewed by the RST Techro, RST Treasurer's Office, Property and Supply, BOR, and DGR Engineering. The Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends the lowest qualified bid LLC in the amount of $185,540 to the Tribal Council for approval. And now therefore be it resolved that the Tribal Council approves the committee's recommendation and directs Rural Water Systems Department to proceed and award Horse Creek's South Dakota DOT Water and Main Relocation Project to Northern Plains LLC.
Any discussion? Call for the question.
Question.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Okay, the next one is Marshmallow. Legislation?
Motion for emergency legislation.
Second.
Second.
By Mike. Question by Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed? 0. Not voting. 1. Motion approved.
Motion to approve number
79.
25-79.
Second, Totes. Go ahead and read it in.
The fourth whereas IHS-OEH has approved and allocated funds for a new wastewater lift station collection system for the Rosebud Marshmallow housing area. An advertisement resulted in 4 qualified bids. 1, Oncolab Joint Venture LLC for $2.5 million, Northern Plains LLC for $1.2 million, La Creek Development for $1.9 million, and Manning Excavating Inc. for $1.8 million. And bids were reviewed by RST Sewer Revenue Department and Area IHS Direct Engineers with recommendations to award the project to Northern Plains LLC for $1,238,337, and the bids were also reviewed by the RSC Treasurer's Office, Property and Supply, the Land and Natural Resource Committee. The Land and Natural Resource Committee recommends the bid from Northern Plains LLC to Tribal Council for approval, and therefore be resolved. Yeah.
Discussion? Question? Oh, the question? Okay, by Emily, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried. We also need to ratify the ones at the very top. That would just take a motion.
Have to ratify.
All the listed?
22 dash. Oh no, it's an amendment. 25-48. Motion to ratify.
Well, yeah, they all need to be ratified.
All at once. So.
Well, you can make a motion and list them.
All right. Well, motion to ratify 25-48, 49, 50, 51, 52, and 53.
2023.
And 2023 306 as amended.
And second by Totes. Question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, excuse me, 8, 9, 10.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting. Just untitled. Yeah, I'm just trying to give it to you. Lucky guys don't. I think we should have more reps here, or should we put all the reps that are not here on committee? Yeah. It's like, Mike, you want to be on the casino board of directors?
Oh, now that it's broke, yeah.
Go in there and straighten them out.
Seriously?
You ain't got time for your stuff.
Seriously, if you got competent management out there, you don't need a board of directors. We never had one in the past at one point, and the casino did all right. You got a competent, manager out there that reports to this body, on a monthly basis. You don't need a board of directors. Seriously.
I hope we get to that point.
Just do it.
I don't know if we're right there yet, but I hope.
Go out there and straighten them out.
Yeah, it's gotta be straightened out there. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in a big position right now.
Here's the thing, none of us here have casino expertise. We don't. And a board of managers of any competent organization has some expertise in the field. We don't have it, let's be honest with ourselves.
Does our board have?
Yeah.
Obviously, one is Wayne. Only one from most of the.
I sat on it already once.
Is that the one you stepped off of recently?
No, with Scott and Ike Schmidt, I sat on it before, so I was part of that. And also I went to the gaming part of it, so, but I stepped down from it just recently because again, conflict of interest with family members, so I stepped down. I don't want to.
Even before the last term, before that, there was a board of directors out there, and that idea, I don't know, I forget when it came up, but they just as well not have been in existence for all the attention we paid to them,
Well, I think if you have a good board, then you'll get good feedback and you'll.
Well, my point is that in the past, this body did the job as the board. And we can do that. It's not hard.
Could be.
Because you get reports on all the good things that are happening, but never really the bad things that are, that we didn't.
Well, you know, but then you've got a gaming commission out there that really, looks out for the overall operation of the casino. That includes personnel, morale, if you will. You know, that's all, anything that has to do with gaming out there, and that includes the licensed employees, you know, and their well-being. Your gaming commission, you know, should pay attention to that.
Well, they were part of the problem. They were hindering the
Well,
progress.
then we should put a company gaming commission.
So should they on this one and have that special meeting next week? Or do you think we should wait to fill that seat until we have that special meeting on the 8th?
I don't know if it needs to be discussed at that meeting. It's just, I don't know.
Okay, I'm wondering if we should just wait till there's more reps.
Yeah.
Because there are requirements that have to be met to obtain a license too.
Right.
Yes.
Demo license, yeah.
Yeah.
Just wait till Mike's gone and put him on there.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a big.
You're a sign right.
I'll resurrect the dead now.
No peace for
I have an issue, that I wanted to get, I added to the agenda earlier.
What, did you want to go off air?
Yes, but it's gonna involve naming names, and so I would just rather go off air if possible.
Anybody back there?
Are we on? Okay, thank you.